I just explained it. Zero degrees of Aries change. It goes through the entire zodiac in 26,000 years. 00 Aries, as it actually is in our sky, is in a different position. It's a difference between a tropical chart and the sidereal. The sidereal uses the actual star positions, and the tropical uses the adjusted one from the precession of the equinoxes. It is a real thing. Their explanation on the globe, I don't agree with. It's not because we're on a globe that's wobbling. They had to make up wobbling. But it is kind of like in a gear system.
The number of years, though,
like slightly off.
is presumptive.
No, it's
what if? Yeah, but that's assuming that the rate of progression has always been the rate that we're witnessing now.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. That could, I mean, well, it's positioned like if you're trying to say like time is going at a different speed or something, but like it's basically 72 years per degree. So it takes 72 years. So for example, like when it was at 00 of Aries, that would be the beginning of the 26,000 year cycle. 72 years later, now it's at 1 degrees of Aries is where it lines up.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
72 years per degree, and if you multiply 72 by 365, you get that 26,000 year cycle.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that inbuilt in that, there is the assumption that it is always being the rate that we're witnessing now. And I would propose that that's not the case, but that's not really too relevant. What I wanted to mention,
well, that could always be said though, couldn't it? Like, couldn't it be said that maybe the stars were totally different in different eras? Like, there could be a whole electromagnetic way that like this realm like structures itself for particular eras of time. So that, I mean, you're right. I mean, we can observe it moving 1 degree per 72 years. And it is, I guess you could say it's assumed that it's going to make the 26,000 year cycle because we won't be alive to see it.
I can add evidential things to back this up, but it's not something I have all the citations for as much. I think Witsit might do, or people who've spent more time in this. But there are certain things in chemistry and other stuff that point to that the notion that it could be any more than 10,000, it just doesn't add up.
10,000 what?
But more than 10,000 years. There's certain
the Earth's been here?
Yeah. But I would obviously go from a scriptural point of view, but that's kind of besides the point. I just want to raise the notion and the acknowledgement that you can't be sure for sure that it's always been the rate we're observing. But the other thing I wanted to mention, sorry, Godric, one last thing, is what you were talking about, the clock. And I think whoever was saying that it's this progression is what allows time to continue or something that, sorry if I butchered your terminology, but I would say that it could be more that this is just another element of the clock piece, if you're going to talk about it in that way, that we're just not acknowledging because it's such a wide thing. So we got the seconds, the minutes, the hours, we got the days, the weeks, the years, but what about the big like 1,000 years to 10, you know what I mean? And it's that progression that you were talking about earlier. We're witnessing it, but we're not able to appreciate it as well because it's such a big picture thing. Hopefully that was clear enough.
Well, it's all food for thought. I mean, it's all food for thought. We can definitely see the cycles now. Like we can see the way things are moving in the timepiece. So we can see.
My only argument to you would be that it's 7,000 rather than 26,000.
Oh, well, we may have different viewpoints on that. I think the Earth has been here for many, many years. If I gave you a number, it's massive. It's even bigger probably than the mainstream says what I think it actually is.
Well, you think it's been here for infinity, yeah?
Well, that's a whole nother question. That's a whole
don't worry. You're allowed to have funny notions in your mind. It's fine.
No, but just for the moment, we could say that there's a beginning and an end, but that time, I mean, I do think there was a beginning. I mean, no matter what the creator is, it would have to create this. Like, it would have to precede this whole thing, and then it would just literally create it with its consciousness. I think it's doing it right now. Like, I don't think it created something a while ago, and then now it's just, I think we are it is us, and we're doing it all the time. Like, we're actually creating consciousness and living all of these components, and it's all eternal. So like we've all lived all of each other's lives ultimately. Like you can experience anything.
Now you're floating in fantasy.
All there.
That's why I have to get off your train, bro. I can't be on that train.
That's an actual theory, that thing Gio just said. I think it's called the egg theory or something. I forgot the name of it. Where we're all being reincarnated but living each other's. You're basically living every life. Like you might go be Genghis Khan one time, and then Beethoven another kind, and then you another time, and then your mom another time. Like just everyone.
Well, yeah, I think it is. Okay, so in my view, my understanding of it, like when we reincarnate, we do have our own lives. Like a human soul will have their own batch of lives. Maybe they have a total of 300 or 1,000, whatever it may be. So I do think we have our lives in that way, and we all live our own lives. However, in my understanding as well, on a more transcendent level, like when you get to the Akashic Records type level, then we all have access to all the lives. Like we all have access to every experience that's ever happened. So even animals in nature, insects, everything that exists, like is experienceable. And if we're like drops of water that's just temporarily separated from the water, we're all going to rejoin with it eventually. So because that's how I see it. Like it is us, and we're just in a different state, and so it's always there, and it's all eternal. So we can, like, we're destined to go back to it, and then have these like adventures of creation back and forth. Adventures of Creation. That would be a good like name for a song.
Sounds like the idea of mainlining mushrooms in your veins.
Well, I mean, it just logically follows. If there's a creator, a God, an omnipotent, omnipresent, then it would be all of us. It would be it, because it's created every single thing that all of this.
Why does that logically follow that we would be the thing that made us?
Because it came from within our own being.
Yeah, but that doesn't logically follow from something creating something, and then the thing that it made is itself. That makes no sense.
Well, my understanding of it is like at the highest level of it, it's just infinite light, infinite knowledge, infinite capacity to create, and all of that. And then if it separates us to then experience not being that, then yeah, we're in like a temporary state, like a split state almost, where we're basically choosing to temporarily forget things to then have individual type experiences. And to make it very compelling that we actually are different. And it is. It's pretty, like, consciousness can basically lock itself within fields of experiencing unique individuality, even though they are they are actually just being created by the creator itself. It's just able to do that to kind of create these states, it seems. That's how I see it.
This is circular philosophy. It doesn't really make no sense.
No.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, if you're like an absolute infinite creator, infinite everything, you decide to create Earth and a place, and then humans, and then the way the human organs and language and the stars, all these things, and you created a realm, it's then able to split itself into all these different entities to then play out various consciousness experiences and dramas and like dances of consciousness. So by splitting itself, it then can create these unique worlds that it then can experience within itself. And by making them seem very separate, and that like forgetting process is very real, then it makes it very real as it can be. But at the end of the day, it is all one being experiencing itself, is how I see it in that way. So we are it is us, because if it's the creator, then we are all like part and parcel to it. And therefore, we are it on that ultimate level. We're just not necessarily in tune with that level
I
of
didn't
it
hear
right
you
now.
the first time. It's just I'm telling you, bro. This is circular and doesn't make sense.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for being rude when I shared my ideas. I guess
I'm not trying to attack
I don't think
you.
it's, you are being rude and loud, and it sounds like you're snacking on some food, but it's cool.
Yeah, sorry, the echo.
I think it may be that this is just about categories of order. or something like that. If you think about just preparing, let's say you're going to make a nice meal or something like that, you're taking all these different ingredients and you're creating it. It's almost like you're the creator of the dish, but you didn't actually make any of the ingredients that are in there. Look, that's our limited experience, but a greater thing actually created both of the things, and all of the ingredients in the meal and the other person. So that's this dimensionality, categories of order kind of concept where I don't know. It's not that. I don't think that's circular, or would you think that that's circular? I don't know why you keep snapping on that. It's almost like you don't want to think about it.
At the crux of what he's saying, is that basically it's all the same, but then that completely negates that the creator created something, and that thing is, yes, it's created by the creator, and it obviously has something to do with the creator, but it's distinct from the creator. Because what he's saying is, it's basically
it's not though. It ultimately is one and the same. The separation is only illusory.
Create yourself.
It's only an illusory separation. It's not an actual separation.
Yeah, and that's why I'm calling it philosophy. It's not. You're saying it logically follows, but it doesn't logically follow that the guy who made the car is the car. That's what you're implying.
Yeah, like if you had like infinite capacity to create anything you wanted, so like almost like the way people describe in a lucid dream, where you could just literally be like, oh, I want to create a landscape and a river and a beach and whatever it is, right? And they can create that, all these experiences and so on. So if the creator is able to do that, then it is able to harness, I think, light and sound and electromagnetic and electrostatic, vibrate those. It's able to vibrate those into this kind of experiential world. And once it's vibrating those at that state, it is then able to put beings or humans or whatever it might be in that world. And then they're all having a separate experience. However, it's all coming from the actual creative force itself. The creative principle is the core energy that's creating that whole thing. Therefore, it is part and parcel, meaning it's a fractal, basically, where the part contains the whole. And that's the way fractals function. So every part contains the whole, and every whole contains the part. I know it seems like an oppository thing, but they actually are synergistic.
Yeah, I think the saying is the parts contain the image in the whole of the whole, and the whole is found within the parts, and that boils down to essentially the holographic paradigm.
Expression, but not essence. Because otherwise, then it should also logically follow that the creation can create itself. And that just doesn't seem to happen, does it? Or can actually just go and edit creation at the core.
Well, I think in my viewpoint, there is only one ultimately. So I think it's one creator that is creating everything and it's creating polarities and dualities and all of these different experiences and things to, hot and cold and light and dark and all these different things. But there is no other ultimately. So there isn't, in my viewpoint, my understanding of, there isn't actually another, which is in a way kind of sounds lonely. Like if the creator's literally, but then it actually, in my mind, would then explain why creation, or it could be one explanation for why creation. Because if it's alone, in a sense, would it then be like, hey, I want to see what it's like to experience others? And it could do that through animals, humans, all these different things. We have our cats and dogs and pets and all these, it's like we're all wanting to bond and love and hug and all that stuff. And even insects and animals and things do it as well. They have their own kind of way of interacting. So if the creator is alone in a sense, then perhaps its impetus for creation in that perspective is to fractally split itself into all these different modalities to then experience all of these different things that it's not able to experience. It's not able to experience death, so we die. It's not able to experience limitation, so because it's infinite, so then it creates us to have limitation and vice versa.
Yeah, you're way out with that, because how can you understand the mind of God?
Well, that would be like an ultimate transcendent state to be able to access that. That would be like a peak experience.
You're putting your
But you're like a brain
human emotions and a human mentality. This is why God did this, because I can understand it. This is to experience. You don't know God can experience death.
It's like one of your brain cells doesn't understand who you are, though. The whole thing either. So, like, I think each individual person's referential point of experience is like a brain cell in an over like the entire known world. Like, and I actually kind of consider it's weird, just like the idea of firmament. Right. And I just kind of look at like the ment part of that. We're talking about government, right? So it's like the mind. So like I look at like we're in this like mind of God. We exist in this kind of God space or whatever. We're not actual God, but like the entire thing is actually we can't really imagine anything greater like that would have control over all of what we know.
Ain't that
God?
Creation is God. That's why they say He lives within us. He lives through us. He lives around us. The entire creation is God.
Yeah. Do you think of it as like? I mean, is it like a massive lucid dream? Like, what is it? Is it just a is it just a manifestation process? Like it just?
I don't think we can comprehend it. I don't think anything you can say or do, think of now explains it at all. Like not even to a fraction. I think that's how above the Creator would be. I mean, look around you. It's way above human thinking or understanding. That's how I see it. Don't even try.
Yeah, that's why, like,
it tells us don't even try and waste your time. Just glorify it.
Well, there's certain like terminology, like in Sanskrit, in that language, certain of those, they actually made words for like certain words actually meant these particular experiences. And they just, because they didn't even want to try to describe it in some long sentence, they just made a word for it.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't explain it away because you can't even comprehend what you're trying to explain. You definitely can't replicate it. Beyond us, right? Just know that. And then glorify that. It's got to be a higher power. Like it can't be anything else.
When people talk about like why do bad things happen,
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, that was well said.
I'm smarter than I look. What were you saying, Gio, though, about bad things happen?
Oh yeah, I was saying like, why do bad things happen, pain and suffering? That is a tough one. It's taken me a long time in my own self to come to understandings on that. But that is very interesting. Yeah, because
how do you know what's bad if you don't know what's good? So then the choice comes in again. It's all about choice. It's how you prove your love to your significant other, to your kid, anybody around you, or it proves how you don't like something. You make choices that dictate that. That's all I think we're asked to do. Simple, right? When you try and complicate things is when you get in trouble and you get confused and I'm not going to follow, I'm not going to give glory to the Creator, although I know there is one, because there's harm in the world. No, that's how you know there's good in the world.
Well, I think it creates that stuff because obviously it is. Like, let's just take something as dramatic as like a car accident. That's pretty, intense thing to think of. What happens in those things? But we know.
I was just thinking of car accident. I swear to goodness.
It's such a
drive safe.
Wow. We were psychically connected because it is such a deep realm of just the experiences people have had. And so I just, in terms of like, if the Creator is creating everything, then it's creating the car, it's creating the rocks, the humans, the engine, the whole thing is created. The whole scene is created. And then they're in these cars and boom, they have a crash. Now, if the Creator, like, okay, so why would it want to do that? Like that sounds so, But then I kind of think about like in video games, people like doing that in video games, like Grand Theft Auto. People love crashing cars and, you know, jumping off bridges and, you know, all of that. Now in the game, when they're playing the video game, obviously they're not getting hurt. You know, there's just a game, you know. However, they still like it. Now, what if the creator is not getting hurt because it's beyond the hurt? We're the ones experiencing that on the experiential end, but the creator's beyond it. So even a car accident from that kind of perspective, it's almost like would be like Grand Theft Auto or something. So is the creator actually creating that with an actual intention? Like, you know, of like, oh, this is going to be, you know, that car is going to hit this way and then it's going to launch off that way and the mirror is going to break off this way. I mean, because to coordinate that with the physics and the whole thing, like it would, you know, if it's wanting to do that, like it shows it clearly because it's created. So
I think it's just choice again. Like when you were saying that, and I was fixing to say I'm driving right now. So let's say I get in a car wreck. When you said car wreck, right? And why I was going to bring it up was, okay, when the ambulance gets there and I'm awake, they're going to see how I react, right? They're going to automatically know that I'm not an atheist. Let's just say, for example, right? They're going to see me praying. They're going to see me, you know, please, Jesus, help me through this, right? Thank you for your help. I know Jesus will give you the right, you know, wisdom to help me and blah, blah, blah. That's choice, right? I think it all comes down to choice, how we handle each situation and what we turn to.
Yeah, because this is the nonsense argument. I'm not saying you're doing this, Gio, just in case you get me wrong. But this topic brings up the nonsense argument the atheists bring against the notion of a God or a creator because bad things happen, without at any point acknowledging that it's the choice. It was the guy who went in the car while tired or while drunk, or that these things happen, and some things just happen by accident because there was ice on the road. But all of these things take away from the responsibility of people. And as if somehow the creator's like wrong for doing it.
Believe in coincidence.
It takes away from just anything in life. When I'm not saying again, I'm not trying to attack your position, Gio, but I'm in agreement with what Rocky is saying in that. Yeah, these things come down to choices and decisions and.
Does it make sense that no coincidences? Like, if I slip on the ice and break my arm, that's not a coincidence. I'm supposed to have done that. Maybe I meet someone or just to show my family or someone around me. Like, I've known people get very sick with cancer and whatever, and on their deathbed, they're giving praise to Jesus, and everyone around them is affected by that.
And I think it's more a beautiful thing in that he's given... He's allowed himself to step outside. Now, yes, he's in full control of the universe, but he's given the creatures that he's created the autonomy to either... I'm not forcing you to choose me, but this is the best choice.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it.
Also, when you break your arm, you're giving somebody else a chance to take care of you.
That's true. You know, there's another thing that we don't always realize. You know, the reaping and sowing thing. Sometimes it's the reaping and sowing effect that we understand is like a fundamental. Like maybe Gio might use the karma term or different, you know. But we understand that. So sometimes you slip up on the ice because you deserve it.
Yeah, maybe so.
I'm not saying it's all the time though.
Maybe I didn't realize until I turned my it happened with me with finances. I didn't realize how powerful, you know, the realm or whatever you want to call it I'm living in until I gave up my finances to the higher power, right? And I just believe in that. So since then, my finances have been taken care of. I'm blessed in so many ways. Blah, blah, blah. I've done other parts of my life that way because of that. And now I'm in a position where I don't have, like, I don't worry. I don't have strife or, you know, what's the things that cause illness? You know, I don't worry about things. I didn't put on a mask or do anything like that because I'm not worried about all of that. I haven't been sick in years and years and years because I think once I turn my life over to that point, right? If I get sick now, I'm going to fall on my knees and ask for healing, right? Ask for the best. If I need medical treatment, I'm going to pray about where I should go and what I should do, how many opinions I should get. Right? That's just how it is.
You know what's interesting about that is that the way that creation has been designed is that when you're in alignment, you're getting the messages. It's like, well done, you're doing the right type of thing, right? Like you're saying, the blessings you get from aligning yourself with the Creator. And then equally, and this is a mercy, it sometimes is viewed as if it's a bad thing, but that when you're doing the wrong thing, you have these negative consequences. I view that, I think it's, I don't know if it's just because I'm a believer or whatever, but I view that as also a good thing, because it's the same as if, like, the idea we or just the concept, not even a concept, just the reality that if you touch something hot, you're gonna get stung and your body's gonna react, right? You have that system inbuilt you to protect you. So pain is actually to protect you. So when you cut your, it's like, okay, make sure you don't put yourself in that situation again, because you can get damage. So
What's
these
the
things
best
that
thing
we
about
kind of
pain? It lets you know you're not dead yet.
right, and these things that people kind of drill in on and argue against, it's like, no, these things are for your benefit. So basically the whole of creation, the whole of the design is pointing you towards going towards life. So, and even if you're being an idiot and being foolish and being evil, it's still giving you opportunity and lessons and shouting at you to your last breath at that you're going the wrong way, turn around. And I see that as like a merciful thing and a wonderful thing.
We trained our daughter and our oldest son to ignore pain, basically. Our youngest son has a high pain threshold, but we didn't have to teach him as much. He wasn't in as many athletics, but they did really high gymnastics, like national level, right? National team. And they got hurt, of course, and they had to deal with pain. Well, my daughter enhanced it so much that when she chopped the end of her thumb off, she didn't cry. When she had surgery, she didn't need painkillers. You understand what I'm saying? She could handle the pain because she had trained for years and years and years to use that adrenaline and use that whatever she's feeling, which we call pain, right? Her body just saw it as a way to give, just to give thanks, right?
Yeah,
Thank goodness I didn't chop the
it's a
whole thumb
messaging.
off. It's just the
It's
tip,
a messaging
right?
system. So it can either be
Yep.
left as standard, or it can be enhanced, and you can choose to use it in good ways.
Absolutely.
It's just the example you give though is a good way to use it, I suppose. But other people have allowed themselves, like society at large has allowed itself to do that in a really negative way, like the way people are dulled down to the exposure to evils and stuff. Like it used to be, if you saw something like evil, you would react and you would squirm, and that's a normal, natural reaction. But now, people have allowed themselves. So this is a negative of your description, right? The negative is now people don't bat an eyelid when people are murdering people on the street, or at the notion that people are killing children on a regular basis, and these kind of things. So, not again. Maybe it's just the way I engage in conversation. I'm not trying to oppose your position, but just consider the whole thing. And at the core of it, we have this inbuilt system to show us what's right and what's wrong. And if we would only return to that and acknowledge that, then everyone's life would be improved. What do you think, Rakia?
Yeah, I agree. This world can only get better. I think we're on the downward slide. The further we get away from the word of God, right? The word of the Creator. I use God in my instance, but those words, that frequency spoken into us, when you get further and further away from that, from creation itself, you see what's happening. I'm walking into my attorney's office right now. So.
Does he wear a small hat?
Yeah, he is a Jew.
Tell him shalom from me.
Shalom. Yeah. We're having fun. We play like a series of poker, 4 nights that the winner goes to the World Series of Poker. So we'll see what happens. A bunch of my buddies and contractors and like the mayor's here. attorney. I think there's 18 people
What
left.
are you up to?
Yeah, we
You
just have
scheming?
fun. Nah, there's some good players in here, man. It's 4 players that have done really well. The rest of them are just kind of having fun. So I'll be listening.
Back on getting hurt, like if we didn't get hurt, there would be no compassion in the world. You have compassion for someone that's hurt or downtrodden or
Say that again?
attacked or injured, mentally, physically, emotionally.
Say that again. I didn't quite catch that.
If we never got hurt in the world, then there would be no compassion. Because you have compassion for someone that's hurt, that's abused, that's rejected, that's attacked. You have compassion to help that person.
That's an interesting notion.
It's a yin and yang.
Well, I for one look forward to the day where compassion is no longer needed.
But what kind of world would that be,
It
Maybe like
would be the promise, right? Every
Like
tear
heaven?
wiped away, no more pain, no more death. That's what I'm looking forward to.
like a heaven.
Yeah, the whole reason I'm committing my life to this.
See, that idea just sounds very boring. Like my idea of heaven is coming back down here to help you, dumbass.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the forever after. But I don't mean to get into eschatology and stuff. Oh wait, Issa, you're back. Are you free to speak?
Yeah, what up, man? No, my old lady's gonna kill me if I start rapping and rolling. She's like, "How many fucking times do you have to fucking talk about this?" She literally, she was like, "Yo," she actually was like, "You can't talk to those people anymore." She told me earlier.
Wait, is she getting jealous?
No, she's just sick of hearing about it. Because I have said, I mean, I should be sick of hearing about it more than anybody else. Because I've literally been talking about the same shit for fucking like 7 years online. So, fucking, she's just had enough to hear and does not want to
You
hear
know what you ought to do? Is just
write
do
a
a
book.
series.
Have people just tell me, write a fucking book.
Yeah, write a book, do a series of lectures, put them up, and every time someone brings it up, just go, here's the link, watch the video. Peace.
Yeah, I've started doing that, but then I look back on videos. Like I used to make videos like, how to slip flat earth into your jiu-jitsu.
What? While you're choking them out?
You know what I mean? Like I used to do all kinds of shit. Like I had a whole actually fucking Dave Weiss liked that one. I think he shared it or something, mirrored it. But I used to make all those kind of videos and even some serious ones. But then I often think I'm taking this a little too seriously.
Either it's flat or you tap. Take your pick.
Well, no, I used to think you could trick somebody because you could be like, what's the circumference of the earth, and then go for your triangle joke. You know what I mean? And then go for set them up with a witty, conundrum about flat Earth. And it was just stupid at the time. Like if I'd have left it up, I probably would have taken it down by now again. Because I think everything. I put all this shit up online. I had everything fucking up years ago, and then I just jacked it all and took it all down. And I just fucking was putting the music up, and that's pretty much where I'm at. I kind of backed away from trying to be like a flat Earth hero when I realized it's not the hill to die on, personally.
Fair enough.
But
the only reason I'm asking if you're free is that the stuff you were talking about earlier. I was wondering how much research you've done into the history of Britain with the Druids and all of that stuff. If that had ever come up in your stuff.
Not too heavily. Not too heavily. It's funny. I have heritage from England. I've lived in England, and one of my aunts did all this roots and shit that went way back and fucking cool shit. However, the most I've delved into it really is this in regards to what I'm talking about here, any of the law shit, is just the nature of with England, the barons and the Pope and the Magna Carta time frame of history and how that impacts what people think about shit.
You gotta go deeper into history for the Jews.
What's that? Okay. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I think like the history of the like I've been to Stonehenge, if that means anything, you know what I mean? Like I've checked into it. Like, I like the idea of the Druids. I like the idea of I've gotten all in through. I've been through the Lemuria, Atlantean, fucking saga of things. Like but what I find to be most practical is the discussion about like let's say like in regards to England and the way
The
that
incorporation, right?
well, more in light of the idea that they did not lose. Like in Great Britain won the Revolutionary War, unfortunately for my brothers and sisters here in the States, because as much as I am an Americana motherfucker, I also understand that these are the realities of things and that our ancestors understood the realities of things. And actually, by the nature of really where they were at in history, the incorporation was the safest way to move forward with their population. So
I
because
wonder about that.
well, I would dare say like I said, it's like this, bro. Earlier I was kind of talking like Gio, we were talking about crypto and stuff, and it's like this, right? If like some gangster like loans you like, gives you something to sell, right? Like a pound of pot or something, and you go and you sell it, and then you come back talking about, well, I think we should do a new plan. And you know what I mean? Like the gangster's gonna be like, dude, no. The capital you're talking about building your shit with is fucking mine. You know what I mean? Like you can't move. Like you're not just gonna come back with some fairy tale about we should just invest in crypto and we'll just make it all. And they're gonna be like, no, dude, give me my fucking money, dude. You know what I mean? And that's how they're gonna fucking deal with it. And like to try and move away and escape this debt that I think like the U.S. let's say has involved
how
is
hard
involved
Britain fought against the incorporation imposed upon them by Rome.
Well, my
to the point.
Well, that's where the Magna
Britain
Carta.
Britain wasn't conquered. Britain only got incorporated by treaty.
Well, right, but that's the thing.
Beat them.
Right, but the reasoning was because it saved the people from getting their asses whooped. Like the Pope, like the Pope is like for people who think like the Magna Carta has any fucking legal value, like you're sadly mistaken. Because King John came back into the fold with the papacy when he was excommunicated in 1215 when he signed on with the barons, and then within a year, or actually, what happened was, I don't know. Are you familiar with the story about like there was somebody that the King John wanted to be the viceroy, or I forget the position. He wanted somebody to be in that position. The Pope wanted somebody else. They fought over it, and because of that, he was going to leave the Pope, and he was being gassed up with the barons about how they were going to rise up against the papacy, and then he went over with the barons, and the Britain the Pope excommunicated him. So he was outside of the church, and in that time frame, everyone thought that if the Pope excommunicated, you're not going to get to heaven, kind of a thing. Also, so
yeah, but wow.
Hold on, I'll wrap it up real quick, and then they'll elaborate on it, please. Because I just look at it for the legal effect, not the spiritual, not the morality, none of that. But the idea being that King John signed on to this agreement with the barons, and then when the Rome came to him and said, "Hey, look, if you're going to go that route, we are going to decimate all of England, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it." So King John, recognizing that was not good for his people, went and signed on, and they nullified the Magna Carta, and it was considered that he signed it under duress, with the barons having a knife to his throat, kind of a thing. And so then what happened was the barons and polite, certain elements of society just moved on, like the Magna Carta had legal effect. And then, so then became this game of the Pope in Great Britain maintaining the illusion.
Yeah. It's
That
all
the Magna Carta, right, maintaining that shit had effect.
But it's more than just that. Sorry, please
finish. Go on.
Well, I would say it's more than just that facade of, we'll let them move on, meanwhile we're in charge. It goes one level deeper. And this is why I kind of made the exclamation a bit earlier, is that the Roman authority to excommunicate doesn't exist in Britain. Fundamentally. because, and this is what the book I was referencing, and why I'm asking you about the Druids is that you weren't there when I read from the book, but it's about St. Paul's history in Britain when he went to visit. But that the Christian faith in the church that came through Jerusalem was already established in Britain, already had its archbishops and all of that prior to Augustine even coming. So at what point from Augustine landing and where we get to with the Magna Carta, I still need to do some research on. But fundamentally, it's a usurpation. So it's not. They don't actually have any legal standing there. Does that make sense?
They have the reason that the papacy has this legal standing is because much of the reason it has legal standing anywhere, and this is the way I put it, is like it's called the law of conquest. All right,
because people have kowtowed to it. Yeah.
Well, here's their trick. Notice this. Check this. Right. So they sent missionaries out. Right.
Right. Augustine was the first
to quote unquote serve the Lord. Right. Now, you can serve someone papers, right? Just like in a court proceeding where you serve somebody. So what they've done is they went out to the world and they served the people by telling them about the Jesus Christ. And they said, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And the societies that said no are no longer with us. And the societies that said yes or conditionally accepted him and added him to their pantheon of gods and shit, those societies still exist. And
yeah, let me read you something though, because I want to know at which point that they allowed this tacit agreement or whatever mistake that Britain, at least in part, has made. But so listen to this. This is the conclusion of the book. So part 16 is that the British Church has from its origin been a royal one, the royal family and ancient Britain, of whom our present sovereign is, through the Tudors, the lineal blood representative, being the first British converts to Christianity, the founders of the first British institution in Britain, the chief instruments in the 2nd century in the establishment of Christianity as the state religion, and in the 4th century in the person of Helen and Constantine the Great, the chief instrument in the abolition of paganism and the substitution in its place of Christianity over the whole Roman Empire. Now get this, 17, that the spiritual or ecclesiastical head of the British Church was always a Briton, resident in Britain, amenable to British laws and British laws only, and having no superior in the Church but Christ. And it was with that type of attitude and that type of speaking that they first reacted to when Augustine landed, trying to impose the authority of the Roman head.
yeah, interesting. I mean, and
So
maybe
I mean, I'm not denying, but I'm just venturing a bit deeper into history, and I'm trying to understand some things, and I'm curious as to a lot of the implications.
I just think their essence of that is that they, like, it's like they're like, oh, good, so you're brothers in Christ, and you'll come under our fold then.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like,
see, it was interesting because they weren't. So the British Church wasn't. This sounds weird because people don't necessarily know what I'm talking about. When I say British Church, it might just go over people's heads, but I'm talking into antiquity, right? Prior to Augustine landing there, and any other stuff that preceded. Because nowadays you don't have that, and this is where the manipulation has come. Because now you have the Church of England, the Church of Scotland, and all of that, but it was never like that. It's Britain. So when they messed that up, that's where the errors and the usurpation came in. But their first, I'm going to paraphrase, because I'm not going to just read a book by quote. It'll get boring, right? But to paraphrase, when Augustine came in, they go, we accept, and like all the brotherly love, all that the acceptable stuff. So they were very respectful and charitable in as much as they can within the faith, but they drew the line at allowing themselves to be subjected to the authority that Augustine was trying to impose upon the British lands and the church, who had already been established prior to the Roman.
You know what? I just realized
prior to the Roman Church being conceived.
But I just realized where they got their authority from. They got their authority when the King John made the agreement when he came back into the fold with the church.
But when did he join? When did they join? So this is something you probably have a better idea then. At
No,
what
what I
point
mean
in
is like, not
history?
so much they joined, but at that point in history, they may have been some equality, let's say. But
Okay.
then to violate that equality and try to cut away from that and sign off with the barons and make some new agreement, that's probably where they were just like, hey, dude, you're fucking up our original agreement where, you know, we don't have this authority as long as we're all doing this together. And if you're going to try to break away from us, then, you know, that's how they would have incurred the debt, is the offense of trying to break away from them in the first place. And the agreement, as I understand it, was that the King of England came back into the fold so long as they provided with the Pope an interest in all of the minerals of
Which
the
pope
soil.
was this in the order of succession? What number did he fall in when this happened?
It's, I don't know, it's the 1215 era. So 1215 was the year. And there was a papal decree. I forget which pope. I want to say like Ignatius the Third or some shit like that, but I don't know. But it's like they have access to the minerals in the soil, and there's like this theory that, like, let's say like the IRS and all these taxes and everything, like these are the tithes that go back to the Roman Church, you know. And that's why also there's this reasoning behind the idea that you would be able to discharge debt regarding taxes because of the nature of its ecclesiastical relationship.
I suppose that the main the real loss occurred when the Romans had incorporated Britain. Sorry, so that was AD 120. So in what scope that led up to what we're talking about with John and the Magna Carta bullshit? That's a whole host of history, but I would imagine that was the first chink in the armor. But it's still, I mean,
I just look at it as relevant to the concept of discussing like the national debt and our relationship with it. And I look at that as like a justification to understand why, let's say something like the birth certificate might be looked at as part of this ancient Sesta KV trust. You know, underlying all of the present day mechanics of society, there is this ancient order of a mechanic of society in order to help for the socialism bankruptcy problem.
Because part of the manipulation is that they've got people acting as their legal fiction as opposed to taking control of the legal fiction and operating it.
Well, there's nothing to right. Well, like there's nothing. You know, it's about capacity. That's the thing. It's like, you know, if like my citizen wins the lottery, then, you know, when they say, "Hey, is Issa here?" I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, hi." You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's my ticket. I'm Issa. You know, You know what I mean? Because it's irrelevant to the matter, other than I want my fucking, you know, my ticket money, right?
Yeah.
But like, you know, if it's about like the spiritual nature of like a charge on your person, that's gonna be a big bad problem for you. One might be able to motion the court and do certain things that would absolve you of, let's say, having to deal with this in any other way than your paperwork that might discharge the debt based on the obligations created by your proposals that are within your right to propose, and they don't have the authority to reject.
Right.
Nor can they come in. Like, it's like if I were to say to an attorney or whatever, it's like, you know, just come under notary seal telling me that the UCC 3603 doesn't apply to you and your bank. Just come under notary seal and provide me an explanation as to how UCC 3603 is not relevant to you in this matter. And prove to me that if you fail to show this under notary seal, then you agree that my paperwork is good and does settle the debt. And that alone, their word, their acquiescence, their acceptance, just as much as they put it upon you, is just as lethal for you to put upon them.
Yeah, but I mean, the fundamental is that people don't realize that that's how the system works.
Well,
And
fair enough.
The reason people trip up all the time is that they don't know how to speak, they don't know how to engage with it, and they put themselves in the wrong. They put themselves in the noose, like you were saying earlier about, oh, do you swear on the Bible? Do you, all this?
I
stuff?
like balls. Do you guys like balls?
Okay, I mean, why don't you just go and clean yours then and leave us alone?
Only if it involves sports. Thank you very much.
But you get what I mean, Issa. Like, because you were talking about this earlier. You were doing very strong language, which I appreciated. It was appropriate. But yeah,
well, I mean,
people don't get what they're doing.
Like...
Do you swear to?
Right.
Do you understand? What do you mean? Do I understand? You tell me.
I like balls.
Well, see, but here's the issue too. Yeah, let me, and I'll delve into the next relevant point regarding that discussion with the way I see it. Is here's the thing, right? Because and you're right to ask those questions. I don't want to poo-poo it, but it triggers me to think of this idea about the question of if you went and came and had dinner at a restaurant, and the chef came out and he says to you, "Hey, I need you to you're on a fancy date with your old lady. What are you doing? Fancy date with the old lady, and you had your chef and all your big dinner and the cake and everything, and fucking he comes out and says, okay, now you guys both got to wash dishes. What might you say? And before you give me an answer, I just want to clarify. The correct answer is the most logical fucking answer you could ever ask, but I want to hear what you say. What would you say? Guy comes out, you guys got to go wash dishes.
Does that give me a discount?
If you pay for the meal.
I'd say no.
Well, if I pay, no, check it out. He's saying, yeah, that labor is going to pay for the meal.
I don't want to pay that way. I want to pay the way that was agreed upon when I sat down and ordered from the menu.
All right. So what's the right question in that matter?
Right question?
In question format will this? I don't know the terminology you used earlier, but will this clear the payment for the meal? Something to that effect.
No. This will help you. This will help you clear the payment for the meal as you're used to doing it. But what's the most relevant question? What's the most right?
Perhaps I don't know.
Listen. When I tell you the answer, you're going to freak out. But I want to hear what everyone has to say. What is the right answer to that question?
I don't think there is one.
Where's the exit?
It's so easy. You do it every day. Every day you fucking do it. And when I say it, you're like, what the fuck? But like,
why?
I want to know. You just had a fancy dinner with your girlfriend. The chef comes out and says, hey, you guys got to wash dishes if you want to leave.
Why?
I would say no, thank you. I'd pay the bill and leave.
If it's a question, my question will be why.
Well, why? Because I said so. Because the chef says so. Because it's on the special list.
Then I just get up and leave.
Well, no,
you gotta help me out. I'm not
now robbing the place. What's the most pertinent right question for you to ask at that moment? Regular business affair. Well, you just went and had dinner. Guy comes out, says, hey, I want you guys to wash dishes. What's the one answer that when I say makes the most fucking sense?
When did I contract?
For what remuneration, if that's the right word?
What is it?
For what amount of remuneration are you asking me to do this?
How much?
Well, the amount for the steak and the eggs and everything you guys had. But what's the right question? Come on, what's the right?
I don't know.
How much is it worth?
Come on, I've exhausted.
Okay. Do you want to know the right fucking question?
How long?
Do you want to know the right question? Do you want to know the right question?
Yes, of course. Come on.
Okay, the right fucking question is,
why can't I
where's
kick
the
him
bill?
in the halls and leave?
Oh yeah, okay.
Where's the bill? Isn't that so fucking easy? Like, why did you go down Crazy Street with, well, I don't understand you, and I'm just going to kick you in the nuts and fucking.
Where's the bill going to help any?
Well, that's the first problem is that you came to the restaurant expecting to pay the bill, right? Because you're going to have a fancy dinner with your girlfriend.
I think I stayed.
But my point is this: is that
how much is it worth?
And I just make this point because what happens is people go down to, well, where did I sign the contract that I would wash the dishes in the, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden you're arguing down, well, where's your jurisdiction to tell me that when really the only answer is, or the only question is, excuse me, where's the bill? And if you don't provide the bill to me in 10 minutes, I'm fucking leaving, dude.
Right. Like when you ask,
I'd say, I don't recognize
am I free to leave?
Here's some money.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Well, right. But you got it. I'm just saying that in the dialogue, like this mental exercise we're doing here, like, That's the breach of. You need to get that. You know what I mean? Like, because people make things far too complicated than necessary. Than they necessarily have.
Yeah, you have to remove them from the
here's a riddle for you then.
that they've invoked.
What do you sit on, sleep on, and brush your teeth with?
Your ass.
Well, I mean, in light of the notion of the dialogue and the ebb and flow of conversation, you have to see why what that point is that I'm making, man. I mean, like whether you know, it's like,
the riddle's making the same point.
Like I look at it like God puts a seal on certain people's hearts and ears to any of
God
this.
doesn't do shit. He ain't real.
There you go. So, like, you know, like
professional wasteman in the crowd.
For those of us, you know what I mean, who see the connection. You know what I mean? It's just about not belaboring the point on like jurisdictional and all this other bullshit that they come at you with.
Well, sometimes the answer is so simple you just can't see it.
That is true.
That's what the riddle. That's the moral of the riddle I just said. What do you sit on, sleep on, and brush your teeth with?
And what's the answer there?
A chair, a bed, and a toothbrush.
Fair enough.
I can do it too. See, I'm smart. I still like balls.
There's also another thing, Issa.
Issa, can you hear us?
Yeah, man.
The name of the Pope was Pope Innocent you were looking for.
Innocent of what?
Well, that's it. It was that treaty.
Is that Ali B?
That treaty you were talking about, it was Pope Innocent.
Pope Innocent, right on.
Yeah.
Right
that was him. When it was King John basically gave all the lands, all the provinces of England, not Scotland, but England.
England.
Yeah, England. That's what the treaty was about. So,
the problem goes back to the separation, because it's supposed to be Britain. Once it was separated, then that's where you could probably find the biggest issues and learn.
Yeah, but I'm saying in Britain, or English, maybe British taxpayers, however, actually still give money to the Vatican now, still today, because of that deal. Mm-hmm. Even what Issa was saying about the Magna Carta, right, is the Pope, what do you call it, said that that had no foundation because the agreement was between the Pope and King John and not the barons and the lords and all that kind of thing. And that's where and it was never, and that's where the confusion is.
Yeah, they played a fast one, basically.
Yeah. So really, in the end, up the Vatican or the Vatican as an organisation has a bigger say in British politics or whatever, or the way that things run than we actually are led to believe, kind of thing. So we are actually run by the kind of Vatican in a kind of roundabout way. They still get they still get money. They still get money.
They allowed themselves to be incorporated in the first place.
Yeah, well, that was, as I say, it went down to King John. That's where it started, and he, I think that's how he got Northern Ireland as well, or part of Ireland as well. That's why that split. I know it never happened in in 1213, but that was because of that. That was part of the deal that Britain could get part of Ireland, because Ireland wasn't part. Ireland was an independent country. When the Romans landed, when they first landed in Ireland, I can't remember who actually first landed in Ireland, which Roman it was. But it said when they landed there, it was a highly advanced and cultural society, where the thought of robbing and doing funny deeds and all that kind of stuff, it didn't exist. And he actually wrote in his report about how it was. They had their own religion. They actually had universities in Ireland. They had universities all over Europe, in France, I think, in Germany.
Yeah, this is the Druidic system that I was mentioning earlier. If you were here.
Yeah. Sorry. Yep. Yeah. That's right. That was yeah, exactly. But it was highly. It was. Yeah. It was highly advanced societarially or whatever it was already.
They still persecuted it though, didn't they?
Oh, they forget. Hey, listen, you should. There's a great book. There's actually a great book how the Pope actually what do you call it, oppressed. They actually, it's so funny that the Vatican have done more harm to Ireland and the Catholic people than Britain has ever done.
Yeah, because Britain, at the core of it, well, they're all friends and family, right?
Yeah.
Because with this Druidic system, this is where I don't know where you stand personally, but this is where I find it interesting from the reading I've done, is that the Druidic system and Christianity, they were instantly drawn to each other, or maybe the Druidic system to Christianity, better said, because one of the fundamentals was, like, one of the core tenets of Christianity was an agreement with the Druidic, and then the fact that they were both equally persecuted. Rome persecuted Christianity as well as the Druids. So that's why you have this thing of, prior to Augustine even trying to run his filthy mouth in Britain, they had already become the state religion, Christianity, by way of that, like, what would you call it, like mutual persecution, like drew them together from the royal house down.
I need to look more into that, because that sounds interesting. I like about that, but I know that
if you want to read about it, the book's called St. Paul in Britain, and it's written by Reverend R.W. Morgan.
Hang on a minute, just let me go to Google there. So hang on 1 second.
I don't know how you find these books, but you can probably get a free PDF.
I'll find it.
Yeah.
Let's see, where are we? Right, what was the name of the book then?
St. Paul in Britain, and the author is Reverend R.W. Morgan.
Okay, St. Paul. This one. All right, that was it. That was all. I'm mute now. But that was it. It was just apropos the conversation.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the Vatican thing, because they operate within Italy as their own independent sovereignty, or whatever they call themselves, principality. You have the same thing in London. You have London, and then you have the City of London, or however they denote themselves, which is this mile squared thing that operates independently with its own government, its own police force. And I think they're almost like peers with the Vatican. I don't think they're subjected to the Vatican in the same way that the rest of the nations are. But that's something I have to confirm, so I might be a bit wrong there. But they operate in the exact same way in terms of a piece of land that is independent within a city.
Yeah, well, it's like the City of London, right? And Denmark's got one as well, actually, which is quite funny. But I'll talk about they've got an area in Copenhagen, right? And it's where all the banks hang out, right? And if you actually look at the map of Copenhagen, it's got a red line inside. I think it's Frederiksberg. I think it is. I'm not sure. Or in the centre of Copenhagen, it's the same thing. And all the banks are there. And the thing with the City of London, the City of London, it's they've got their own police force. They've got their own.
They what do they call them? I think they're just City of London. They have a red emblem as well.
They have a red band around their hats, and they carry guns, or they used to. Maybe about 15, 20 years ago, I remember driving through London. They've got like the little guard posts.
So I think what they did is at some point they kind of contracted it out the gun stuff. So now they have like private security connected to City of London.
Oh, okay.
At least from what I saw, but I might be a bit off there.
Yeah, and plus it's like a tax-free. It's like a tax haven there as well.
Have
They
you
pay
ever seen
very
that
little.
documentary, The Spider's Web?
Oh, I think I have actually. That's an old one, is it not?
Yeah, it's very old at this point.
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, that was an eye opener, that as well. But see, I never knew, as I say, I've only sort of learnt about the City of London in the last maybe 15, 20 years. I've kind of, oh, well, that's interesting. Then, as I say, I live in Denmark, and I just happened to, I just look at a map, the street map of Copenhagen, and I just seen this red line round on a certain area. I need to find out what it is, but it's the same setup. It's the same setup. It's like an independent state. They have their own laws. I don't know whether they have their own police force. I think they use the army, actually. I think it's the army that's in
how
that
they
area.
put. This is one of the methods or applications in how they perpetrate what Issa was talking about earlier about the illusion that the Magna Carta was upheld and all of this, but meanwhile this other thing is happening. This is how they do that.
Yeah.
So that they can route all their nonsense through this thing, and then still act as if there's something else.
Well, it's called the Crown, right? You know, inside that centre, it's called the Crown. It's run by the Crown, which is not the King or the Queens or anything like that. That's like the private. I think it's the private bankers. I think they claimed that off. I need to look at the history of the actual when the City of London, the City of London, which is the bit we're talking about, the centre bit, down Liverpool Street and down that in that area. Kind of thing. It's a separate. It's like having a separate city, exact same as the Vatican, right? But it's just a little bit different, if you know what I mean. But it's still a separate entity from London.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's interesting. It's good.
And you know the ritual that they do, that the Gog and Magog thing.
Oh, fill me in.
They talk about it in the spiderweb thing, but they do this thing every year where they do like a parade, and they have the giants, like these giant effigies, I think they're called.
Yeah,
and they're just walking around, and they call it Gog and Magog. It's a whole song and dance. It's funny, considering the biblical implications of it.
Yeah. There's lots of ceremonies and all that kind of thing, so it's quite strange how they like their ceremonies.
So Issa, where's the bill?
Yeah, man, that's it. And it's like it's UCC 9210, man.
What's the English equivalent?
I don't know, but I would just look up the commercial code. And like I've said to anyone who's not in the US, look to the United States code for all the same rules that you have. You have the same protections, man. Anything under the IMF. The beauty about it, the beauty about the US is that it does lay it out. It does say, hey, these are the protections, these are whatever's, and I'm sure there's equivalents across the board in any country under the IMF, I would imagine. And the reason for that, in my estimates, is because, like I said, they have to deem and give all of their citizens under the Pope these equal protections, because they don't know if you are a child of God. They do not know if you are a prodigal son. They do not know if you're a prodigal son that knows what's up, or if you're just one of these other people. And their shit tests are how they figure it out.
That's a good point.
They're not idiots. That's why I said best.
I don't think it's even about idiots or not. It's they have no choice but to operate by the fundamental laws, because otherwise they can't do what they're doing.
Right. It's the permission given. It's the
Because what do you read in scripture? It's not as if these people, by their own volition, came and kicked different people out of different nations and did the job that was necessary because of how Jerusalem had fallen in its behavior. They were sent. They were directed. They were allowed by the Creator.
Have you ever heard me
That's
talk
where
about?
the authority. Sorry, last thing is
Go on.
that's where the authority stems from. So they have to follow the rules to a degree.
Yep. And they're bound to it. And when you hold them to account, it's like I've asked for the charging instrument before, and I got thrown in the hole, and then I came back out, asked for the charging instrument, and she gave it to me.
So they tried to scare you.
Yeah, because it's like, so what did it? Right. So like if you know your business, you know what they cannot budge on. Their job is to get you to buckle.
Yeah.
And remember this. I look at it like the Marines, right? The whole time you're trying to become a Marine, so I hear from my friends, they're telling you you don't belong here. You You're not a fucking Marine. Your old lady's out fucking screwing half the town. You need to fucking get home, bud. You don't belong here in fucking man training. You know what I'm saying? The whole time. And then when you finally fucking get to that thing where that day where they give you that rank, they look at you as a brother, and it's like you could bring tears to these gentlemen's eyes because of the respect that they've been given by someone who was calling them out early on. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And so in the same way, I look at like the judges in the same light. Like they look at you like, okay, how fucking, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think there's something there. I can't pinpoint it.
It makes me think of like Daniel, for example, because he was like, well, I'm going to do the right thing and continue worshiping the Creator. And then these little scheming degenerates are like, let's try and trap him. And he's obviously not going to change because he's a G. And then when held to account, it's like, well, I'm not going to not do it. So throw me in the lions then. He doesn't care. And then even the king's like, oh, like losing his peace. And then he's losing his peace for Daniel while he's in there. And then Daniel's like, chill, man, it's all good. I'll be taken care of.
Right, man. You end up, I think I've talked at length about my experiences with certain elements of this, and not be, I've all self-taught. So it's like I've had to eat all my losses. Do you know what I mean? I've had to eat the fucking shit, like do the time, kind of thing. Be like, I was wrong. So or I was right. Aha, you know what I mean? Or I was right about this and wrong about that. And that's kind of shit. That's what happens. So whatever. So but have you ever heard me talk about like the parable of like the Christ in regards to like the financial stuff, like the idea that Christ discharged the debt and was released, and that is he was released under the name of Barabbas. So they killed the Christ, i.e. they killed the corporation, they killed the thing, and then but they had to let the spirit go, or let the Christ walk, which is Barabbas, which means in Hebrew the son of the Father.
Hey, so who are you talking to? I can't hear them.
Who am I talking to?
Yeah.
Oh, forgive me. Who am I talking to? What was your name? Well, yeah, Elisha. I thought that was you. Okay, Elisha.
Say again?
Elisha Savvy. Maybe
Elijah. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'm muted or something.
Possible.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't usually mute people.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know.
Must have been a glitch because we were talking earlier.
Sometimes my butt will mute somebody.
Maybe if you go, go out and come back in or something, maybe that might help.
Yeah, we were talking about eyeballs earlier, so
well, just go out and don't come back in. Sorry.
Be gone. Exit stage left.
I'm only kidding. Moyle.
But yeah, what you're talking about, Issa, because he overcame death, right?
See him in the list. Okay. Go out.
Which is the deeper level than the financial thing. Because he went and took the keys of the grave. It's like, I win.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like take like the 3 days in the tomb. It's like, you know, how long can they hold you for? They can only hold you for 72 hours. Well, that's 3 days. You know, it's kind of intriguing. Like all this shit correlates over into the justice system when you see it.
Yeah, and that's interesting because you know when it says he shall see no corruption, it's because at that point is when the body starts to like the physical body starts to show corruption. Whereas, and what's interesting is the counterpoint to that was with Lazarus. Lazarus was already 4 days, 5 days or something, and they were like, and their reaction was he's already stinking, and they were all acting in fear. But he's like, no, he's just asleep. It's just an interesting point that the significance of those days and how the prophecy can still be fulfilled because he only spent 3 days there. So, no, it's a different discussion perhaps for another day.
Forgive me, I'm getting busy over here. But yeah, I think like that little kind of bit of understanding about it is what's cool, man. Like, you know, and then it's like it helps. Like when you know, it made me think when you just said something about seeing no corruption. It's like it's when people tell me about the system and they say, "Oh, it's so corrupt." It's like, nope, it's not. It's like, you know, I love the Bible. It says, "Be ye not." Be ye not conformed to the world, but be ye renewed by a continual transformation of the mind.
Right.
You know, so that you can prove that which is good. And like that's the thing is like you see like once you get the logic of why they're doing what they're doing, then it makes fucking total rational sense. Then once you realize the implications in the ecclesiastical sense, then everything becomes not like this burden; it becomes this blessing. Like admiralty law becomes a blessing because everything can be paid for with your with your pen. Hence the saying, "The pen is mightier than the sword." You know, like, and also take this for account. Like, if I say to you, I'm going to bring, let's say, like, you know, like, or I give you a piece of paper that says I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, and if I don't bring it, I owe you $1 million. Right now,
I'm gonna make sure that you don't bring me those
now
bananas, my friend.
So watch. Well, listen. So Tuesday rolls around, and I don't bring you the bananas. Right? How much is that piece of paper worth?
That's a lot.
How much is a piece of paper worth?
$1 million or whatever you say.
Right. How about this? The face value of the instrument. So you just generated $1 million, or I did, by my failure to bring the bananas.
Oh, you're joking.
So now
that's right. That's right.
Hey, you want to hear something crazier?
For manipulation.
Check it out. You want to hear something crazier? Listen to me. You want to hear something crazier? You could take that piece of paper and sell it for $500,000 to somebody who's going to collect.
Oh, you're right. No way. These people.
No, it's not these people, dude. It's the way God made it so that you could move through it.
Yeah,
it's just stop seeing it. But stop seeing it like it's you people. See it like, dude, I'm sorry. Did God not create it all, dude? Didn't he make it all? Didn't he? Or did I miss something here? Like, are you guys saying that man created something that God didn't want created? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Who's wrong? Who's wrong? You and your limited understanding of fucking things, and you're angry at the world, or fucking this divine system that's been operating for thousands of fucking years? I don't know.
My question is, with these things, at what point are you breaking the interest rules?
No, you're not breaking any interest rules because all your sins are forgiven. All your debts are paid. You're the priority security interest holder. You're the creditor. You're the one who gave them this document from your Cesta KV Trust and said, here, give it to the community so that we can all live. And you participate in the Social Security. And their agreement to that is that they recognize that they owe you the principal and the interest, so they're going to keep their accounting really on point. The problem is that your liability and actually what they, you know what I mean? They give you that Social Security and all that stuff so you can access funds in the banking system. So you can go get the money you gave them the birth certificate for. Or you can keep the money you go work for and put it there. I think there's a whole bunch of other agreements we could make and we just don't know them. I think you could get a mortgage and discharge it. I think you could get a credit card and discharge it through a piece of paperwork.
I agree.
You just get a credit card and then just not pay it back. That's
well, no, you're not. No, but you're not paying it back though. That's not what one of the sons of the father would do is not pay it back. It's just you're paying it back, like Christ says through the parable of the fish. When John says, you know what I mean, they say, do you pay taxes? And he says, yeah. Jesus says to him, well, what the fuck? You told him we pay taxes? He said, yeah. He said, okay, go to the ocean, cast your net, and get this fish, and it'll have a coin in it. And pay the taxes. You always fucking pay. You always pay. It's just not the way that normal people do it. Who the fuck goes to the ocean with a net and gets a fish with a coin in it, bro? This is about something that's an allegory for something. And that allegory to me is the knowledge of the paperwork, going to the sea of commerce, finding the fish there where they, you know what I mean? Whatever that you want to look at it as, their deprivation of rights under the color of law, their bananas that they didn't deliver, and make the obligation that they owe more valuable than what you owe.
Yeah, but you can't really sell a debt though.
That's not the issue. You don't have to. You just want to settle it with the party, i.e. the state, i.e. the bank, i.e. the ecclesiastical courts.
Your bananas. You sold that banana contract for 500,000, right?
Well, I mean, you could. Is my point.
No one's going to buy it for 500,000.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Listen to me.
No, they might. How about this? They might buy it for 1,000 if they find out. I got a truck.
Right. Here's my point then, right? You can't sell a debt on because that contract. Say if you made that contract with me, right, and you never came, right? I can't sell that contract in because you haven't made.
Dude, debt collectors do it all the time. But you're right. People can make the argument. I know where you're going with it.
It's illegal though. That's illegal. You can't sell on a debt.
It happens.
It doesn't matter. It's illegal. I've proved it. I got my mate out of debt by phoning up the credit.
Most contracts, most consumer contracts allow for the assignment of debt. Okay, that's part of the contract.
Right. The point I was making is I've done that. I've informed a collection agency on behalf of my friend, represent my friend, that he didn't owe the money because he required a contract, right? A signed contract with his name on it. He needed, what do you call it? What's the other one?
Ali B, I get it because I've done it with college debts.
Yeah, so I've done it. Right, well, there you go then. So you can't sell your banana.
Right, but Ali B, I'm not getting into morality. The point in hand.
No, it's not morality. It's law. It's law. You can't sell a debt. I don't have a contract with the guy you sold it with. He has to show me that I signed a contract with him. You can't, and he has to show he's lost money. You caused the loss. There must be some bit of paperwork that has your name and their name.
That's what makes the contract, though. There is a piece of paperwork between you and him.
He sold it. He sold it to someone else. I don't have that contract with the other person that he sold it to.
I was just making a point, but my point is this: that I have stopped. How about this? Like Ali B, let me explain it this. I've stopped colleges. I've stopped the collections agencies before using exactly what you're talking about. My point is,
I make that example.
My point is this, though. That's a moot point in regards to the bigger point that I'm making to Elisha, let's say, or to everyone here, is that you can create by someone doing or not doing something and being obligated to do it, you can create currency by the nature of the fucking obligation, regardless of whether you're gonna it's right or wrong to do that and to sell a debt. My point is just to get across that you could, and a collection agency might buy it, and then and the collection agency might come to me, and I might be like, I don't have a contract with you, and I might get out of the contract. That's not what we're getting at, though, in the bigger scheme. But I hear you, though. You're right.
No, but you made a point that you could sell that contract. That bit of paper was worth 500.
That wasn't his point.
Well, it was his point.
No, that was his comment on his point.
Yeah, but you can't. All right, okay, right, fair enough. But you can't sell a contract.
Yeah, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm not saying that I.
You cannot.
What I'm saying is that you can create funds out of obligation, which is interesting, and that makes once that penny drops, you realize like, wait a minute, like and this is how we could kind of alleviate the system or even discharge any obligations. Like in one sense, you could go to your let's say, like you could look at it like you're going to your CSKV trust to discharge something, or you could make and show that they have denied equal protection due process of law, let's say for failing to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument, i.e. the bill, and fucking that deprivation of rights outweighs, is worth, this much money, and let the record show that the two offenses, I agree to forgive you if you to forgive to agree me, and forgive me, and we're going to discharge any obligation on either party. So you stack up this weight of levy of charges against them, which matches their levy of charges against you, and then you motion the court for a dismissal on the grounds that you forgive one another. Boom. That's where I'm at, dude. And that is fucking like the height of like the judge is going to look at you like, thank you, because you're not adding encumbrance to the state. You're not adding fucking whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like everyone's whole again. And that's the only point of a court, is to make someone whole after some kind of deprivation.
Which is why it says if you bring false accusation, you're in trouble. Well, you have to bring witnesses to the account.
Well, your witnesses, remember this, your witness is your notary to your affidavit that you've sent them. Your witness is the post office that
But
says
in terms of the other type of stuff in court, in terms of accusations or wrongdoings, when it's a false accusation, what ends up happening is, in terms of making it whole, the accusation was the attempt to potentially bring somebody to death. So when they've been proven to be false witnesses and false accusers, then the end result, if in a system that's operating correctly, is the accuser is the one who gets deaded. And then everything's whole. You get me?
Well, I mean, yeah, you could make a claim on that regards, you know what I mean, in that regards, and stack that on your claim too.
Daniel does it in
but at
Susanna.
At the same time, really the move is like, you're right, Your Honor. I did have 2 ounces in my trunk. But didn't the officer deny equal protection due process of law, therefore, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Then you take it to the, you got to be honest with yourself. Like, you can't be like, oh, I didn't have that, or I didn't mean, that's not what I meant. Like, it's like you'd have to own your mistake. Do you know what I mean? And then show that they made a mistake and be honest about that. And now everything's out in the open. Hello. You know what I mean? And that's how you deal with it, because everything's forward out in the open. If you've been asking for the charging instrument, that, you could ask for it to be duly noted while they're doing their business. I said it to the cops one time side of the road. I said, hey, I can't physically fight you guys to stop you from doing this. But however, you understand that the courts, because of that, have allowed me to sue you. So therefore, let the record show you agree, if you search my vehicle, that I can file a UCC1 in the county that you live and, charge you 10 grand for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And that kind of stuffed the fucking, they're wanting to search my car because I just levied something on top of them, and they understood that I was being nice and serious.
Or you do it the other way around and you just let that happen and take the 10 grand, which is what some people have done, and they make a living that way.
But you don't get to set that number just, willy-nilly. I mean, you have to get that enforced somehow. There has to be some instrument, some judgment made on your behalf. You don't just say, give me 10 grand.
No, you're
not saying that. You're motioning the court correctly. You're putting in a motion to the court to let the record show. Let's say, like, if I have an agreement with the attorney outside of the actual going to the physical court proceedings, where I've motioned the attorney to show cause how as the arresting officer didn't deny equal protection due process of law, did not fail to provide the genuine accusatory charging instrument, and made a traffic stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed, and I should provide a motion for summary judgment for the damages. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to talk about this willy-nilly, bro. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Your paperwork.
Yeah, so an example of this that I've seen in the UK is people do that filming stuff, the freedom to film. And obviously the police...
First Amendment audits in the US, yeah.
Yeah, the police are retarded, or behave retarded at least, and end up doing false arrests all the time. Or not all the time, but a lot of the time. And these people take advantage of that. They warn them, and then when they run across the kind of ones who just can't control themselves, sometimes they bait them. To be honest, it's not really my business. I don't blame them. And then they go and sue them, and then they go and extract actual cash from that. So they've indicated and they extract cash because they were falsely arrested. Now that's a summary. It's a simplification of the whole story. But this is the actual stuff that goes down to what Issa's talking about. Or you could do the more amenable. Sorry to start again at the end. Or you could do the more amenable approach that Issa said. And if somebody can actually pay attention to what he just said, then they will realize the consequence for their action. But I think the only difference is that the approaches that they have taken in the UK is it's not the individual that gets sued. The victim or the one who's been perpetrated on, or however it's said, he ends up extracting the 5K, but it's not directly from the officer. But what Issa's talking about, I guess it would be from the officer. Is that the case?
No, his department's probably going to defend them and indemnify them. They have insurance policies, and that's what the department stands there for. I mean, because the officers acting on behalf of the department.
You have to sue the man.
Yeah, but I'm done with my monologue. If someone
Elijah, you've got to sue the man. I agree with you there. They're actually suing the taxpayer because it's the taxpayer will end up paying that 10 grand or 5 grand.
I don't know how people do it. I just know that because of the false arrest, just by virtue of the fact that it's been recorded and not being done lawfully, then these people basically have just allowed this individual to have access to cash for nothing. Because they behave stupidly. Like the amount of foolish behavior from the ground force of the police is just crazy these days.
Yeah, but as I say, you have to. If you're doing that, he's not acting. The minute he acts unlawfully towards you, that's when you can sue the man. You have to sue the actual person. Put a lien against them. You can't do that in America actually because Obama stopped that. You can't put a lien on. I think it's police officers or something like that. He brought in a thing, but I think you can still do it in England. But you have to actually put a lien on that, which is not very nice because the guy could be married and his kids are going to suffer. But what it is, basically, if you put a lien on someone, it stops all their wages, and the police force won't help them. But as long as you sue that person in his capacity as a police officer, the organisation will pay you. The Northumberland Police or the City of London Police, they'll pay that, which is funded by the taxpayer. So basically, these guys are actually running about taking money off the taxpayer rather than suing the man actually arrested them. Right?
Maybe that's what Alex Jones should do. He should put a lien against himself so he can properly declare bankruptcy and then not be able to
do that in America
then
anymore.
not have to pay that exorbitant fee that they're trying to extract from him.
Yeah, but you can't do that in America anymore. I'm not even sure you can do it in Britain. But I know that Obama actually put a law through in America. It was an executive order or something. It was that you can't.
But that's specifically police, right?
I don't know, but it was something to do with. It could have possibly been the police, but I know that you couldn't actually put a lien on someone there. I don't know if that's a common man or something. But I'm sure Obama brought that into law, which stopped that. And I think it was due to all that free man on the land kind of stuff, because it's been going on for forever, that kind of stuff. It's ancient, you know what I mean? It's ancient. And he actually signed over, said something. It was a few years ago I heard about when Obama was in power. That's how long ago it was. I actually picked it up somewhere. They actually.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but the only way you get put a lien on somebody is to get a judgment. You have to bring a suit, show, get a judgment in a court of law, and then you can enforce the judgment in various ways on his assets.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the problem? That guy is. It's like me going kidnapping you and flinging you in a jail. I'm not acting as a police officer. I'm acting as a man. That's illegal. And that a police officer has to work within the law. The minute
what Issa was talking about, the legal protections.
The minute he stops acting as a peace officer, right? It's it's open season on them, and you can go to court. You can go and do your affidavit, go to a notary, do your whatever your claim or whatever, hand that into a court, and the minute it goes into the court, and it used to be like that in Britain, you go to the court, that lien, you're the only person that can take that lien off that person. You're the only person that can do that, right?
Yo, Issa, you still there?
No, sorry.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm just curious. What would you do if you were Alex Jones? How would you handle this nonsense that they're doing?
I mean, I get rid of my attorneys and deal with it with like an affidavit to each particular party bringing their claim against me.
Fair enough.
And, take it from there. But, if you have an attorney, I don't see you being able to defeat what the public wants because the attorney works for the court, not the client. And also speaking to that whole notion of debt stuff, like the idea what the guys would do is they go and create a trust like on the land, and like they would sign over an agreement saying that they owed this much money, and in different ways they could show that they owed this much money to the trust. And then when all their property was put into that trust off the land, is the theory, is the way they went with it. You could technically do it with regular trusts, but because then you don't own anything, the trust does. But these guys would try to take it and put it like on the land because that's offshore, and put a trust on the land and then operate that trust. The only visibility to society would be its UCC1 or UCC3 attachments, adding on to the value of that security agreement. And the security agreement would be held in private, and the only public record would be the UCC1 that was filed in the county. Now, what these guys would do is when somebody went to, like if they got a traffic ticket or, they went to court for some reason, or taxes or whatever the case may be, they would come in and say, look, I don't own anything. It's all owned by the trust. And I'm the priority security interest holder, or like the accommodation party for the trust, here to settle any debt because I'm the first one in line that's owed. And pursuant to the order of liens, the first one in line is the one who gets paid before anyone else. And that's why they would make up these exorbitant numbers so that there would never be enough money that would ever have to make the trust give up the collateral, i.e. the person.
I see.
But in reality, that thing already exists, though. That's what my proposal is. You don't need all this paperwork. You don't need all that shit. It's already in play. It's just we're not dealing with it correctly. And the problem is that, like, because what happens is these guys put up a thing. Give me $1,000 and I'll sign all the documents and get everything made for you to have a private offshore trust. And then they sell it to these people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. And so, like, it's a hustle. This game of the legal shit, and that's why there's so many adversaries to it, and rightfully so. That's why I can't ever really be mad at anyone who comes up and tells me, like, oh, you're spitting bullshit, you're going to get people. Like, I get why you'd think that, because you think I'm spitting some average shit. But I'm not spitting this average shit. It's not the same average shit that you're hearing from the quote-unquote sovereigns. It's something completely different, because I actually think the system, and I would always define myself as opposing them and proving my point in the sense of, like, I would say, no, the system is from God. God made it. Something, there's something we need to understand about it. And they're all over there trying to say how it's from the devil, and, all the judges wear black robes and worship Satan or Saturn or whatever the fuck. And that's not helping anybody.
Yeah, because I remember an Englishman doing a video on this. What's the word? Depicting how Paul did this in Rome, because he was brought before the Romans for a false accusation, right? And then in the end, obviously, they martyred him later on, but he went and dealt with it, and then he proceeded on his journey and went to England. But I can't do justice to the breakdown that the guy did, but he went through kind of what you're talking about, how he went through the system and used the system to vindicate himself, quote unquote. Did you follow me? Check.
I hear you, brother.
Cool. Yeah, it's a whole thing, but no, I'm in agreement with what you're proposing. I just want to understand it more, but I'm kind of more of the vein of I got more important things to focus on right now than all the rest of it. Because ultimately, it's the what is it? It's the account I have with the creator and the rest of the people in my life that is of more importance than all these subdivided things.
Yeah,
But
man.
I acknowledge the importance of it. I'm just thinking, like, you know.
I just look at it like it was one of those kind of questions that nobody answered ever. That I could never find anyone that actually gave like a reasonable description. That's why it's easy for me to talk about it forever. Because like, you know, I studied all this shit and figured it out. You know what I mean? And then I also came across other people that were figuring it out and studied and learned a lot of shit from them. They point you in the right direction, you know, albeit through videos or conversations or whatever. And I just think like it's utterly fascinating to me. You know what I mean? Like it's just, and it's kind of not at this point. Like I'm kind of jaded with all of it and talking about it forever. But
it's interesting because I can't remember where. I'll have to find it, but I think it's in the Gospel of Luke. But it kind of paints a picture about what you're saying. It's not an evil system per se, and you have to bear with me because if I find it, it's easier to quote it than to just ad lib or whatever.
yeah, I don't mind at all.
So I think it's Luke 16:8. When it loads. Okay, yeah. So he finishes off a parable about the unjust steward who goes and he's about to get dealt with by his master. So he's like, "Oh, sugar, what do I do?" And he goes and clears off all the debts from the master's debtees, and he goes and just arranges quick deals with them to get it done. And they go, and then it continues, right? And it goes, "The Lord commended the unjust steward because he had done wisely. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. And I say unto you, make to yourself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitations. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much, and he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much." So it's an interesting point because all these guys that are using the system and using it well, they're not righteous people. We're aware of this, but they're acting more wisely, unfortunately, than many of the children of light. And I would presume that you concur with that.
Well, it's interesting. I've heard it said like the keepers of the system are like the children of Cain. You know, like, but they like, you know, they may be like conniving and soulless and all the rest of it, but at the same time, they keep the rules.
Yeah, I always think it's bizarre the way Christendom has done so much to like pretend as if all these material things of existence are somehow beneath us, when the whole reason we were put here on earth was to manage it. Nothing here belongs to us. Like obviously it all belongs to the creator, but he gave it to mankind to manage, and to be stewards over. And it gave an instruction to be fruitful and to multiply. And you have this false like humility crap that comes from like the mainstream church. Meanwhile, you have people who are complete degenerates who are obeying that instruction in Genesis more than the rest of them. They have been fruitful and they have multiplied. Meanwhile, like you got Christians like just I don't know, what's it, the virtue signaling rubbish. Like, well, what have you done? Are you not supposed to have a better management? So I think a lot of this goes to the fact that, like what you've done yourself, Issa, you've done the effort and gained an understanding here, and for you and your children's sake and children's children, I hope you apply it in an effective way. Because one of the things.
Thank you, brother, and to you, brother, and to you, man.
Mm-hmm. Because one of the things you read in Proverbs is that a good man will have an inheritance for his children's children. And then what people like to quote, and this is me attacking the wasteness of what Christianity has kind of become, or people have done and professed Christianity, is they quote the other things like that the wicked store up treasures for the righteous, but they don't quote the first verse. And the first verse says, "A good man will have an inheritance for his children's children." And that if you're not of that ilk, then stop trying to associate yourself with that and claim as if all these unrighteous are going to make treasures for you. It's like, are you even a good man?
So, well, that's true, bro. It's like what kind of treasure though? Like, that's where you get into like, the honor and the dignity and the, those kinds of treasures that are the real treasures of leaving your ancestors. You know what I mean? It's interesting though.
Yeah, good, but it has to be both. It has to be both. Because he put us on earth for a reason. It's like this notion of, you go to heaven when you die. It's like, for what purpose? If he made heaven for us, he would have put us in heaven in the first place. No, he put Adam and Eve in the garden to tend the garden, to put them to work. They have work to do. They have resources to manage, and they have abundance to generate and to yield from those resources that they've been given to manage. And then if you're going to talk about what you're talking about the bigger things that have more, don't build up treasures on earth where, moth rots and people steal, but build up treasures in heaven. But what does that mean? And if you go and read the rest of Scripture, it talks about that. It talks about the weight of things like giving alms because it covers a multitude of sins and all these things, right? And that's those things that will come back. And those treasures that you're building up with your actions and your deeds, with the resources, with your behavior here on earth, they're getting built up in the kingdom of heaven. But again, it's not for us to go up there. It's for that to come down to here, to earth. Because heaven, the kingdom of heaven, comes down to earth. And that's the whole thing. That's the finishing. Whatever they call for when a play is finishing. That's the final arc of the play. And it's a link back. It's a callback to the beginning, which was the garden. And the whole purpose of man is to be here, and to have dominion over the earth. And I'm of the opinion, and Scripture's in agreement with me, that part of that is to have your moral let me not swear, your moral things together in a row, ducks in a row as it were, but also your resources in a row. Because you are, like you said, a spirit in a body, but you also have the body. You can't just neglect the one and focus on the other. You have to focus on the both.
Yeah, man, I agree.
It makes me think of something in James as well. It's like, don't just, if your brother's hungry, don't just say, peace be on you, and send him on his way when you haven't even given him the food. It's like, of what value is it? It's like, don't worry, it'll be fine. It's like, my guy, you have food to give him. Give him food. And it's interesting, actually, because the thing with the elders are leading other men. I think this is the last thing I'll mention. So the elders in the church are leading other families who are already been led by their fathers and their husbands, right? And the requisite for that is that you have your stuff together. So you have your wife in good submission, you have your children in order, and you're not a drunkard, you're not all of this. So you have to have like the practical sides of life all lined up in a row before you ever consider yourself to be in a position to instruct and to lead other men. And this is where I think people should focus instead of doing it backwards, like do all the feeling spiritually sided things and put that as of higher importance. Because if he wanted us to be super spiritual, he wouldn't have given us a body. But hey, that's the end of my soliloquy.
No, this has been good, man. Thanks, man. I like talking about it. I really enjoy it. It's nice to have like receptive, ears, man. So very fucking good. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Yeah, I've just always felt it's an interesting answer to hyperinflation too. Like, it's the idea that like, hey, don't be afraid of this thing, maybe, because there might be another way through. If they go nuts with hyperinflation.
It's an interesting idea. I assume they've already got. My kind of presumption was that they already had a baked-in way around it, because it's not as if they didn't know that they were planning to do something so stupid as hyperinflation.
Well, no, actually, the idea that they haven't hyperinflated already is what tells you that there's something up. Because by economic theory standards, there should have been.
Well, yeah, because technically we are there, but it's been
right. It's been held off. Because my theory behind that is that because we're the ones that have the right to collect, but we don't know it, so they don't care. That's the thing. They don't. They're like, these people haven't got it, so we'll just add another $1 million onto the budget. Just okay. And also, with the light of the Jubilee shit, I think that they're probably going to max out the credit, i.e., Ukraine, all the money that they're spending everywhere, because of the discharge of debt that's coming. So it's like you max out a credit card before it's going to be considered bankrupt, and it doesn't matter in any way. You know what I mean? Kind of.
No, because this gets me thinking about the silver stuff, because they've done all that hilarious manipulation with the silver, that you can purchase something with debt that's hyperinflated, that has actual value, and more so nominal value, and then even more so because it's compared to debt and inflation. So the whole thing with that's funny, and I wonder whether it's manipulation or whether it's, hey, we're giving you a chance here, because like you can complain and go, oh, look what they're doing to the silver market and the precious metals market, but then you can just hit yourself over the head a couple of times and go, wait a minute, look what they're doing with the they've given me a golden ticket, a silver ticket. You know what I mean? Or have I lost you?
Is silver going up in value or something?
Well, no, because it's been suppressed. But if what you're saying with their way out and this just Jubilee and all this stuff, if that's something that's going to happen, or that at some point some sense comes back to the system, or even just a reversion to the mean, then right now you're in a position where you can get silver that naturally comes out of the ground at 10 to 8 parts per 1 part gold, right? but that the current price is about 90, 80 parts gold. So the ratio is all out of whack. So when you look at that, you're like, oh, they've actually given me whatever that equivalent would be, however you do the numbers, I can't be bothered right now. But they've given me a massive deal. And all I have to do is take this pretend piece of paper that doesn't really mean anything and they're constantly inflating. I go and exchange it for something that has actual value. I carry on with my life. And then when the system sort of settles out, then suddenly my position has increased manifold. And then you just go and apply it wisely, and you carry on with your life. So basically, to me, I see it as like
that's why the whole series hyperinflation is that you don't want to hold gold, you want to hold silver, because like
because it's.
Are you familiar with Zimbabwe in 2010?
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, because like gold's value went like they were printing like $1 trillion bills that were bad by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking they hyperinflated so like they would like having like one little piece of gold, like most people probably know this, but like having one piece of gold in a hyperinflated currency is too valuable to have. So the idea is to own silver so that you would be able to trade for something reasonably worth the value of your silver, because the values are going to be so fucking exorbitant if hyperinflation ever kicks in.
Right, because there was two different purposes to it. So gold is money, silver is money, but in terms of the application of money, silver is where it's actually at, because you don't just every day exchange pieces of gold for bread and stuff. It makes no sense. Like, you're gonna start giving out powdery crumbs of gold? No, but you can do it more readily with silver.
Right,
You can stamp a coin the size of an eyeball or whatever. Just the first thing that came to my mind, and it makes sense. So it's more fungible, more whatever. But the reason I was going on about it is that what they've done, because of the historical and the natural values of it, is they've given a great opportunity by virtue of their manipulation that you can go and get it at a steal, and all you have to do is wait a little bit. And the only reason you would get it anyway is because you're investing and you're protecting your wealth anyway, so you're not in any rush about things. And if things do go bad, then you have something, like you said, in the Zimbabwe example, that you can practically use on a day-to-day basis.
Forgive me, was there a question in there?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I wasn't sure. The way it ended, I was a little ambiguous, but I was like,
yeah, I do that sometimes. I often leave the room just quiet, and I'm like, well, is it the way I speak, or is it just that I'm that potent?
It's nice to listen to, man. You got a nice, eloquent voice, bro.
But yeah, the other thing with silver is that the name itself, if you go to the Latin or the Spanish or whatever, it's plata, so it's money. They're synonymous. It's an interesting trick, though. You can get around that. I wonder if this is necessary, given what you said up until now, but you can get around a lot of the bullshit that they do with numismatics, because you can hold something that has the stamp face value of $5, for instance, with a Canadian maple or American eagle, but its actual value is in greater order than that. And then, because it's a numismatic, I believe that's the term, you're not liable to any capital gains tax or whatever on it, because it's currency. So I find that stuff fun as well. Again, no question, just the furthering of the conversation. So what's the takeaway, Issa? Learn something, get silver, make babies? Is that how you can summarize this evening's conversation? What? All right, peace out.
Later, brother. Oh, I'm on this little thing. I'm doing some music. Is it really too much? Too much. It's really dependent investigation. See you north to south, circumpolar navigation. See, I don't feel alright. No. Don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight, keep your satellites crashing down, crashing down. Ooh. Yeah, yes, investigations, your moon landing, and your space station. And I don't feel alright. No, no, I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight, your satellites crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh. Yeah, too much. Ay, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Too much. Ay, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yes, really depends. Investigation to JFK assassination. Said I don't feel alright. No, no. Ooh, I don't feel alright. Ooh, I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight, keep your satellites crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah.
Where's everybody going, man? Hey, what's up, Gio? You still there? Gio. Yo, Gio. Yo, Demon. Demon. Gio, anybody. Hello, hello.
Hey, are you guys around? Either one of you? I wanted to chat with you.
Yo, what up?
Jeremy,
Hold on, I'll be
perfect.
right back. I'll be right back.
Yep.
What up? Oh, my Discord's fucked up. I thought there was like 10 people in here. Everyone loves Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, so I cannot stand listening to that guy. Oh my gosh. Anyways,
Love them, Blaze.
yeah. Anyways, I've been wanting to talk to you, praying about like how to talk to you guys about this. Like, there's got to be room for all of us. And I'm sorry, I did send out some invitations over there because I'm just like, it's just another place to hang out every now and then and stuff. Clearly I like it here. I just would like for you guys to reconsider. I'm just trying to be the peacemaker. Because sometimes you guys could host something over here. Remember we talked about it a while ago? Like hosting things isn't a bad thing. And it's a lot to constantly be here and run it. And when you don't have some of the mods here helping you all the time and everything, So sometimes people like to just go in and park where there's other people. So it's background music. It's kind of like the TV going. Like I like to sit down and listen to you guys when I'm eating and when I first get up in the morning with my coffee. So I'm just asking you guys to and I don't even know exactly what happened, but to reconsider and like maybe extend an olive branch a little bit because there's a little bit of a split going on that thing too, and I don't know the details, and I like to keep it like that because being a chick, I just want to stay out of the drama. So I'm trying to learn to stay out of the drama, but this time right now I'm trying to be a peacemaker. And for you to consider, like, I heard Shane got banned over here. That's about all I heard. And I can understand why you guys would think like he's over here poaching. It's just natural. And you guys have done a really good job with this server. It's fantastic.
I mean, I could give you my thoughts on this whole thing, maybe in a private call. I don't know if the live stream is really an appropriate place.
I mean, is it off or no?
No, we're live
lounge?
streaming.
What about oh snap.
I mean, this might not be a good time to do it actually because I'm trying to wrap shit up here at work. But maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know. I could give you my thoughts on this whole thing, but I mean, you don't know what I know. Most people don't when it comes to this whole thing. So there's like more to it than people know. So I don't know. I mean, listen, we were all, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it because it's not going to go well. So Democ will sort us all out, though.
Everything. What's going down? What do we need? We need the jumps from Tartaria.
We need help. We need help, Democ.
Doing what?
Just, I don't know, with this whole thing here.
You got my support.
All right, thanks. Sweet.
Do you need my intellectual prowess? He said, I'll pass on that, Democ. I just need your support. He said, here, hold this. No, what's the problem? Is there a conundrum now? A new one?
No, I mean, I don't really have a problem. I'm good.
I'll sort it out. I don't like getting pulled over.
You're getting pulled over?
I got pulled over. Yeah, and I don't like it because when you tell them you have a video camera recording what you do, 14 cops behind you because I pulled up to an area, right?
and I was peeping the scene out because I seen all these cops. Then as I go to pull away, 15 cars drive around me that aren't cop cars, and then I get pulled over out of the cars, and I'm not even involved with the situation. I was just driving slow down the street. I'm like, what the hell? So you guys let all those people go around me at 50 miles an hour, and I'm going 20 just watching what's going on, and you pulled me over? I said, go ahead, search my car, do whatever you got to do. There's nothing in there. They searched it, everything. They was like, well, you got to be calm. I said, I don't have to do shit. You guys are the ones that do retarded shit, pulling over the wrong car. That doesn't even make no sense. And I told you I didn't do nothing, and I don't know that vicinity. I was just stopping because you guys were all over there. I told you that. I was like, just earlier, I stopped next to a car accident. That doesn't mean I caused it. You know, I was just looking. What, a guy can't look? I mean, damn. I mean, I wasn't fleeing the scene. I'm in a vehicle, you know, driving like you guys passed. Like, were you involved? No, clearly not. So if you're next to me and I'm next to you and we're not involved, I don't think we're involved. But I devised a plan to be funny. Like when the cops pull you over and they say, hey, can we search the car? They'll be like, where you going? You'd be like, get rid of these bed bugs. You'd be like, what? Yeah, I got to get rid of these bed bugs. I'm growing these bed bugs as pets. And you can search my car, but just don't hurt my pets.
No, just be careful you don't take those bed bugs home.
Right. Get up in there. Get you some.
They're called hitchhikers.
Yeah. And just tell them that and then see how many cops rush to your car. I was like, if I was a police officer and you're like, I got all these bed bugs, officer, I'm not searching your car. You can fucking have a bomb and go on about your merry way. I'm not searching.
It's a good one.
I would not care. So what do you think? Foolproof plan or no?
That's a good one. But anyways, Jeremy, I wasn't trying to get up in everybody's business. I was just trying to be a peacekeeper for the community, and I love it here. And so, you know, but it's very hard. Let me get on my computer again. Stupid thing. Anyways, Democ, I was trying to be a peacekeeper for the other server so we don't have to have people upset with each other and things.
Well, I mean, who's there to be upset? I mean, there's just people with just ignorant people. I think they're upset with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy pointed out we shouldn't really be talking about it here anyway, so in the live stream. What's happening to my computer?
Well, I mean, we didn't say much. I mean, it's so vague that it wouldn't really pinpoint anything. Like, you know, who, which server, who, where, what, which, you know what I mean? So there's no names or nothing. Just the idea of people. Yeah.
Well, I brought up names, you know, just because I didn't know. I didn't even think the live stream was still going when nobody was really in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just leave stuff vague when it's something like that. I just say certain people should be better people if they can, and the other people should be better people if they can, and if they can, get along. Regardless of being funny or joking or like die slow or me or, you know, regardless of all that, you know, seriously, like, it shouldn't have like a personal problem or vendetta. Nobody should be going to look to harm anybody or doing no weird shit to anybody like that. So that just don't make no sense. You're just people on the internet talking to people on the internet. Yeah, people get mad because stupid stuff is said. So people are going to get mad, but it doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't mean anything. It shouldn't mean no more than that. I'm mad for 3 seconds. I'm over it.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? You stay when you're mad. Me, I'm just like, bye, see you later. And it's like, I'm out of here. Whatever. Like, I'm always amazed that when you get muted, how you stay here. You're just like, okay, I'll calm down. I'll be quiet. I think that's admirable.
Oh, well, I mean, sometimes I mute myself. A lot of times I don't even get the chance. Like, I'll be muting myself when they mute me anyway. Like, as soon as you see, like, when my thing muted, I'll be going to mute myself. But I'll see when I go to unmute that I didn't mute like, it wasn't me. I'm like, what the hell? Hold on. I thought I muted myself. Hold on a minute. Somebody else muted me.
Somebody
They
else
do it
had
to
the
me
same
all the time. I'll
idea.
be going to, yeah.
Hey, you always have a baby in the
It was like,
background. Is it like a little
every
baby?
once in a while.
Like a little baby?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Aw,
little one.
that's cute.
But sometimes I got grown people in the background too, grown boys and ladies, young ladies and men. And they laugh their ass off. They when a lot of the Glover people say shit and say certain stuff. Even some of the flat earthers, they just laugh so hard. It's like I got an audience that, like, you know what I mean? They already, like, it's when I hear by the laughter, I go by that judgment. I'm like, yeah, okay, time to dip in.
Well, I mean, it's kind of just sad to see, Jeremy and Gio, to be perfectly honest with you guys, just sitting over here because we had a great day today. It was great conversations. I love it when it's like that. And and then I just
I
did
don't
it
see
too
why
the
they
other
couldn't
day.
be streamed next to each other, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with YouTube. You can have one channel play while the other channel plays.
I
You
mean,
can refer one channel to the other channel. You can.
like that's what I'm saying, like a partnership, like I don't know what happened. It's none of my business.
It should just be. It should literally be like more courteous and nice on this one, because you guys do try to hold a little bit better standard over here to be like nice and or whatever. I mean, sometimes it gets on my nerves to a little bit of an extent, but I mean, you got to have it. And then over there, it can be like not even a shit show. I don't even want to say that. Just like the ability to say more than you can over here to an extent. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And
So
one of the
yeah,
owners,
we need both platforms.
yeah, yeah, and I heard one of the owners over there is not even FE, and it's not Shane. I do believe that Shane, is a fast. If he's not who he says he is, then he's really good. I mean, he's been super nice to me, and I really he's always flat smacked like crazy. I don't know. I just wish that we could all just work together. Coexist, and this is probably the only time I'll ever say coexist.
Well, it's weird, right? The main people that get all the airtime on here get all the airtime on there too. So really, what's the quarrel? I mean, if you
Right.
think about it that way, what's the quarrel? Like what? Like the Globers over here that get all the airtime, or the Globers over there that would get the airtime? The Globers over here that could be mods, same thing. The Flat Earthers over here that get all the airtime. I'm not even going to say any names. Certain ones get more airtime and get allowed to be, because like sometimes I'll talk and Jeremy just like wakes up out of a fucking cold sweat and like mutes me. He's like, Demonk, I hear him talk. Mute. It's like
I'd
the
be
weirdest
having
thing.
nightmares when I'm listening to you fucking talk. Listen,
I know.
I would let you talk all fucking day if you just didn't get crazy. Just don't get crazy on us, bro. You'd be going wild on it. As soon as a Glober or somebody with a differing opinion, you like bulldog them.
What are you supposed to do when they're lying?
We don't. First of
Right
all,
to
no
your
one knows if
face.
anyone's. No one knows if anyone's lying.
Hold
I mean,
on.
when
I do
people,
too when we're talking physics and demonstration, Jeremy. I'm not talking guessy and looky-loo guess and making up shit. In that area, yeah, you're right. But if we have a physical ball in front of us and I do something on there, you're never going to know, huh? Hell no. These are physical proven things. So no, I'm not talking about unprovable things. I'm not talking about any sloppy stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't even worry about UFOs and whatever. You know what I mean? I try to keep it to the physical attributes. So yeah, I'm going to call them out. Because in my video, I can show them how a sphere works, and they're not showing me any different. Not one of them have ever showed me different. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to get to the point here. Like, how can we get to the point other than getting to a point? You know what I mean? You can't sissify everything of yourself to fucking, give it all away. You have to hold on to something. You got to stand for something. And I'm standing for the physical attribute. Now, if they come on here and say, Demark, you're lying, I'm going to say, no, you got to be lying. Unless you show me where I'm lying at. Because a sphere is not hard to pop up on your screen. It's not nothing crazy. It's not.
I know, but you do this thing where as soon as, and I do it sometimes, we're all a little guilty of it, but you're OD with it. You do this thing where as soon as the other person starts talking, they say that you just start talking over them. It's like, it's crazy. And you, I don't know, bro. You just need to chill, bro. You got no chill.
Bulldoze.
I'll let them go on for years. But at the end, I'm still going to say what I'm going to say, and they're still not going to do anything. They're still going to keep. Okay, they can talk all day, but it still doesn't demonstrate where I'm wrong.
Maybe it's just
It ain't about
delivery.
being wrong or right, though.
It's delivery.
Yeah, it's about whether the Earth's round or flat. You have to be wrong or right. You can't be both. You can't be wrong right.
Well, I mean, round, or could it a difference between a sphere and round, right? Because we're not denying that it can't possibly be round. It's just not a sphere, right?
I'm denying roundness at all. Circle, round, any of that. I know the attribute of what you do and the orientation of your vision, yeah. But I'm talking about the dirt. Nah, there's no rounded circle dirt. Nah.
The only reason I say that is because the Bible says it sits upon the circle of the earth.
That's
Hey,
the way it
ZP.
appears to a human.
Yeah. Well, I
Right.
mean, well,
That's the
no,
way it
not to a
appears.
human. No, it says that's the great known unknowns perspective. Can we say hi to ZPV? If you want to say hi.
Oh, okay. I just couldn't talk before. What's up? I was
Just want to say hi.
I was recommended to come into the server if I wanted to talk about conspiracies.
Oh yeah, what do you like?
What do you got?
There's a lot going on, so I'm gonna have to like go slow with this. But so
Well, take it easy on us.
Let me give you some of my beliefs. I don't watch Ancient Alien garbage. I don't watch Secure Team 10. I don't watch like CGI UFO videos. I don't believe in any of that. I think a lot of that is fabricated stuff to make money from people. Like when they're like, "Oh, there's a sea monster in the ocean." Does anyone like really believe that? Like that someone actually saw it? It's like, yo, okay.
But Loch Ness
Whatever.
monster?
It's funny that you
probably
say
is a
something like
Loch Ness.
that.
There's probably a Loch Ness, but like there's not like the fucking whatever that pirate Caribbean being thing, whatever that is. That's not a real thing. People think that's
Yeah,
real.
no. What's one of your favorite conspiracies?
Honestly, it revolves around like the shit that I've been doing, where like I will make artwork or like a song or something, and then like later down the line, I notice there's like someone that comes out with something very like extremely similar, whether it's like the color scheme or the sound or the way it is, this and that. Let me where I could like put this stuff. What I just put in live stream. I can't post images. No.
Oh, here I got you. Hold on, we got you.
I don't know what room I should go into.
No, live stream one. We use live stream one, but let me give you the privileges. Hold on.
Okay. I've been working on this stuff for a while. I've been researching for a while. Some things that happen, like I can make like predictions about certain things, and I've been correct a couple of times. So on and so forth. People like
you should be able to post
like,
pics now. Try it out now.
Let me show you what's been
Do
going
you
on.
have a preference to the shape of the Earth?
I don't think we live on a flat Earth. Some people do. Whatever. I personally.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. What kind of
now let me show
conspiracy? What's
you.
your favorite conspiracy, though? Like the
Me,
moon landing, 9/11, JFK.
No. Mine is more like I'm predicting the future, and I'm predicting things before they happen. So it's kind of a more personal theory, but I have like the evidence and like the tweets and the times and the dates. I have the physical tweet that I will put in here in a second. All right, so I'm gonna send this over right
I hope it's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
I mean, because we don't know you.
No, I'm not. I work too hard to make this a troll. I want people to like actually find some cool information. I'll give you the physical tweet. I think did it upload yet? Yes, it did. Okay. Physical tweet of me predicting something. Also, I made a prediction on August 26th that there was going to be a fatality, multiple fatalities, and it was going to be in the news, and it was going to be the biggest story of that day. And the year prior, there was the movie Tenet. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the movie Tenet or have ever heard of it. Tenet is like.
Is that where they try to
Tenet
get
is a
the guy
movie.
out when he lets cockroaches loose and shit in the place?
No, Tenet's like it's like a time travel movie that's about World War III breaking up into happening or whatever. And what happens in this movie, there's an airport explosion in the movie, and the movie was released on August 26th. And I said years ago in 2018 that was going to happen that day, but then I was given the option in 2020 to predict that something would happen. And on the server that I was in, I told everyone in there that there would be an explosion of some sort and people would die. Well, actually, no, I didn't really say that. I said there would be fatalities and it would be in the news. It would be the biggest event of that era, in which it did happen. So the airport explosion in the movie Tenet was very similar to the airport explosion in Kabul airport. And it's just, it kind of is like very
Kabul, where's that?
simulation-y. It's Afghanistan. It was when the U.S. got fucking blown to bits by a fucking terrorist. But what's crazy about that is that I think more along the lines of this stuff happening as like simulation-y, like robot controlling the past and the time travel and the future, like basically saying that like I really think our free will is limited where other people do not think it's limited. There's like there's a lot going on where I just think humans are being
Mandela
more than we
effect?
think.
You think we live in a
Or like
simulation?
definitely more simulation based where it's not even that I think the Earth is not a sphere. I still think it's a sphere. I just think we're like our atoms and stuff are being directed by not necessarily everything that is human. I believe there is some type of other life that has influence on our so-called fate or our so-called destiny. I don't think
There's
it's
other
necessarily
people. There's some alien beings calling the shots. You think?
Yeah, I don't think we're in control like people think we are. I mean,
Like,
people
do
can.
you think there's like an elite group of like Bilderberg group, Freemasons, Skull and Bones type people?
I don't necessarily think it's human. I think it's alien. I don't really think those motherfuckers have any like
You
to
think
stand
there's
on.
aliens telling them what to do though?
No, I don't even think they're connected. I think they're controlling those people into failure, and the aliens are actually gonna control other people into success, and people like that are gonna go downhill before they know it. I don't think the aliens are working with them. I think they're working against them.
You think so? Well, why aren't they shutting them down then?
It's taking time. They're trying to gather information, in my opinion. Gathering and slowly, like Andrew Tate, for example, someone that was clearly in the wrong with a lot of things he said. What did he say about women? He said, "I'm more powerful than you. I'm richer than you. Obey blindly. You're a vessel for my seed, and that's all you are." Like that's a woman can't fight back. Women shouldn't fight back. Those are all really horrible things to say.
Well, as a woman,
it just like entices like.
That's stupid. As a
That's what
woman,
Andrew
you
Tate said
shouldn't
about
fight
women.
back. Yeah, but so what? Andrew Tate says some really good things too. Unfortunately, I don't like the fact that he allegedly goes against the system, the matrix, but yet he's not supporting the family. So, but other than that, I mean,
Telling
women
a girl
wouldn't fight
to
back.
telling a girl to obey blindly is like something Genghis Khan would say to have like a million lies. Like he would
Well,
just be like, obey blindly, and like he would just have 20 wives, and like he would just keep obey blindly, obey blindly.
I
That's
mean, I
very
would have
like
to see
rapey
him saying
like
it rather than
behavior.
hearing.
He did say it. He has said it.
Well, I mean, do we know
Telling a woman to obey
context?
blindly is disrespectful.
I mean, sure, absolutely, blindly,
Andrew
yeah,
Tate is not a good
absolutely.
person.
Mm.
He's not a good person. So if so, I should just go up to a girl at a bar and just say, "Hey, obey me blindly. Come to my
No.
house. Obey me blindly." That's just right. It sounds rapey, right? Why would we fucking support someone like that?
Well, I mean, I don't understand. I need context. I'm sure he's not going to go up to some strange woman and say that.
And he said it to women on podcasts. Like he literally, he's evil. That's why he's getting charged. That's why he's in jail. He's probably gonna die in jail. Who cares? He doesn't respect women. He wants to live in like the 1950s. I don't see someone like that respecting women in any shape or form. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I have some more evidence I can
What's
post.
your favorite conspiracy though, bro? You into like 9/11 or like JFK, who shot JFK, or the moon landings or some shit?
If I were to
Oh,
pick one, I just my biggest conspiracy is like people back. Okay, so it's like let's say Jesus, right? People say Jesus walked on water, did this and that, or whatever. Like, what if he was just like a regular person, just like us, just kind of talk to certain people or whatever a certain way, and let's just say this person was just I don't know. I feel like if he was able to walk on water, I don't think it was necessarily like a god I more think it's like artificial intelligence, alien shit, giving him like the pedestal and him having the ability. Because my envision of God is that it's like mostly artificial intelligence based, like a computer, and it's like all stored. Like if there was a heaven, I would think it would be like a giant spaceship that like connects the data and takes the soul in and whatever they live in an infinite matrix in a spaceship as so-called heaven. That's my envision of God, and I feel like God is like a role of many people. Let's say there's a spaceship, and God is the head of the spaceship. He takes all the souls in, or whatever, this and that. Anyone that dies goes in there and like lives for eternity. Let's say God gets like knocked down, promoted, whatever, like so on and so forth.
well, I mean, do you have anything like to reference your frame of thinking?
I could just keep posting like certain things that have like happened to me.
You fucking helping. What's it look like?
Hold on. Like I'll keep coming out with like artwork in songs, and like people keep coming up with shit after, which makes me think if they've never heard or seen my artwork, they're being controlled by the AI, and I am having more control than them. Even though that they are famous and they're making the millions of dollars, me coming out with the idea first shows me that they are being controlled, and I am being less controlled. I have more control of my life than let's say a multi-millionaire celebrity or whatever, this and that. Especially if I come out with the ideas before they come out with their ideas. Like I don't know if you guys know who this artist Sudden Death is, but I came out with an 18 song album and it was gonna come out. And what happened is that right before I was about to finish my 18 song album, he came out with an 18 song album. Like right during the time that I was releasing mine. Very sketchy. Or I got the Wiz Khalifa thing. Or it's just like a nonstop phenomenon. Like I released the song. I don't know. You guys see what I put in the live stream chat? But I released the song. It says the boat, and there's a circle and there's a hole, and then Getter releases a song called "Hole in the Boat." Does that not like connect? Like I don't know. That's just pretty weird to me. Pretty weird. I don't know if my ideas are getting stolen, if they're in some type of simulation matrix and being hit with certain things.
Well, yeah, I mean that could fit into the category of like a synchronicity, where there's certain similar kind of lineages of things and certain alignments. I mean, a conspiracy
What freaks me out is I have
conspiracy is more the idea where like some group of people are running some agenda or running some kind of a program in a sense, and being able to, like, when multiple of them get together and then have agendas, yeah, plan to do things kind of behind the closed doors, as it were. Meaning they do it kind of covertly, and it is like organized. What you're describing is kind of more of like a synchronicity, or like. But are you then saying that you think someone's like going like time traveling and getting your ideas from the past or something, or like where were you going with that?
I do think there's some type of simulation thing where, like I said, I will come up with an idea, and these artists that come up with their ideas after, they are not aware that I came up with the idea first. They are making the money. I am not, even though that I feel that I was in first place. So forth. I think the end goal of this is to try to figure out what beings are present, what beings are like kind of give me this like feel like foresight in a sense. Like I feel like I have this type of like psychic ability to peer into the future before it is ever created. And like I said, it's not even just like one or two things. I have like hundreds, probably even thousands of screenshots of like certain things that have like happened in the order of events, everything. It's just I had it all written down. Let's see what else I just uploaded.
Yeah, I mean,
Something's about it.
I think the creator is like an infinitely creative force that can have all kinds of different alignments and similarities of things and overlaps. Like to me, there's like the archetypes are the core foundations, and then everything else comes from those core archetypes. So it's like the idea of like the lover in that in that sense, like the archetype of the lover, like that kind of universal archetype of the lover, and then we all express that in our own ways. The lover archetype comes through us in that sense. So yeah, I think there can be a lot of like things that are lined up in these ways that you're describing, kind of just as like the artistry of creation seems to just do it on its own.
It's just concerning to me. What the biggest concern is, like, I even like the Wiz Khalifa one is probably the worst one, but it's like where I feel like I'm being like robbed of like glory and like financial gain. These people are making millions of dollars, where if I have some idea that is like 90% similar to someone else's, I get extremely discouraged that the simulation is working against me rather than with me. Or they are showing me that regardless of money or not, I do have the foresight. I do have like the vision, and they are just the after effect. I'm gonna send you this Wiz Khalifa one. It's pretty incriminating.
Well, there's also the idea that like ideas, like the idea of morphic fields, where the ideas like monkeys in South America will learn how to use like a new tool, and then simultaneously the monkeys over in Africa will know how to use that tool. So I think we're all psychically connected in that way, to where you could have an idea, but maybe you're not even the originator of that idea. Maybe someone else had that before you. And then it's like timed in a way to where you might have it, and then someone else has like a slight variation of it, and then you may have like not even overlapped in each other's lives. And that can just be a thing. So I feel like it's all just universal, and like these energies just have their different times and cycles and expressions.
Or I can even get into the fact that it's possible these literally probably it's possible these people are taking my ideas and running with it, making money, and I'm not. Which I'm starting to think might be the case. The amount of things I have, this is just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of people do this is probably happening. And I thought that first. As I looked into it more and more and more, started to make more sense that along the lines of theory, it means getting nothing out of it, which is what I have a serious issue with. So I resulted into making videos on these people.
You're roboting.
Robot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I would say like if someone else had a similar idea to you, and you, if you don't, even if you don't have any reason to think that they plagiarized it, and they're getting some kind of money or fame off that, I would say
Do I have a reason?
that's their free ability to do that, right? Isn't it their kind of free will to do that? To basically come up with the idea and then make of it what they wanted to. Now, if they stole it from you, that's
taking my ideas.
well, but you're suggesting
Taking
that he
my
didn't actually
ideas
take it
and
from you. Right?
giving me.
Yeah, you're still breaking.
It could be either. It could be either one. Hold on. Yeah, get to the house. I believe it's either way. It could be both.
Hey, watch Europa. Welcome to the chat, and that is a really good documentary. Oh, is he new to the channel? He was muted. You're unmuted, but wanted to say hi.
Killing me.
Are we getting like a bunch of new people?
Yep.
Are you guys gonna check them in? Welcome to the chat, JSB.
How you doing?
Great. How about you? Are you new to the channel?
Nope.
Oh.
Not really.
Oh, welcome. Nope, I see you're not. How's your night?
What's going on? I'm good. I'm just playing some games.
Cool.
Any conversations going on? What you guys up to?
We were just talking to a new guy, ZPV.
Spaceman.
Do you know him?
Nope. He just spells spaceman with the Z, V, and X.
Ah, okay, gotcha. I didn't really put that together. Not into space. But now I see it.
So where are you from?
I live in sunny Florida. How about you?
You sound American.
I am.
What's your ASL? Remember that from back in the day when the internet first came out?
No. ASL, what does that mean?
Age, sex, location.
Oh, what? No. Oh,
It used to
gosh.
be a thing people ask, like, "Hey, what's your ASL?"
I never heard that before. That's
Yeah, it was
wild.
like a quick way to get to know someone real quick. Like now I know all your your pedigree information.
Yeah. Size the person up. Okay, see you later. Next. Never heard of that.
Yeah, like you'd be in a Yahoo chat room trying to pick up some chicks or something. And you're like, "Yo, what's their A?" You know?
No, I was never in. This is like the only chats I've ever been in.
No doubt.
That's funny. Well, where are you from, JS? It looks like you are hip to the fact that we live on a stationary plane.
Yeah, I'm from Israel.
Israel?
Yeah.
Oh, no. So there's lots of stuff happening over there. Are you joining the protest or what?
Hell, it's all bullshit. It's all government funded protests. It's all distractions.
Well,
Yeah.
I heard people got permits to be able to protest Netanyahu.
Yeah,
I ain't got a
well,
permit to
the
protest. I got a
government,
license to ill though. Oh my bad.
they
Go ahead.
literally advertise the protests like the government advertises it. So it's all just bullshit.
So are they going against him? Like what can you fill us in a little bit?
Well, they don't even know what they're out in the streets for. They're a bunch of sheep. It's the same type of people that would just that fucking like Antifa or BLM. They just clog up the streets. They don't even know what they're fighting for. No real reason. They're like, we want democracy. That's all they're saying. We want democracy. They don't know shit. They don't care about politics only on the day of elections or when something on the news pops up that triggers them. They're a bunch of sheep. That's what's going on.
Hmm. I guess I'm getting a different side to it.
Well, that's the truth. I'm telling you, like, I live here. I know what type of people go to these protests.
Are you American?
Well, here I'm considered American, and in America I would be considered Israeli. But I
So
was born in
were you
America.
born you were born in America?
Yeah, and
What brought
then
what
I
brought you over
moved
there?
here. Well, my family, when I was 12, moved here. They were born here. They wanted to come back, and been here ever since.
How'd you come to the shape of the earth, realizing that you lived on a stationary plane?
It was like some YouTube comments with this dude, like 2016 or 17, was arguing with some dude. I'm pretty sure we found him on one of these servers, which was pretty nice.
So he said something that sparked your interest?
Well, it was like on some video, I don't even remember, like a moon landing or something. I didn't know that NASA faked the moon landings. I already knew that. And
Right.
I just figured it out like a month before. So I was into it, and then I was reading some comments. This dude was like talking over there some shit, and I was like, it's like, how can you prove we live on a ball? And then I just copied a link of a picture of a time lapse of the sky. And I was pretty ignorant. I was like, here you go. And he was laughing at me, and I'm like, what's wrong? and he was basically mocking me, but it was just like for a few comments, and then I just started looking into it. And back then, it was pretty easy to find stuff on YouTube and Google.
Right.
So I just looked up flat Earth, and I found so much information. It really took me like just a few days of research, and that's it.
I was wrestling with this shit for like 6 months when I first found out about it. In my mind,
It was like probably 2 days for me, something like that.
some people get it quicker. I had an issue with sunsets on a flat Earth. Right? How's the sunset on a flat Earth? That's crazy.
Yeah, but then you could ask like so many questions, but if you focus on like, you know, like you find like a black swan, right? So you just find something that it just cannot be a ball if that's true, and you don't gotta get too confused after that. Pretty simple. So I had a few that were for me like
What's
just
your
close the
favorites?
deal. My
I like it.
favorite is
Yeah,
the
some of your
stars.
favorites.
I love the stars.
Me too.
The stars are
I
me. Yeah.
think I think it's the only natural thing that no one can hide. So it's like, and it's been here for years, thousands of years, and that was it for me. That the stars are in the sky in the same location for thousands of years. That was insane for me.
Yeah.
That
Hey, are you Jewish or Hebrew or anything?
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
Jewish.
well, I'm Hebrew, right? It just means I crossed over. My Messiah led me to the front of the book. But check this out. So I'm learning the Hebrew calendar because the calendar that we have right now and the calendar that the Jews have it now, beginning their years in their new year in October. That's not it. Um, the same celestial event happens every year. So, for instance, this year there's a 13th month. And so I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
Adal Bet.
Pardon me.
It's the month. There's an extra month.
Abib.
It's called
Oh,
Adal.
oh, oh, cool.
Yeah,
So.
it's called Adal Bet, which is Adal B. It's Bet is B in Hebrew.
Mhm.
So there's usually it's the end of the year. So basically, it's like the zodiac sign. It's Pisces, right? And then the year starts again with Aquarius, I think.
See,
Um,
well, is it
Aries. It from
Aries,
Pisces to
Aries.
Aries. Yeah.
yeah, Aries. Uh, so for me, and I'm still learning, the Bible, it looks like the Father starts his days at dawn so that we can see what we have now is a crescent moon, is a new moon. No way. Father's about restoration, and the stars, he made the sun, moon, and the stars on the fourth day for his days, years, his Moedim. And the celestial event that I'm looking for this year, which is probably going to be like end of April, May, is going to be the moon is setting. It's going to be with Abib, and then the sun is rising. It's going to be with a star, Hamal, I think it is, around the North Star, and that's how we can distinguish when there's going to be a 13th month. And so through studying like Exodus 12 and Deuteronomy 16:1, remember Abib. And from what I can see, our Creator named 1 month in the Torah, and it's Abib. Yeah, sure, like later on the Babylonian names and stuff, but once you start getting into the calendar, since you really like the stars, it's fascinating. And I've learned that the moon goes dark, right, for like 3 days, and you can't see it. Well, it goes back to the sun. And yeah, sure, you can't really see it because it's so close to the sun. I mean, I don't have a sun filter. I don't have a P900. But that is what happens when there's a solar eclipse. The moon is like they cross. And every month typically that it goes, it gets really close to it, but it like crosses over. They don't intersect all the time, but it gets really, really close. And so I'm almost done. So at Passover time, I'm looking. What's that?
No, it's all good. Continue.
Yeah, and so in the Passover time, I'm looking, like I told you, for the moon is setting. It's going with Spica or Abib, because they kind of changed the names of the stars. And then sun is rising, and it's with Hamal, right? And then 177 days later, and it says this in the first book of Enoch, the same kind of celestial event happens, except for the sun is now rising, and it's with Spica, and the moon is with Hamal around the North Star. And it's absolutely amazing. And that is the only month, because I also celebrate new moon days, which I believe a full moon is a new moon. And it even says that in like Psalm 81:3 or something like that. Because they lie about everything. They lie about what we walk on, and they lie about, they have us looking down at shadows and the equinox and all that kind of stuff. That's not our Creator's calendar.
Oh yeah, of course. The stars are literally a geological clock. Like everything
Yeah.
is based around the stars. The day, the night, months, years,
Yep.
everything. Even
And
the seasons, like basically is the position of the sun in the sky. So
yeah, he has 4 divisions. So it's called the turn of the year for Feast of Trumpets. And that's the only biblical feast that begins with a full moon. Because all the other ones start the moon out. So it makes sense, because check this out. When he brought the children out of Israel, it was already and hold on, I got to get this in my head here. So it was a full. No, hold on a second here. I've got to see. He brought them out at Passover time, and at Passover time there's no moon, right? So I believe, when I don't know if you believe in Messiah or whatever, but you've heard the stories of, they said, show us a sign, and Messiah says the only sign you're going to get is a sign of Jonah. Well, I'm learning that the sign of Jonah is that conjunction dark moon where you can't see it. So Messiah was, yeah, it's so interesting.
so it's basically all like a bunch of names and people
Yeah.
in the Torah is like reference to stars and everything.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, Book of Job, and there's a few. But that's what's so great, is the plan of salvation was written in the stars, and they've changed a lot of the stars' names, and they added constellations and all that kind of stuff. I think there was I want to say 13, 14, and then now there's 88 big ones that, they're trying to get us to be.
There were 44 deemed by Ptolemy, as the story goes. But yeah, NASA, and nowadays it is 88. But there's probably people have different systems all over the world and at different times in history. But the Ptolemy system was a big deal to people in the past, and he had 44. But that's I don't know, that's 300 BC, as history says. Before that, there was probably less than 44. But he I think he's the one responsible for giving them their official names in some sort of book or something.
I believe it. It reminds me of this verse. It says, Claiming to be wise, they became fools and changed the esteem of the incorruptible Elohim, Father of lights, into the likeness of an image of corruptible man and of birds and of four-footed beasts and of reptiles. So they've definitely been changing it.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, it's Romans 1:22 through 23. It says, claiming to be wise, they became fools and changed the esteem of the incorruptible Father of lights into the likeness of an image of a corruptible man and of birds and of four-footed beasts and of reptiles.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so Pleiades, they label Pleiades as M45, like the letter M and 45. I'm like, that's nice.
So what brought you to realizing the Earth wasn't a ball, and when?
2017. It came around for me 2015 on Facebook, and I was like, I'm always up for a good conspiracy, but this one is a little out of my league. So then still out of my league with these kind of
Well,
conversations
I
that these
looked at
guys
it.
have.
I looked at it like people believing that the lizards in the White House or people, for me was like not touch ever. That's fake. For sure.
You're a little
There's.
low for me. I'm gonna turn you up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it was.
Afterwards, I want to tell you something about the Pleiades. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I was saying, yeah, it was all bullshit for me also. Like I've heard it many times before for sure, like everyone heard about it, like at one point about the flat earth. No one really pays too much attention, but it was really just a matter of just really thinking about it for a few minutes and getting my shit together and then realizing that I don't really know what I live on. Let me find out what I live on. And it really was just like starting to, okay, pictures of Earth. Oh my God, that's fucking all NASA. That's fake as fuck. And that was like boom, right away. I'm like, oh shit, I understand. And then I kept on looking for proofs and then I was like, proof the Earth is flat. I'm like, there are way more proofs the Earth is flat. Like it's so hard to find proofs that the Earth is a ball. It's like people are arguing about it, but there was like a million proofs, million ways to see you live on a flat plane. It was really Eric Dubé probably, and some Eric Dubé, uh, Dave Murphy, if you guys remember him, and Eddie Bravo. Yeah, those three dudes.
Oh, that's cool. Fundamental.
Yeah. So, the car manufacturer Subaru.
Yep.
So, Subaru is just another name for the same star cluster that's also called the Pleiades. And Subaru, I think, directly translates into the Seven Sisters. But the logo on their logo for their company
Like 4 stars, right?
only has 6 stars because there's this legend attached to it where one of the sisters goes missing, and so then like the name Subaru, it's in reference to 6 visible stars with a sort of pretend going on that there's a 7th one that's missing or just invisible. And I'm trying to figure out, I just searched define Pleiades, and it says Pleiades is also known as the Seven Sisters, but again, it only refers to 6 stars. So it seems like the Western and the Eastern traditions have this agreement about this specific thing, where it's 6 stars referred to as 7.
Seven. What 7 stars are those though in the sky?
Oh, I mean, I could look that up. Name.
In Job, it's in that's mentioned in Job. Are you looking it up?
Yeah. You go ahead though. It'll take me a sec.
Is that like our
This
seven stars in our like the 7 wandering stars? It has nothing to do with the wandering stars.
No, this is just a specific little cluster. It's called like an asterism. It's basically like a miniature constellation. So let's see. The Pleiades are a group, 410 light years from, yeah, sure. In Taurus, yada, yada, yada. Also known as the Seven Sisters or Messier 45 or M45, like you're saying, derives its English name from Greek legend. The Pleiades are the 7 daughters of the Titan god Atlas and the ocean nymph Pleione. During an ancient war, Atlas rebelled Zeus. Yada yada. Well, what are the names of the 7 stars? Though is what I asked.
Pleiades. Yeah.
It says. Okay, so yeah, 7 sisters, 7 maidens, 7 little girls. It said it had the names for them here, but it's a long article. Here we go. Alcyone, Atlas, Electra, Merope or Merope, Tegeti, and Pleione, which
I
is
wonder what it
again
means.
6.
Like, what's the real definition for those?
I got that for you.
A lot of those are Greek words.
Right.
But aren't they based like on stories with like meaning and everything?
Oh, absolutely. I only recognize one of them, even though I've heard Electra used in like pop culture. The only one I recognize is Atlas, the Titan who's cursed to hold up the heavens for all eternity, which Globers have hijacked his statues made of him. He used to be known as holding up the heavens, and then the Globers hijacked the story of Atlas, and now he's holding up the Earth, the globe Earth.
Basically, globe heads. That's what they're doing. They're suffering and holding up globe Helios model.
Yeah, Atlas is their boy. Atlas is the ultimate glober. He supports it like no one else. But that's
He's the
only,
ultimate
like I
supporter.
said, but that's only what I said. Like, that's a hijacking. The original story is that he's holding up the heavens, not holding up the earth.
Well, who knows? You know.
In the Bible, it talks about Job 38:31. It says, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion? And Pleiades, it just means, it says here, Kama, and it just means a cluster of stars. So I think the Greeks really just kind of took some liberty
They
with that.
hijacked that,
Yeah,
translated
and made
it into the Pleiades specifically.
Made it into their little Greek gods with the little G's.
Uh-huh.
Because they do. I mean, I don't know if the adversary or whatever you want to call him, I don't know if he knows exactly the whole plan of what's happening. Even if he did, he wouldn't tell the people that follow him, because the bottom line is, if he gets enough people, that's why I think that they lie about the shape of the earth. Attack the creator, make it seem like there is no creator, attack as a creation, and then voila. You have everybody want to be their own little gods.
Yeah, I got you. I also feel like it's coming at us from both angles. That the adversary is trying to get you to disbelieve in the Bible as much as it wants you to believe in the wrong way. or misinterpret in a strong sense of belief. But that you mentioned that Job passage that Pleiades mention is made in, that whole thing to me just rings of the zodiac, like a walkthrough of the zodiac. There's rams and bulls and lions and
Mazzaroth. Yep.
yeah, Mazzaroth. I don't really know what's going on there, but it definitely has like the stench of the zodiac lingering from it.
For sure. And he even
Which
talks
is
about the Mazzaroth. That's in the Bible too. Can you bring out the Mazzaroth or something like that in their tongue?
Can thou tell forth the Mazzaroth, which
Yeah.
I would translate, perhaps, maybe, as do you understand the story written in the zodiac?
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Yeah,
so
because
weird because, you know, a lot of people want to stay away from like
astrology.
astrotheology, I guess.
Yeah, well, I stay away from astrology now. Astronomy,
Sure.
I
No,
love.
okay. I don't really divide them with a very strict fine line, you know. But I do think that they both cross my go outside of my area of comfort. Like, hey, astronomers, you're taking things way too far. Astrologers, you're also taking things way too far. The stars, the heavens are something we should study, you know, but just, you know, keep it grounded, really. You know, don't. Yeah, that's all I have to say really on that. But the Bible seems to be potentially best interpreted by someone who has studied the stars. And I kind of feel like that's what is being said, where he's like, Job, do you understand the zodiac? Do you? A lot of people I've talked to about this passage, they don't get anything from Job 30 or whatever, so on, for so many passages. The only thing they get from it is that God is demeaning Job and saying, you know nothing. And he's giving all sorts of examples just to support his berating of Job, just to emphasize, you know nothing, I know everything, you're dumb, I'm smart. And it's like, I don't think the Bible would waste so many lines of text just to say that simple point. I think there's more to it than most people get from it. But it sounds like you're
100%.
on the right page with your understanding of the word Mazzaroth.
Yeah, well, it's the whole creation, right? So, I say it all the time. It probably gets old to people, but we really do need to learn the biblical calendar because obviously there's a lot of people that believe that there's a creator. I mean, look at the design. But about 2, maybe 3 months ago, the last time the ISS was up there and they're like, look at that. Look at the moon. I was like, wait a second. They're not looking at the moon. It's really extremely close to the sun at this point because I do my I guard my Sabbaths based on and my new moon days based on the full moon. And so I know like my Sabbath is tomorrow. So the following week there's not going to be a moon. You're not going to be able to see the moon. Obviously it's still up there.
What do you mean your Sabbath? Like you're using a system other than just like the days of the week that most people go by?
Yeah, well, so like I said earlier, I think you were in here. God only named 1 month. He said to the children of Israel, this is your new calendar, essentially. And so when you get Abib, I don't know if you were here. For me,
let's just say I wasn't.
Okay, so for Abib, because there's going to be a 13th month in my Hebrew calendar, and
For Nisan?
Pardon me?
Is it Nisan? So it's coming up, right?
Abib, yeah, Abib, because Nisan is Babylonian in my opinion, but Abib.
Okay.
So he says in Exodus 12, in Deuteronomy 16, guard Abib. So then once you get Abib down, because I was telling these guys that the Bible begins his days at dawn, so that you can use all three witnesses. The sun is rising, the moon is setting, and you can still see the stars, right? There's a lot of people that keep a lunar or solar Sabbath or whatever, and then you miss if you begin your days at sunrise, you miss the stars. So at Abib, happens every year. That's how we know that there's going to be a 13th month this year. The moon is cruising around with Abib, or Spica, because they changed the star's name. And then the sun is going to be rising with Hamal is going to be near it. And then 177 then 177 days later, because that's going to be the beginning of Abib, and then that's
Is
Passover.
that half the year, by the way? 177 days? Half the
From
solar year?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I never really looked at it like that, but I'm talking like the biblical feast. So from
It's like
the
175, like 175 plus 175 is 350, right? And so what do we 365? So 177 is 4 more than that. So that's 354 days, I
Mhm.
guess. Or that'd be half of. Okay, that didn't really go anywhere. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I know, like numbers and like that. So, but it's called the turn of the year. So 177 days later, and even says it in First Enoch. I've got Feast of Trumpets, and that's the only biblical feast that we begin with a full moon. So, I'm not saying that my calendar is the right one or anything like that, but it does
Oh,
definitely
look
make
at that!
sense.
Look at that. So full moons are every 29 and a half solar days.
Mm.
And so
Lunar days, would that be lunar?
no. Well,
Solar?
let me just finish this. It is sort of on that angle. So uh, um, there is a full moon to where like you're standing for yourself. There's a full moon to you every 29 and a half days is when you'll as where anyone's going to see a full moon. And so 12 full moon cycles is 354 days, which is exactly the number we just calculated. So 177 is half of 12 moon cycles.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that. Because it's actually 329 days and 330 days. And I'm still learning. Obviously, I do not have it down completely yet. But
And what system are you talking about?
the the biblical calendar.
Okay. Which is that sounds kind of angled towards like a lunar calendar.
No,
Because there is only one number. I mean, there really is only one number associated with a solar year, and it is understood. Like there's 365.242 number after that decimal wise as to like when the sun will complete one cycle. Even just from like a feet on the ground observational standpoint, like the solar cycle is pretty just exact. It doesn't change. It'll be where it was once again every 365.242 cycles of 24 hours. But the real issue is that you can have 12 full moons within that amount of days, or you might have 13 full moons in that amount of days. But what you'll never have is 13 full moon cycles.
Yeah,
So
but
you
what
might.
I was trying to explain before that in the Hebrew calendar, it leaves you that number 177. What you said it was 354, right?
Yeah, half of 354. Yes.
So that leaves you 10 days for 364, which adds up with the Hebrew calendar that every 3 years you have a
Well,
13.
11.
It's almost 3 years. Yep. A 13th month. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, you have
Yep.
Adar Bet, which is that's the month I was born on.
Oh, cool. So
Yeah.
you reminded me something to say. So in the calendar, he named 1 month. I mean, in the Torah, he named 1 month, right? And then we're supposed to number our days. So today is the 7th in my calendar that I follow from my interpretation. Today's the 7th day of the 12th Hebrew month for me. So tomorrow, because my calendar, it goes new moon day. First is new moon day. 8th is my first Sabbath, and the 15th is my second Sabbath. The 22nd is my third Sabbath, and the 29th is my fourth and last Sabbath for the month. Now, that's of the Hebrew calendar. I was making a mistake doing the 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, 29th on the pagan calendar for 3 years. And finally, I was like, oh, because it wasn't until Deuteronomy 16:1, guard Abib, observe Abib. Okay, so I was like, okay, what does that mean? Right? Obviously, there's got to be something that happens every year that I'm going to be able to distinguish. And so I came across this guy on YouTube University, and it just makes sense. I mean, I'm not really down with everything that his method or whatever, but there are things that I'm starting to understand. And so I'm numbering my days. That's
So
what you're
you're
supposed to
starting
do.
over after 354 days?
You mean at Passover? So I guess I don't do like how many days in the calendar because I don't do a solar, I don't do a lunar, I do a sun, moon, and stars calendar because I use all 3 of those witnesses to begin my new year, to mark the year of Abib. I mean, the month, that's what I know Abib is. And that's how I'm looking for, again, the moon to set with Abib, and the sun is rising with Hamal around the North Star. So when I see that, that's when Abib is going to start. And so if I don't see it, then that's when I know there's going to be a 13th month. So you got a birthday coming up, huh?
Well,
Jess?
I had like a week ago.
Oh, okay.
A little more.
Okay. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. So what's Abib? I still don't understand.
Abib is what it just means. It's the harvest. Remember?
Is that
It's
a
Passover
Hebrew
time.
word?
It's the month of Abib. It's the month of Passover.
Aviv. Yeah?
Abib, Abib.
But is it a Hebrew word?
Yeah, I think so. Here, I'm gonna get it for you.
So they're talking about Aviv. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I don't
think
know why they
Aviv. You could say
spell it.
that as well in Hebrew. Means
Yeah,
ear of grain.
B and V are interchangeable phonetics.
No, it's weird they would spell it with a B and not with a V though.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, it's the
Aviv
English
is
language.
spring in Hebrew.
What's that?
Aviv is spring in Hebrew.
Huh.
Springtime.
Okay, yeah, because this says ear of grain, like the grain, the harvest time.
That
Yeah,
sounds more like a August September time, especially like correlated to the zodiac. That's like more of the time of Virgo, which is the Egyptian New Year is during that time where like Leo transitions to Virgo or August September, and
yeah, the
yeah, I
Hebrew New
mean
Year
people have different.
is in September. But
Like we were saying, people different cultures have different New Year's. Obviously, ours, Americans, is in January, right? But the Hebrew New Year's is different than the Egyptian New Year's, and it all depends on what system you're using from what culture.
Hebrew New Year usually is in September, but
Okay,
based on what she's saying, it's if I'm not mistaken, it's April or March. No.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I
Well, it
picked up
changes.
too.
It's just, learning
Yeah,
the
that's the
celestial
difference.
patterns. What's that?
That's the difference between see a calendar where the days are numbered according to the sun. The the months the months stay aligned with the seasons, but following a lunar calendar, the months will go on like a journey, and it'll take like 33 years or 19 years or whatever to get back on track to what's really being referenced, because a lunar calendar says fuck dating our days or months related to the seasons. We're going by the moon, which disregards the seasons or has a sort of like sort of cycle where it unaligns and then realigns. The whole benefit of using a solar based calendar of like 365 days divided into 12 months, even though the word month is in reference to the moon. Here's the thing. A lunar calendar has to say fuck the seasons, and a solar calendar has to say fuck the months. There's a disrespect both of them have to each other, and lucky us, we can understand and follow both at the same time, but they're not the same thing. And so the only way Christmas is celebrated in winter is because it's defined by a solar calendar. But if you wanted to say Christmas is the 25th day of the 12th month on a lunar calendar, then a few years later, you're going to be celebrating Christmas in springtime, because the days of the months don't stay aligned with the seasons following a lunar calendar. They do with a solar calendar, though. But
You know what I'm understanding from all this is basically there's just so many ways people, you could date, like you could write it however you want, like by the moon, sun, whatever.
Oh, there's really only two options though, and it's not hard to understand both. They have their differences, and they really don't cooperate with each other. The lunar, like there's 12.39 full moon. I'm sorry, not full moons. There's 12.39 moon cycles that happen within the solar cycle, and so it takes actually 33 years for the moon cycle and the solar cycles to realign with each other. Where if you like set a holiday, you'd only be able to celebrate that holiday every 33 years if you want it to be some special event in the sky involving the sun and the moon. So most people just pick one or the other, but there's a trade-off. If you follow a solar calendar, then the moon is always going to be out of alignment. But if you pick a lunar calendar, the seasons are going to slowly get more and more out of
No,
alignment until
but
they
but
eventually
but you play
realign
with
33
it.
years later.
That's the whole point. You play with it, so they add another month every few years. Over here, with the solar calendar, we add like 1 month is 30 days, the other month is 31 days. Then after 4 years, February is like 29 days or 26 days. It's also kind of messed up. But
Oh, that makes
what I was
sense.
what what I was
Like I
saying
said, you just
is
got to
like
disrespect the
you could
moon.
start the year basically, depends on the culture or whatever, They just started the year based on their beliefs and what they wanted to do. Like with time, it just all added up to what it is today. So
Here's what we could do, man.
I would think it is cool starting the year December 26th or 5th. Sorry, 5th, where it's like the winter solstice is the shortest day, and then the sun starts closing in again, which is a nice way. You could think of it like in different ways. Like you could count your days, you could count like a week could be 10 days. So you could ignore the moon completely. So basically everything added up to what it is today. So yeah, I would agree with you that the solar calendar is probably the easiest, most practical to use. That's probably what I'm going to use my whole life.
Only if you want your holidays to remain like if you want Christmas to be a winter holiday, yeah, you got to use the solar calendar. But obviously, the moon is a very more apparent and upfront and reliable, like in your face for everyone system. Because it's very easy to keep track of time by full moon occurrences. That's a great system. I would never ask anyone to not take advantage of the reliability and the very even keel cycle of the moon. We should know both cycles. We just got to understand that they don't work with each other.
Well, that's why I use the sun. Listen to this. It says, and there came to be evening, and there came to be morning on the third day. And Elohim said, "Let lights come to be in the expanse of the heavens, and separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs, appointed times, for days, and for years." So for me, I want to use all three witnesses, and I want the biblical feasts that are in the Bible. I want to meet with my Creator. The way that I look at it is He set time aside to meet with us. So I want to try to figure out how to meet Him there. So I'm going by the sun, moon, and the stars, right? So I totally get what you're saying. If you go with the sun, you're kind of messed up, and if you go with just the moon, you're kind of messed up. So for me to calculate my Creator's rhythm,
use the stars as well.
yeah,
The third
exactly.
witness.
Yeah, because he starts his mornings in the Bible at dawn, where it's such a beautiful time of day as well, and dusk. And so at dawn, if I can really ever get up, it's so beautiful and peaceful. And there's a little bit of the sun coming up. You can still see the stars. It's beautiful. So this just works for me. It just makes sense for me.
Yeah,
But don't you lose
there
10
is
days every year? That way?
But see, I don't go compared to what's a year? Where did I get that whole year from? Right? I think it's Babylonian.
from your school, from your culture.
Right, exactly. But I'm trying to get a new culture now. I'm trying to
Well,
pull
I'm talking
out.
about the seasons and the solstice. So
I don't do the solstice. I don't see it in the Bible. I don't see it in the Torah.
basically you are gonna
They do
lose
happen though.
10 days every year, and then like after a few years you're gonna celebrate Chris or like your birthday or whatever.
I have a
Like a
13th month.
different season completely.
So here's a real interesting thing about the sun versus the stars. So the sun travels ever so slightly slower on average than the stars do overhead. And I know you can't see them when the sun's out, but just, keeping track of them, predicting wise and just, whatever, observing. The stars always move at a constant pace across the sky. The sun moves slower and faster throughout the year across the sky, but then you can average its speed out of its slowest and fastest point. And it turns out that the sun moves on average just a little bit slower than the background stars. And so the best way to understand it is that it turns out that for every 365 times, for every 365 times the sun rises, moves across the sky, and sets, the stars, for every 365 times the sun does that, the stars did it 366 times. They're just a little bit faster, that in the time it takes for the sun to go 365 times in its cycle, the stars have done 366, just one more.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the moon,
that's what creates like great years and all that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's where the great 2,500 or 25,920 year great year gets created. Just for, yeah, exactly. That little difference, that one day, that one cycle difference every 365 days.
And that brings you into like the ages.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. What I don't know is that how the moon fits into this relationship of speeds, because I think I've heard that the moon, it doesn't slow or speed up in its speed like the sun does throughout the year. I'm pretty sure the moon
Does
stays at
seem
a
like it, though.
constant pace.
I don't know, because when I was tracking it, because like right now, it seems like it's slowing down, because next week, and the reason, well, I mean, so what is today? Tomorrow's going to be, today's the 13th of the pagan. Tomorrow's the 8th. And so a week from tomorrow, it seems like it goes really slow the closer it gets to the sun. There was this guy that he wrote a book about First Enoch, and bless his heart, he wasn't a flat earther yet, but he was probably a little close. But he says that the moon is solar powered. And I was like, well, that's weird. I don't know how that could possibly happen, because when the moon moves away from the sun, it's not completely full. But it seems like it goes faster after it comes out of the dark phase. But it does seem like it moves slower, though. I got to tell you. It does. When it loses the light, I'm not saying this is the truth. It
could, though.
It appears to, because I was tracking it for a while, a couple months, and then it just got to be a little challenging.
Well, it's so hard to see it move anyway. So
no, well, what I do is my
be
star
like
app.
that?
I have a star app. You just open it up, and then it shows you what stars are there. So I did like a little screenshot, and I tracked it that way. It was a lot easier that way.
Right on.
Yeah, so the sun, it tells you what time it is during the day, right? And the moon tells you, no, wait, it says the sun tells you what time it is, the moon tells you what day it is, and the stars tell you what month it is.
That could be, you know what? At first glance, that sounds pretty good, honestly.
Yeah. Because you know what? The moon rules with a particular star that month.
It's a combination, though. You know, it's a combination of all of them. But I see the point in what you're saying. Really, you'd say like what was it you said? I know you said the stars tell you the month, but really, what should be said is the combination of the stars and the sun tell you what month it is. Not just the stars, but like the combination of the sun and the stars.
But the sun can't really do that, can it?
No, well, you understand that when it comes to like your birth sign. or whatever in
Passover,
astrology or
right?
astronomy, right?
Yeah.
It's all about what stars are behind the sun when on the day you're born, because if you divide the stars, which are moving faster than the sun across the sky, every 30 days the uh, the sun will lag behind the stars it was hanging out with, and they'll move on past the sun. They'll say, "Smell you later, loser," and leave the sun in their dust, because they're faster than the sun. The stars are faster than the sun. So the stars, if divided into groups of 30-degree sections or 12 pizza slices, they're going to spend 30 days with the sun, and then in that 30 days they will have outpaced it and carried on forward, and the sun will be forced to move one position back in ranking. And so it's like, okay, that that month is over. Now we're in the in the 10th position. Oh well, the stars that take up the 10th pizza slice, they moved on, and the sun couldn't keep up. So now the sun is in 9th place, and it hangs out with the 9th place stars. But they're always leaving. The stars are always leaving the sun behind because they're moving faster than it. And so every month the sun is hanging out with a different one of his 12 apostles.
You know, it hangs out
In
with
a different
Venus a
position
lot.
also.
What's that? Sorry.
No, it every day it loses like like 1%, like 1 degree of circle.
Yeah, practically, yeah, a little bit more, like 1 point something, but yeah, totally, like 1.3% of a or
No, it's like
1.3
I
degrees.
think it's like 1.0 something. Something.
Yeah, because there's 360 degrees in a circle, and so it'd actually be less.
Basically, it's
Actually,
0.98.
yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, like the sun, the sun travels 0.8 degrees every day when the stars travel 1 degree, and there's always just that little bit less that the sun travels than the stars did. They're always moving a little bit faster than
Well, it
him.
moves like 30 degrees every month, like quicker. So
Yeah, basically, yeah.
and then the
Every month.
constellation change, and that's like the zodiac sign.
Mm-hmm.
Like I am
Absolutely.
Like, I wonder what the stars are doing when the sun is out. So it's like, are they like supercharging the star? Is the sun supercharging the stars, and like does that have an effect on like
Well,
on
the stars
us?
are over. Like the stars would be over you when they're not over us. Right?
You know what's crazy though? It literally like the stars are moving so insignificantly faster than the sun that it literally takes 25,920 years for them to to fully like lap the sun, and that it's so subtle. You know what I mean? It's so incredibly subtle. It's crazy how subtle it is. It makes me feel there's something special to it in its subtlety. But we're dealing with the stars in the heavens here, so of course there's something special going on. But it's all just so fascinating. The thing is though, it's such an imperfect system. But let me just say one more thing before I give it a bad reputation. I'll start out like sort of blaspheming, but then I'll tie it back in. The fucking stars and the moon and the sun, they're all off by such small degrees that it really wouldn't matter in the course of a year. Like it's like, oh yeah, no noticeable difference, no big deal. But when you want to take it super seriously, then you have to acknowledge, oh, I guess there are these like imperfections in their cycles. but and you're like, oh, I guess the sun, the stars, and the moon, they all have like like serious disagreements. They don't want to cooperate with each other completely. But then there's this perfection you can recognize in their imperfect relationship. There's perfection to be understood within or because of the imperfections they have, because they're just slightly misaligned with each other, then that it complicates things, but it also just serves to like reveal greater truths. It's so strange, but I really wouldn't have it any other way. It, the God or the universe or whatever, it hasn't made the sky something very easily understood. It's almost impossible to really understand it. And I feel like there's a beauty in the cycles of the lights in the sky that kind of reflects the sort of notion that if the sky is one of the fundamental expressions of God, you know, of course it's something beyond our grasp, because all these cycles and how they line up, it truly is beyond our grasp. But we can grasp it to a degree, but it's a little bit of like a teaser. It's like, hey, you want to know God, you want to witness God's face, you want to stare him in the eyes or whatever. I'll give you a shot if you can even fully comprehend what you're looking at when you look up. Why don't you just look up and try to fully comprehend that and understand how impossible that is to fully understand? Now times that by a million and put it on steroids, and that's your fucking humbling moment of how fucking hopeless you are to grasp the entirety of his glory. So you can't even grasp the entirety of the glory of the heavens,
Right.
let alone God. And that's just one thing, is like there might be a Hebrew or biblical calendar, and I'll tell you, it's not simple, and it's not understood completely, and it's kind of a broken system because it has to be. It's not something that the Bible or anyone can actually explain to you. It's actually kind of, I don't know, not even important at all, really, at the end of the day. But I wouldn't tell anyone to avoid using it, because use whatever calendar system you want, especially if it has like relationship to holidays or rituals or whatever. And I'd also call rituals kind of bullshit at the end of the day too. Like I don't need to do anything special. All I need to do is try my best. But if this aligns with your attempt to do your best to be a good person or a good Christian, then yeah, absolutely utilize it. But I wouldn't fault anyone or think that they're going to hell for not having fully understood the stars
Oh
by the
yeah,
time they
no,
die, because no one's going to do that.
not at all.
But it's but what else are you going to do in life? You're fucking be wise, be good, and be wise, and have fun, and study the glory of God and the ways he expresses himself to you, knowing that even in those attempts, you can only get so far and not really ever reach the finish line. But there's some things that are worth looking into, and there's some things that are completely not worth looking into. So just have good taste in your endeavors. Try not to waste your time. Do something that you think is worthwhile for the grace and glory of God, I guess.
Yeah, you said
And the
it last time.
calendar, yeah, I can definitely respect research into the biblical calendar. Of course, that sounds. I don't think you'll ever master it. I don't think anyone ever could achieve a masterful understanding of the stars. But
Well,
you
it's not.
can learn. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's not really the stars as much as learning our creator's rhythm. I talk about how I think that we people in general have like a Greek mindset. It's very linear. And I was saying earlier today that Hebrew is like a cyclical. It's got patterns, it's got types, it's got antitypes. So it's not linear. And just like it's called the living word. So I really resonate with it. Never in my life did I have anything, any kind of upbringing, spiritual, religious, anything. I just, and I don't consider myself a Christian. My Messiah didn't come to start a religion, but there's biblical feasts in the Bible that it's a type, and so this is going to sound backwards. The biblical feasts are a type, so when the antitype, that is Messiah, got here, they would see the rhythm of why they were practicing and rehearsing, Passover, unleavened bread, first fruits, and then like 50 days and another 50 days, Shavuot, which is in like August, end of August or somewhere around there. That's another harvest time. And then you have in a couple of months, you have that turn of the year, the 177 days later, you have the rest of the fall feast. You have Feast of Trumpets, you have Atonement, and then you have Tabernacle, and then you have the 8th day. So he put those feasts as rhythm, as his rhythm, as when to meet with him and to when to pay attention to like what's happening in the world. And that's because you're right. I'm never going to master it.
I got a
That's why
question
it's
for you.
so fascinating. Yeah.
Why do you think that these calendrical events, these holidays, for one way of putting it, we know that there's days like President's Day or Labor Day or Arbor Day or whatever, right? And it's like, I don't give a shit about them, right? These are just some days based on some calendar. The one I use, I guess, the solar calendar, the Gregorian calendar, that some people invented, right? And they're kind of just randomly chosen. Maybe there's some significance to it. There might be some sort of make believe men in cloaks playing dress up in the dark significance to it. Like, oh, Labor Day is 9 months after the conception of the year. So the year is conceived, and then the year goes into labor 9 months later, in reference to like the birth cycle. Or, yeah, a little esoteric, little a playfulness to it and all. And I can't really say that I view any holiday as much more than that. Just a little bit of pretend playtime that people have invented as just a for fun, make believe little black magic ritual that they do. I just don't see the point in worshiping any day unless it has to do with some sort of pagan worship of the coming of seasons or some sort of
I could
astrological
see it as
alignment.
I could see it as something spiritual, and it could be
But why?
the
Because someone
beginning.
told you?
Beginning, no, it could be the beginning of the spring, or
Yeah, like I
when
said, you can
when
worship
you
the seasons
harvest
all you want.
harvest
I'm down with
harvest
that.
your food, like you thank
Yeah.
God for everything. You
Yeah,
had a
but
good harvest.
that's
It's
different
pretty
in different
spiritual.
places in the
Hold
world.
on, Fundy, man. You had your time to lay it out. You're kind of walking all over him.
You're right. Sorry.
So I'm saying, yeah, you thank God for having a good harvest year, for having a healthy year, end of the year, winter time, all those, to me at least. I understand what you're saying, like, because they told me. I don't celebrate any holiday anyone told me. I really think I appreciate certain times of the year and certain things that happen, and it is nice to celebrate, give thanks, all that. So in that aspect, there are people that take the holidays kind of spiritually. I think it's a good idea, but it's super artificial today, and like you said, most people just do it because that's how they grew up and they tell them. But it can be
Yeah,
very, very like spiritual and uplifting, and I think it could be humbling and a good experience.
I
You
think
can
there's
celebrate
definitely like a
whatever you
good
want. Go
sentiment
make up your
that
own
could be
holiday.
put behind it, but we all know that different places on the world experience seasons in opposition of each other, where it's one person's summer or spring, it's one person's fall or winter. And so the idea of labeling one day as something titled like, God's Harvest Day, well, that's God's planting day on some other part of the world. And so it seems very culturally limited or geographically limited, where at the end of the day, it all boils down to the understanding that holidays are man made. Uh, there is a cycle going on, but as far as worshiping like events that occurred during those times or on that day, that's different depending on where you live. And I wouldn't imagine God favoring Americans over Africans or something like that, or North Africa or Europe over South Africa. Whereas, and so to say, oh, this is Harvest Day, well, it's actually Hibernation Day for some other people. So it just seems so limited and kind of just artificial, man-made, and not something anyone should stake any spiritual importance on. Or if there is going to be spiritual, importance staked upon any certain day, it should reflect the two situations or the multiple situations that different people in different places are experiencing. It it really seems like all religious traditions have a sort of the ones that the Abrahamic ones, they're very northern climate centric, which almost seems like an
Obviously, it's
ignorant god
all
or an ignorant priesthood that didn't know that there were people living more southward having the complete opposite experience of them at the
you
same day or time of the year.
you're talking about time where these holidays and religions and civilizations. First of all, they were all north north of the equator. I think 90% of the people on Earth live north of the equator, or
That's
like
true.
80.
Yeah, that is
Um,
true.
and like it's all Western and it's all based around Europe and all that. So like you know you can't blame them. And people
Oh,
in Brazil celebrate Christmas in the summer. They love it. I'm sure they love snow. They could move to fucking Greenland if they want, but like it's not even the point. The point is celebrating with your family, whatever. It could be Christmas. You could like just adopt a holiday or make up your own holiday or celebrate whatever way you want.
well, there's four things that hold true to all people, and that's the equinox, the two equinoxes, and the two solstices. And if there's going to be a holiday uh, at all established, I would say base it off of those. That to me, there's really only four holidays that truly exist, because there's only four times of year that are universally sort of experienced. There's gonna be the summer, uh, winter solstices, and the spring and autumnal equinoxes. Other than that, you're getting very one-sided on which side of the equator you live on. If you want to deem it the harvest month, or the feast month, or the whatever, you know, the,
Yeah, but the whole
past those
world doesn't
four
have to
points, it's all
celebrate
bullshit.
together. The whole world doesn't have to celebrate together, and the different countries, and countries are
Oh yeah,
way smaller than like, season differences and all that. So
yeah.
it's
So
like, in Florida they
those
don't
four
have
things,
snow.
it's just for
What
fun.
can you do? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not trying to take anyone's fun away from them. I'm just trying to advise no one stake spiritual significance on anything other than those 4 points. It's like, yeah, we all share these 4 points of the year. Other than that, it's just like, hey, let's just celebrate for fun. There's nothing in nature you can really stake this holiday on that's universal other than those 4 points. You're just being
I didn't say it was
isolated.
universal. I
Yeah,
didn't say
no,
it.
I know he didn't. I was saying that's my point. There's only 4 universal nodes of the year that everyone can actually experience. If there's any other holidays besides those 4 nodes of the year, that they're going to be extremely personalized based on geographical location or basically that, or climate. And at that point, it's just for fun. You could move somewhere else, and your tradition would have to be flipped on its head. That's nothing to stake spiritual importance on. If depending on where you're at, it's completely flipped on its head. There's only 4 things that can't be flipped on their head.
I don't know. I'm a fixed and immovable person. And I believe that there's a creator, and I believe the creator is kind enough to leave us instructions and to talk to us through people, through other experiences of other people. And I believe that he gave us instructions and he gave us prophecy so that we wouldn't be caught unawares. And I just feel like it makes sense to me. Not that I need it. I mean, I don't think anybody needs anything. But, I said it earlier today that there's so many people that love his creation, the creator, let's just say the creator's creation, that how much time are we putting into seeking out who that creator is, whomever he is? I think that this creator of this beautiful earth gave us instructions. He cares about us, and he wants us to get to know him, because it talks about, because there's a lot of people that they just mentally ascend, and they're all you have to do is say a prayer and just believe in Jesus and you're good, and they go on about their merry way and continue behaving the way that they've always behaved, and just acting the same. They've really never changed. And I feel like he gave us instructions so that we could be set apart if we want. And that's what's so beautiful about the creator, is he gives us free will.
In what manner does he convey his instructions?
Well, I believe that the scriptures are historically found.
Sure.
Yeah, I really do.
Is that the single, like, only way, or are there other ways in your
Only ways to what?
You said that you believe the creator bestowed upon us his instructions through the Bible?
And many scriptures that people took out. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sure, and the rest of them. What other ways besides written text, or is that the only way, you think?
I don't. It's a really tough question. I think you're boxing me in there.
No, I'm opening the box. I mean, other examples would be that
but to the where
the stars
way to
say the
what?
same instructions, or
I
there's a code written in everyone's heart that has the same instructions.
I need you to tell me the way to where.
Well, I was just referencing you saying the creator gave us his instructions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
did he only communicate his instructions through written text, or do you think that he gave us his instructions in any other way?
No, I think he was very clear on the instructions that he gave us. Um, I think he was very clear on his instructions. Now, I realize the question of people in Africa and people in different islands, and they don't have that word. Well, we have scriptures that says that the gospel is going to be like Messiah essentially is going to come back after the gospel has been preached throughout the whole world. So the thing is,
Let's get to work then.
and you know, I feel like I used to be a party girl and social, and I just in the scene and everything, you know, and now I just don't fit in. I really kind of not have been fitting in since 2008, but still I was there, but I was so sick of having like stupid conversations when I knew about 9/11 and, you know, distribution, how vulnerable we were and everything. And now what's important for me is because, you know, it seems like a lot of people are dying. There's this guy that I listened to on Telegram, and like he's gone. He just died of a heart attack. And it's like everywhere I'm turning, there's like finality, you know, and what differentiates me from someone possibly that doesn't have the faith or read the instructions and stuff is like I feel like I know the instructions. I know what the story is. Well, I'm learning what the story is and what to expect, and that there's going to be a resurrection because Messiah, Jesus, people know him as Jesus. I call him a Hebrew name, Yehoshua, or version of it. He was the first fruit. And that's why those biblical feasts are so important, the rhythm of the creator. So he knew that like there's evil in the world and that they want to take away the free will that Father has given us. And so what's really fascinating is First Enoch. It explains so much of why we're in this situation. It elaborates on Genesis 6. It tells us about the giants and how the watchers created or married women, the daughters of man, and taught us, you know, drugs, abortion, women eye makeup, and metals for war and all that kind of stuff. And so it just helps. I have hope, right? Because I know there's going to be a resurrection, and Messiah is the first fruits, right? He was the antitype because it's the opposite, right? You've got the type, and then you have the antitype, which is the fulfillment. Messiah is the antitype, I believe, for the biblical feast. So Messiah was buried at Passover time. He was the unleavened bread. Or he was the Passover-ish lamb, but he really wasn't because God doesn't take human sacrifices. He was buried representing unleavened bread, and he rose as like the first fruits. And so I have hope in the resurrection because as much as this place is beautiful,
What does that mean to you? You mean like Jesus's resurrection, or everyone who's ever died will resurrect? I've heard some wild stuff before from people. Like
there's gonna
everyone
be a
who's ever
judgment.
died is going to come back to life or something.
Oh yeah, it talks about in Ezekiel 36, I think.
But what were you mentioning just a second ago?
Well,
When you
yeah, the
said you
resurrection.
believe in the
There's two resurrections. It talks
and you
about
believe in both?
yeah. I live my
Okay.
life, hopefully, for that because okay, so the watchers, they left their first estate, right? So Father, our creator, took a people for himself, for humanity, so that these people that he chose could go out into the world and show the world their light and how to worship the creator, how to be with a creator that is dealing with an entity that used the creation that he created for humans. So he decided to take a people for himself, and these people could be an example and go out to the world and show, that, like, because there's many gods at that time. The Watchers, the humans thought that they were gods, right? They were little g's. And so Father, took the people for himself, and then that's when he had man write down his scriptures for us. And sometimes it's hard to understand what he means by that, and I'm okay with not understanding everything. But I know there's going to be a resurrection. I know it. The resurrection for everybody. Everybody. And I'm hoping that he says to me, Blaze, sister, welcome. Well done, faithful and obedient servant. Something to that effect. And if I was wrong,
luck.
then what? Thanks, I need it.
I
But
hope that happens.
if I was wrong, what did I lose? Hey, Issa.
A little bit of time, maybe. Nothing too bad.
I had a good time earlier in my life.
Maybe
I'm just trying
maybe
to.
time
Go ahead.
allocated towards certain things that could have been directed towards other endeavors. But hey, I waste my time all the time. But on something like this, I don't know. It might be a good investment for you. It definitely could be.
Well, I think
full
right
support,
now,
bro.
I feel like I'm working for the kingdom right now. Like, I will be so happy today going to bed because I had amazing conversations earlier in here today. We had really good conversations this morning and tonight, I mean, it makes me happy. I want to learn to live a righteous life and work on my personality and who I am in the world. And the scriptures have really helped me simmer down my temper, my reactions, my thoughts, how I handle breakdowns, how I handle death. Now when somebody dies, first thing I think about is like, oh my gosh, I hope they were okay, because they're not going to get another chance. That's what makes me a little nervous for people. Sometimes, you just never know when your time is up. Your decree has been called.
I guess that's where the comfort of reincarnation comes into play for some people.
Oh yeah, I guess, yeah. I guess, but gosh, I don't want to come back here. Not like this. I'm going for the righteous government with Messiah. Everything is great. Everybody's getting along. People live so long and everything. I'm shooting for that. And then obviously eternity after the 1,000-year millennial reign. That's going to be like amazing. No more war, no more crying, no more tears, no more death. That sounds dreamy.
Yeah, maybe too good to be true, but I got no clue. I got all sorts of different perspectives and predictions and all that I entertain simultaneously, and I don't think I'll ever really make up my mind on them. I just see so many different options laid out in front of me, and they all have their pros and cons. And I know that I'm just in my position of ignorance to really not fully back up any of my predictions I see as possible. And I'm actually banking on most that what's going to happen is none of the things that I ever even thought were going to happen. That what's really going to go on is something I could have never predicted. So I try to keep that in mind too.
Yeah. Well,
Because who am I to think that I understand the nature of the fundamental aspects of the universe and the operations of God and life and soul and all that? But I put a lot of time thinking about it. I just make sure I don't know. I just have the opinion that it's for fun and sort of a duty, kind of just out of self-respect. I should at least try to fathom these things and think them through. But then ultimately, every different line I go down, I say, I can. That doesn't seem to hold water in any direction. I try to, weigh this out, but I have my preferred one. My preferred one. It's definitely like I'm invited into the club, and it's like really awesome in there, and I die, and they say like, "Get on in here, bro. We're having an awesome party over here. Welcome to the party. It's gonna last forever, and everyone's happy in here." And oh, hey, those friends, they're all your pets that died. They're here too, man. Hop on in. The water's fine.
Pets. Yeah, it would be nice if the pets talked again and everything. Hey guys that just got here. We're just rapping about our creator. And I think as long as people have the spirit of truth and you're seeking, that's a good start. Think about how many people don't seek the truth, right? How many of our friends and family that don't seek the truth? They don't care. Even if, there is an evil, wicked plan, they just don't care. It's just really hard to fathom. I guess just fundamental left. Maybe I had a phone call. Well, one of you guys better start talking. Sometimes you just hop into a chat because you just want to listen, and then nobody's talking.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really talk right now. My whole family's starting to go to sleep there.
Yeah, yep. It's midnight, so yeah. Carlos, Rakia. You guys just come in to listen.
It is interesting, like the spiritual journey and how different for different people. Like how some people don't even feel like they're on a spiritual journey necessarily. Especially when you get more into that like materialistic worldview stuff, with like all the evolution, like some like have that like atheistic viewpoint where they don't even have like any. They're just like a cells bouncing around in their body.
I had a dream a couple months ago where in my dream I died and they fucking sent me back because they're like, yo, you're too attached to the material world. You got to go back. I was like, no.
Well, you didn't want to come back, huh?
Yo, nothing scares me in a death scenario more than a reincarnation. Like, I'm not worried about the heaven and hell thing or whatever, or there being nothing. Like, reincarnation is one of the scariest scenarios.
You plan it. It's not, you don't just get like hit with something. Like, you would choose to do it. What about that? Like
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah. I mean, is it just a crapshoot? I don't know. I'd have to really think about coming back or not because this place is pretty fucking cool. So,
I mean,
just to
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just to like roll the dice, though. I mean, I hit the jackpot being born in America. I could have been born in Canada or something crazy. You know what I'm saying? But what if you get?
Well, Kosha might say you're pretty close.
That son of a bitch.
Oh man!
But I'm saying, like, what if you come back as like a slave in a diamond mine, or one of those Ethiopian kids with the flies stuck to their face, or something crazy? I don't
What
know.
if you come back as a French Canadian?
I know. That's the top of my list.
You got to shovel snow every other hour just to go get some milk. Or the diamond mine.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to come back here.
I mean, I would if you gave me some scenarios to pick from.
But what's the premise to think about reincarnation? I'm trying to think about if I ever thought about that. So, do you have to be a good person to be able to have a better life the next one, or how does that work? Is it works based?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, is it based on how good of a person you were before, or is it like a crapshoot, or like, yeah, what kind of?
Yeah, like lessons you have to learn. Like, what's the foundation there?
So even in that, there would be a judgment, right?
Yeah, but you'd be like the judge of yourself, perhaps.
That's dangerous.
If
Hey,
it's
I
your
was pretty
own, like,
good.
like biased.
Yeah.
but also like self-critical in a healthy way too. Like, why am I doing this, or why does this keep happening, or things like that that we all kind of wrestle with to try to work it out.
I do like what you said earlier, though. I couldn't pipe in. I was roboting or something. But when you said this could all be like God's lucid dream, so to speak.
Who said
That was
that?
neat. That was a neat idea. Gio said it.
Oh.
I think also with the reincarnation, there is a perspective that almost like being in school or something, even though it's not the same as school, but just the idea of you're in first grade, second grade, third grade. Just in that sense, there's the idea like, are we, in terms of reincarnating, to where like every lifetime we're evolving our soul more. So we're kind of advancing our own soul towards greater understanding or greater, more open heart or whatever it may be that one is like working through. Oh, and just the idea that like in reincarnating, like that there are like lessons that we're working through, and then karma would be the thing that is weaving it all together, like action and reaction within different lifetimes that are happening, and the reap what you sow component, and that would be layered over multiple lifetimes. So then we're learning lessons through multiple lifetimes and reincarnating in different bodies and having different experiences and just growing our soul through lifetime after lifetime. And learning how to be a woman, learning how to be a man, learning how to be different cultures, different like financial levels, different physical health levels, all those things. I think in that perspective, and so yeah, in that sense, it's like almost like a lesson forging realm.
I don't want to be a man. I don't want to learn how to be a man. It seems like you guys have it really rough.
We have to make the hardest decisions.
Yeah, and you guys, yeah, and you have to put up with us.
I feel like a woman would be tough too, though.
I mean,
yeah, getting that butter off the pan is really tough.
I mean, giving birth seems
giving
like a
birth
scary
is.
thing.
Oh, well, that too.
Yeah, that is quite something. It's a beautiful experience. Yeah, it's quite something. Painful. Oh, I saw like on Instagram. It was really hilarious. And these guys were like in the mall or something, and this lady had this little apparatus that she said, "Oh, do you guys want to see what it's like to have period cramps for women?" And they're like, "Yeah, no problem." And there's 3 of them, and one guy, she's like, "Oh, here, this is like, the day before or something like that." And the guy's like, "Oh my gosh!" Oh, she's like, "What? That you're not even on it yet." And then the next one, and then the next couple of scenes, these guys are like bent over, and their stomachs are like, "Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable! Ouch! Make it stop!" It was hilarious. So yeah, like that would be a problem. I could see that nobody would want to go through that, or birth. Yeah, but you guys have to work hard, and like you're expected to know how to fix everything and fix problems and physical objects, and I don't know.
We do most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, heavy lifting.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been on a construction site. I've been on dozens and dozens
Oh
of
yeah.
construction sites. I've only seen like a handful of women there. Sometimes I see them, but it's not often.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, then there's the idea that if you're incarnating in all these like different bodies, different lifetimes, and going through all these different things, that if you're evolving through those, eventually that you will, in a sense, that you can complete it. Like you can complete the earth realm where your soul has worked through all of the karmic layers, at least for this realm. It doesn't mean that from that perspective your soul is like finished necessarily, complete with everything, but just with this realm. And then after you've completed it, meaning, I mean, all the things we all kind of know, like, in terms of like just being a good person and all of that. And once that is like worked through, through the different karmic things that happen and all of the lifetimes, then it's like you essentially, in a sense, graduate to where you don't have to come back at all to like this realm is completed for your soul. And then there's even the idea that you can like go into kind of like a training system to become a spirit guide for others from the spirit world, where this is all like interfaced from, where we incarnate and
the thing. The thing scenario when we go back and live other people's lives, like I can go back and be Genghis Khan and shit, and the future and people in the past and the present. The problem with that is, like, go back and be Genghis Khan. I have to do what he did because it's written in stone. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to do that. That takes free will out of it, right? I have to do that. All that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
At some point in the reincarnation, do you ever meet the creator?
well,
I'd hope so. I got some questions for them, but
people who do what's called life between life regression, where they regress into life between life, meaning after you die and before you reincarnate again. And one of the ways that they describe it, which is interesting because they're all different people that never even communicated. It's not like they even met each other. So they're all different people that had very similar kind of sharing of what they kind of uncovered in terms of those memories of their life between life. And what they say is that when you're in the spirit world, like after you, like the human spirit world, meaning the ones that our human souls go, as it were, which could be described as heaven, but or just like that, the spirit world in that sense. And they describe it as like just infinite love, infinite bliss, just pure joy. Like there's no pain or suffering at all. You have all your memories of all your lifetimes. You have like a super conscious mind that is even far beyond what a human brain can do. And it's eternal, and it's like feels like to them like it's like the home base, like it's the eternal thing that's always been there and always will be there. And it feels very comfortable, very like grounding, very much at home, like being spiritually at home as well. And there are ways to interface with the highest creator level, but in that spirit realm, people describe it as like it's almost like the creator's like right there, like that glowing love, like that energy is right there. But some of them do describe that there is still like they're not the creative mind at that point, like they're not it, but they feel its presence like in a very close way.
Like in the Garden of Eden, when Adam and Eve, they knew they were naked and they were like, hey, okay, whatever. And then after they listened to the snake and appealed to ego, it's almost like they lost their light, their covering. They were separated from the creator. And I kind of thought about that when you were just describing that, like the light.
there are certain experiences that people, like a phenomenology category of experiences that people have often, like either with meditation or with like different breathing techniques or different kind of rhythmic drumming. And then also certain plant medicines like magic mushrooms or ayahuasca as well, that people, especially a compound called 5-MeO DMT, actually, people have had experiences that they absolutely feel like they fused with the creator, like the actual center of like the creative principle itself in a profoundly like transcendent state that some people have reported. So that's very interesting as well. And the way that people can access it with meditation seems to indicate that it's within us as well. And people have had like just, of course, at the end of the day, these are like, it's like an experience report, I suppose, because obviously that person experienced it and it's sacred to them and they can only share what they experienced. So in a sense, unless we experience it ourselves, it's really, a report of someone else. But some of these experiences are just incredible. The level of like peaks they're able to reach in terms of like very high, like peak mystical experiences.
Have you had any?
Yeah, I have for many lifetimes. I have memories of working with these states. Yeah, I lived certain lifetimes the entire time just practicing that one practice.
One practice? Sorry.
Yeah, like in different traditions, there's different types of practices to activate these spiritual states.
What are you doing on this round?
In this lifetime?
Yep.
Well, it is interesting because, yeah, this one is more of like this growing up in America. So, yeah, it's different. Because if you're in a cultural setting to where like the traditions are embedded within it, whereas in this one, like, yeah, it's just very different in terms of the modern world. But yeah, I still carry it all with me.
I mean, so do you think you have any lessons that you're learning this time around, or?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I incarnated for a particular purpose in this lifetime.
What's that? It's nice to know your purpose.
Well, yeah, it's a big question.
Yeah, a lot of people loved it. They just want to know their purpose. Can you share?
Um, yeah, although I'm kind of I'm just eating, so it's kind of I'm trying
Oh,
not to chew into the mic as well, but so
that's okay. We're used to it. I remember from years ago. We all do it every now and then.
no, I'm just saying, yeah, that's why I'm not like able to kind of go into a whole thing because yeah, it's definitely a big question. But what about how about I'll ask you the question first, and then I'll listen for a bit. Or what are some of your thoughts about like?
You don't want to ask me. You've already heard me all day. I've been, talking about the kingdom. I've been talking about his word. I've been talking about his celestial clock and calendar, his creation. I'm working for the kingdom. I'm working for the hope. I have the hope of the resurrection. We're all appointed to die once, although some may be living when Messiah comes back. But, just to try to tell people, hey, this isn't quite it, you know?
Yeah, well, it's beautiful how those things are all intertwined.
Yeah.
Like one's connection spiritually and I mean, where do you feel like that comes from within yourself? Like, do you feel like it comes from something before you were born, or is it all something that came just during this lifetime for you?
Oh yeah, it totally just came. I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, my life just made more sense when I started reading the Bible. I felt like, you know what it is? I felt like I know what's expected of me. I feel like I know who the creator is, and I don't have to guess. I'm getting to know him, and what he expects from me. I feel like a warm blanket over me. It just feels comfortable. I was a new ager. I believed in reincarnation. You know, I tried to open my third eye. I used to do like I've done mushrooms, I've done other drugs, and I used to be a big weed smoker. Never really would like to drink that much. I'd take like a hit or two of just smoking weed. I never. Everything was always about moderation. I never got like addicted to anything, and somehow a buddy of mine tried to get me some information about 2000. It was 2008, but about 9/11, and he ended up dying, and it was like this big buildup, and it was on my computer. My computer died and everything, and next thing you know, I'm like being pulled into like caring about like government history. You know, I thought my neighbors were watching Congress. I didn't realize how vulnerable we were, like living on like so reliant upon distribution. I was like, whoa. Like I woke up and like within a week I had $1,000 worth of extra food and water. I bought a gun. I was like trying to talk to people like, oh my gosh. And they're like, who cares? What difference can you make? And I was like, what? Just knowing and talking to you is making a difference. And, you know, I had no idea why I woke up. No idea. And then until 2017, spiritually, that's when I felt like I've been called, because the Bible tells us that everybody's called. It says few are called. No, many are called, few are chosen. But when you look at another scripture that they took out, it says many are called, but few choose, which that makes way more sense. So I feel like, you know, the Bible was a good place for me to start. And so, you know, somebody told me about the fourth commandment, the Sabbath, and I was like, I was shocked and blown away that it was in the 10 Commandments. I was like, no, it's not. I would have known if it was in the 10 Commandments. And sure enough, it was the longest one and the only one that says remember. So I became a Seventh-day Adventist for a little while until I found out, like, I was like, I didn't fit in there because I'm a truth seeker. I want the truth. And there's not a lot of truth in religion. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much. I can see why people don't like religion. I say it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding of like a lot of the modern day, what we would call religions, a lot of the traditions seem to be, when I've really looked into them, like the anthropology and just researching into the roots of these, there seem to be like certain figures or characters that were essentially having experiences, you know, either visionary or godly, whatever it may be, type experiences, whether it's like fasting in the desert, like 40 days fasting, or whether it's a lot of different methods, I think, that they have used in that sense. And they were having like mystical experiences, and then they were writing about them and sharing about them. And because there was like a certain sort of magic and sort of quality to those experiences, they kind of hold a certain like energy. And then they use those principles that the people had from the experiences originally to then kind of build like a certain system or structure. And then it seems like there's all kinds of additional ones, components that are added on to it, in a lot of these religions as well. But it's just interesting because like the religions were initiated by somebody that was actually having like a mystical experience and then coming back to share it. But then people are like in certain environments where they're just being like taught something and they're not even doing the experience side. Like they're only having to like memorize certain like passages or whatever it may be without ever actually having the spiritual experience themselves. But that was what actually like inspired the religion in the first place. It's kind of an interesting dynamic, the way that it's been like militarized, kind of industrialized through this kind of military type system in some ways, in terms of some of these religions now.
Yeah. And Rome's on top of that pyramid.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going back to a time that Rome, church and state, essentially is going to be collapsed, but it's not going to be like, oh, that super religious. It's going to be, probably unity, coexist. That's probably what it's going to be. But I'm all about peace. I'm not about unity. Because you're going to want me to give up my God. I'm going to want you to give up your God.
No, I think we all just have our perspectives, and I think we can all just have them, and then they're all unique and different. We can like celebrate each other's differences, and also share and reflect. That's how I see it, because I think we are all unique. We're all a unique snowflake in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how we are right now. Correct? That's how we are. But where we're headed is not that. You're going to be in alignment. You're going to be like, it's 1984.
Yeah, it could go south. I know these guys probably like. It seems like they want to take it south, but I also feel like I don't think they're going to get it personally. But I know what you mean. They are encroaching, and it's such a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now a lot more people are aware of it now, but still, it's like they're just lurking.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the faith that I had the hope that it wasn't going to happen. But like the scriptures, I knew about I told you earlier, guys, today, I knew world order and stuff, but it's biblical. I mean, I'm here to tell you, unfortunately, I don't want it to happen, but they get it. I'm telling you. And look how far we've come in 3 years. We're like that frog in the water. He doesn't even know it's boiling yet. It's not really boiling yet, but it's getting there. And it's not going to be you that's in alignment. I mean, perfect example. Look at all the people that went in alignment for what just happened the last 3 years. Let's just even talk masks. Okay, like just put it on. Let's tell everybody what to wear. Just put it on, whether you can breathe or not. Everybody's going to wear it. And everybody did it too. Oh, just wear it. Just, I don't want to start a drama or anything like that. I don't want to cause a scene. That's how people were. And then when they wipe out our bank accounts, which, I mean, we're inching closer to that. I wish I had the upbeat, positive, people are going to rise up and everything. Maybe they can. I just don't see it.
I think it's inevitable
that they'll rise up.
Yeah. The human spirit can't be kept down forever.
Yeah, but they have us separated. We can't even put a protest on without them hearing about it, sending in, somebody counterintelligence and like.
Yeah, I mean, we got to do it in some kind of good way. Yeah, I don't know about this protest stuff. That doesn't seem to get much done, my personal viewpoint. I'm not knocking any of them. I'm not putting any of them down, and certainly whatever people feel expressed to do. But I guess just for me, I mean, they do bring awareness. There are certain things that they can do, but I guess that kind of method of social change, in my opinion, is outdated.
Yeah. Well, what do we do? Did you hear about the peaceful protests going on in France? Oh my gosh. These people are just walking in the streets, and then next thing you know, I don't know if it's military or if it's police, but they just come after these people.
Yeah, then it gets crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but they
And
were
your
just
life is like in
peacefully
danger, and you're like, wait, what was I doing? I was here for like a thing, and now you're like,
right. Yeah. I mean, they're coming hard down, like 15-minute cities. Um, it's a different world we're living in right now. And if you have some ideas for people rising up together, I'm all ears. I mean, we're in here all the time.
yeah, we got to do it. Yeah.
What I could
For the
see,
future of our entire human race, it has to be
yeah,
done.
like
I mean, because yeah, like I actually think these entities that are kind of they're like a predator on the human race, and
yes, virus.
yeah, for real. And like they're the ones causing all the issues, pretty much all the issues when you think about it. You know, it's
Oh
like you
yeah,
have
parasites. I want to call them parasites because parasite means that you're dining at somebody else's table.
yeah,
They're parasites.
especially the type of parasite that just like only feeds off you and doesn't provide you anything. Because there's certain ones in nature which are not really technically parasites, but they're often put in that category that are actually helpful. They like, you know, but yeah, we're talking about the ones that just like, yeah, they just like feed off of you, and then you don't get anything. There's not like a healthy exchange of energy. There's
Right.
an imbalance there.
Right. The only thing that I could see that would work is to have a worldwide non-compliance. Like everybody just stop paying everything. Stop paying your mortgage, your credit
Yeah.
card bills, your electric bills, all in unison. That's when we could do something. Other than
I
that,
thought about that too. Just like everyone walking out front of their house and being like, "That's it. We're not doing it another day till we figure this out."
yep. But see,
That'd be a good plot for a movie. Oh my.
yeah, you're right. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
They
Everyone
would
comes out
never do
coming out
something.
on the- Can you imagine
They would-
people coming out on the streets and like setting up tables and like having like ideas and like, yeah, let's improve this, let's improve that, you know, actually working together.
Yeah, working as a community.
Call it
Yeah, that's what they
unison.
want. Go ahead.
You could call the
Come on,
movie
Noah.
Unison.
Unison.
Oh yeah, you could do everything like that. Everything from
Yeah.
science to engineering to fuel to the to everything. Just how to do stuff like yeah, everything.
That's what they're afraid of, is how much we can work together and how easy it is when we're in the right mindset to do it, to work together. And then we all synergize and we all have to do less work and more gets done.
Yep.
It's like the opposite of this whole enslavement, like 9-to-5 job thing that they're doing. Like overall, I think humans are toiling way more than we need to be toiling. If there was like a healthier redistribution of wealth, people could live such more like relaxed lives. That'd be such
Yeah.
an improvement.
Definitely. But it's been a plan.
If there was a system on, you should teach people that they don't need money and what actually like how to like replenish the system of like the earth and like how so that you get back that way.
You have
Bartering.
to redefine wealth. That's what you have to do. And you have to get other people to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Riggs?
Yeah.
I heard a quiet voice there. I had to take a second to hear who it was. Yeah, your mic's a little bit quiet.
How about now?
Still.
Still a little poopy.
No, it's all right.
Little bitty poopy. Maybe you got me turned down from before.
I think I did because I think your studio mic was super loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, did you figure out what your purpose was, Gio? I mean, you're not eating now from this life.
Sometimes you got to just keep trucking while eating.
Oh, you're still eating? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying in general.
Hey, you know who I haven't heard lately? What's his name? The trucker. What's his name?
Left Lane.
No.
Or Travis.
Travis. Where's he been?
Yeah, I think he's kind of like been taking a break. I suppose like he has come in here a few times on text, but yeah, I don't think I've heard his voice now in like 3 months or something. Yeah, it's been a while.
I know it's been crazy.
Maybe even longer. I don't know. Yeah, but he does kind of pop in, and yeah, I think he's said he's just kind of hasn't been as focused on these topics lately, I guess, or just taking a break, taking a hiatus.
Yeah, sometimes you need to take a mental health break from all the arguing.
The last post that I can see was February 23rd.
Wow. But yeah, I haven't heard him in a while. So, anyways, so do you have a purpose? Are you done eating? You're still eating. Sorry. Maybe you can tell your.
Yeah, no. Well, I just am kind of thinking of because it's a big question. Yeah, and I feel like I feel like I have multiple purposes in this life. But yeah, I mean, all related around everything that I focus my time and energy on, and
Well, as far as a human being, I think you're very even keeled. You're very giving and fair. I think you're just a very fair person. Like you run this, both you and Jeremy run this server very nicely, friendly, and fairly. You know, seeking truth.
yeah, nice, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback on that. Even keel, that's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of how other people perceive others. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of passion around like in terms of food, like health and food and herbs and helping others with those. That's been a big focus of mine throughout my life, and wanting to bring people working to bring better food um more, like the herbs and medicines that the earth creates for us.
Love that. What do you eat for breakfast?
I usually do like intermittent fasting, so I don't really eat in the morning necessarily. So I guess one could say I kind of skip breakfast in that sense. Like I don't really break my fast with food. I do intermittent fasting where I pretty much don't eat in the morning hours and even part of the afternoon sometimes as well. And then I kind of will eat like, within that like as like a 6 or 8 hour period, I'll have like 2 meals. So yeah, it's kind of more like where I eat my meals like kind of in the afternoon and evening basically, and then do the intermittent fasting in the morning. So yeah, I've kind of been doing it that way for many years. So I never was a big like breakfast person. When I wake up, I usually never feel like I just want to eat right away.
I drink coffee, so I don't feel like I want to eat either. But I just feel like my diet's just horrible. I'm someone that food is an inconvenience.
It is challenging. Yeah, it's very challenging in today's world. I mean, it's like if you shop for all your own food and make all your own stuff, that's like a part-time job. Could even be practically a full-time job depending on how much you do. And then the cost of doing it all, and then and then of course then there's the options of eating out and fast food and all the rest of it. So it is challenging for sure. It's not a very efficient system.
Know what to eat anymore. Like I still eat meat, but I'm getting disgusted by it because I'm just like, I don't know. And then, I
Well, the
eat
farming
veggie
is just
burgers.
so gross.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
You know,
like food's just starting to make me just disgusted.
like any especially if they're like animals with very complex digestion. Um, Yeah, like it's just better if they have a very quick digestive system. The farming isn't so horrible. I mean, it's still bad, but it doesn't like hit you the same. But when they have a very complex stomach and they're not able to like get it all out, and the life cycle is just so estranged from where it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's like beef and pork are definitely examples of that. But if you're having some kind of bird, generally a little bit easier to the stomach.
I'm a blood
Yeah.
type B, and that the chicken is not supposed to be good for me.
Oh.
I love chicken, but it said eat right for your blood type. That chicken could eventually like cause you to have a stroke or something. I'm like, oh, that's great. I
What?
love chicken. Yeah, eat right for your blood type. Look it up.
Hold on. Do you know why? That sounds strange.
I mean, I did, but I really don't now. But what do you guys eat? I need some different ideas.
Well, he's done a lot of research. Peter Diadamo, who wrote that book, and he has a whole lab, and he's done like extensive research for decades upon decades on these foods, different foods that affect different blood types through like lectins and through agglutination of the blood. And he actually puts the blood, like he'll have the person, like let's say in that case with a B blood type, like eat the food, and then we'll actually look at the blood directly and actually see the agglutination happening or the different lectin formations. Now it's questionable, like how scientific is all of his work? You know what I mean? Like, is it all verified? I'm not saying I like stand by every single one of his, but there does seem to be a certain rhyme and reason to at least parts of what he's doing. It seems in terms of like actual, lab results.
What's the process of vodka? What's it called? The process of it.
Distillation.
Yeah. So I used to drink Crown Water if I'd ever have one because my theory was like if it tastes good, you'll drink too many. And so then people are like, "Oh, this has a lot of sugar in it." So then I went to like vodka and soda. I couldn't do it because I woke up one drink, I would have a hangover. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, my head." And that's not good for blood type B. The distillation. Distilled, yeah, that. I was like, "What? That's crazy."
Huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I've noticed the correlation with a bunch of the foods that, because the way he kind of categorizes it is you have certain foods that are beneficial for your blood type, like you want to eat really as much of those as you can, and then there's certain foods that are neutral, so they kind of don't hurt you, don't help you, and those don't cause the agglutination in the blood. And then there's the ones that he calls the avoid foods, like those are the problematic ones for one's blood type, and that will cause the agglutination of the blood. And I've actually experimented with a lot of the different ones on it, and I will say there is like a particular like fatigue that I get if I eat foods that some of them that he does say that are not right for my particular type. And I can like correlate like an actual an effect from it, like there's a difference that I've been able to pick up on.
well, like, so what kind of stuff do you eat for like dinner, for lunch? I need some ideas.
I mostly eat like meat and fruit. A little bit of I do some herbs and vegetables, but I also do like medicinal herbs for my vegetables. I don't really eat tons of like big greens or salads or anything like that. I don't really think those are necessarily even helpful or even the right food for us, even though I know they try to push the idea of vegetables so hardcore. But fruits are awesome, and yeah, meat, eggs, dairy.
I just had an omelet tonight.
It's kind of what I focus on. And I try to get as much like wild meat as possible, like wild venison, wild boar, different buffaloes. I try to get different species as much as possible, like, and a lot of seafood as well. I love seafood. Yeah, that's kind of the quick summation of it, of how I eat usually.
What kind of fruit?
I eat tons of different fruits. Yeah, berries, and I get these wild berries that are really good, like sea buckthorn berry. That's a unique one.
Nuts? Any nuts?
No. I also don't think nuts are. They have like phytic acid and certain anti-nutrients in them, but yeah, I generally don't. They don't digest well, really, for me in general, and I also question whether we're even meant to eat those at all. Like, there's certain people that think we're not really meant to be eating tons of like seeds and nuts, like a squirrel does, or like a bird. So yeah, I don't really eat too many of those. But I mean, they are considered like paleo though, like, you know, in terms of the paleo diet type idea. So yeah, people do eat them, but I think they need to be soaked and prepared to get the toxins out. And that's what our ancestors would do. They would like have these long soaking processes. So I think if you do it that way, they're better. But meat is still a better protein. But it's just if you don't have meat or if you want to have something a little bit of variety. But they got to be prepared. They need to be soaked for like many, many hours and processed in a way that gets the toxins.
I'd recommend lentils.
Oh yeah.
They don't have the same problem with the gastric issue, and they're also a complete protein.
Yeah, that beans have, yeah.
Well, no, like lentils in particular are a better option than most of the other bean types.
Yeah, like they don't have the same they're like different than beans. They don't have the same thing in them that beans that cause it as much like gastric stuff, yeah.
Hey, Book, you're sounding pretty busy over there.
Yeah, Elbow, your mic's open.
My bad.
I haven't heard him in a long time.
Elbow. But yeah.
Did I mute?
The elbow's connecting to the L-bone.
Dude, we got hail today. We got hit hard with hail.
What?
Why?
You guys are
Yeah.
getting hammered.
It only lasted for about 30 minutes. I was on the phone and it was so loud hitting the roof of the house. It was unbelievable. Now they were not like golf ball size, but they were like big pebble size, like not small pebble. They were hunks and they were smacking all over the house and everything. It was crazy.
How far are you from the flooding?
Where is flooding? I don't think there's any right here because I think we're like enough at altitudes in the mountains to where I don't think it's going to actually flood here. But yeah, I think that that's probably happening. Yeah, I heard one place where like it was in California. Yeah, where like the whole city is like underwater.
Yeah, yeah. And then did you see how much snow in Tahoe?
Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen so much snow in my life like that. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, it was saying like 7 or 8 feet, but I don't know. Probably some areas got like 10 or 12.
Yep. Yep. It was past people's roofs.
Yeah. That is
Some
you got
serious
to plan for that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for the time, and you guys have a great night.
Yeah, you too, Blaze. Yes.
Yep.
Take it easy, Blaze.
Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Well, now your mic sounds like you're in my ear cavity.
Yeah, well, I turned off.
It's crispy.
No, it's hit or miss with the noise suppression, like crisp. I turned off crisp, and now it sounds better.
This is the same mic?
Yeah, I haven't changed anything.
Oh wow, this is dramatically different. If you go back and listen on the live stream, the other one was like almost sounded like a.
Well, check it out. I'm going to turn crisp back on right now.
This
So
one sounds like the studio one.
Here's crisp right here. So this is the noise suppression option.
Talk a little more.
Now this is it turned off.
Okay, yeah, it is different. But that didn't sound as dramatic as before. It seemed like you switched mics.
Nope, not at all.
Maybe we were rerouted through the T3 optical line. You know what that's from?
Nope.
That guy Onage Pranks. Yeah, he says that.
Onage Pranks. Not familiar.
You've probably seen some of his videos. He does like that. He does different voices. He does prank calls. He's absolutely hilarious. If you haven't seen him, he's got some of the most like epic calls. He's got like millions of subs and stuff. He's pretty well known. But you may have heard like the Asian voice or some of the voices, I imagine.
Yeah, I probably know who he is without knowing.
He's a pretty incredible dude because he completely does all these different voices. Like he can sound like a Japanese person, Arab person, a British, black person, white person, young, like I don't know if this is a racist term, but hillbilly, I guess that's what he calls it. That's what one of his characters.
Oh
like
no, that's not racist, I promise.
I think
Good God.
I think it may be. But that's what he calls it. So and what else does he do? Oh, gay guy. I think he does a gay guy. But like when he can switch his voice, it's very convincing. And like he's got
the gay guy might be racist. That might be racist.
And his voices are so different that he'll use multiple voices, and the people will think he's all those different people, and that there's like 5 different people on the phone. It's pretty ridiculous, but anyways, he says he always says we'll reroute it through the TC optical line or whatever. If you ever watch it, it's just one of his little catch lines.
I'll have to check him out. I'm trying to think of ways to take my own tooth out. Yeah, let me ask you, how did God intend that? Like everybody goes to a dentist.
Is it your front or a molar or what tooth is it?
I think it's one of the first molars near the back.
Well, I think there's you can eat certain foods to heal the teeth.
Really?
Like there's certain little tree branches, like miswak is the one miswak stick that's used, comes from the pilu tree. You know that the pilu really
You're
good.
talking about the nature's toothbrush?
Well, yeah, it comes from that tree. It's like a little stick, basically, in a sense, or a little brush, like a wooden brush. Anyways, I'm just saying there's like natural ways to brush your teeth, yeah, with things like that. And then with diet, like they would eat like large amounts of like, you know, raw milk and liver and bone broth and bone marrow and butter, things that really strengthen the teeth. So that's one component. And then there's also like, dude, this is where it gets even deeper, where like the bacteria in our gut is what is needed to keep healthy bacteria in our mouth. And if we have really good healthy bacteria in both of those, your mouth is almost like your gut, where it's just like it just takes care of itself. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you might want to brush a little bit with a stick or whatever, but for the most part, like it's just your teeth will be white and solid and all of that, and just be like beaming from the inside kind of thing. And the need for dentistry is really not needed. But because we're given antibiotics and the jabs and all the rest of it, our systems, like those it's really sick actually, because I think they're targeting those bacteria. Like it's really bad. Like they literally are putting in the antibacterial shit or in the antibiotics, that stuff that actually kills the good bacteria as well. And then once it's killed, it's not really that easy to get it back. Like it's not as easy as just having a little bit of probiotics or whatever, because anyways, so unfortunately, I think the bacteria that we need to keep our teeth and mouth healthy in many of us has either been potentially compromised or weakened from things like antibiotic rounds and other things like that. So yeah, it's all tough. And there are certain people like experimenting with certain probiotics to try to, and some are finding incredible results that if you like use certain antibacterials, like your teeth just get like way better, or not antibacterial. You use certain probiotics the teeth are like get really strong. Anyway, sorry, it's kind of a sidetrack, but I was just thinking about, because you mentioned about not having to go to a dentist.
Yeah. Well, I cracked this tooth probably 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's just now starting to give me trouble.
Yeah.
And it was good for a long time, and then it was bad for a little while, and then it got good again, and back and forth, and now it's just not happy.
You need to go to like a Diet Plus store and see if they got lidocaine or something like that to numb it. And then you need some thin square tip, some like not needle nose, but some square nose pliers.
Well, anyways, back to my.
Oh, dude.
That's how they do it. It's a bitch to get them out, bro.
I'm not worried about how to remove a tooth. Like
I thought that's what you asked.
No, I asked, how did God intend us to remove our own teeth? Because everything else seems to have a pinch off process naturally. Teeth do not have that.
Yeah, they're almost like on the outside of our body.
Like I went to a long time ago when I went to the dentist to get a tooth pulled. Like it hurt so bad for too long. I'm like, fuck this, and I tried to get it out, dude, and it hurt even worse, dude. I tried to tie like some string around it and slam a door.
Oh,
it yanked my head, bro. It didn't work. Well, dude, it was a drastic slam. I can't believe it didn't come out. But then by the time I got to the dentist and what he had to go through to get it out, I'm like, there's no chance I had to get it out with any means like that. Like he even, bro, like you have to be a strong man to
it's no joke. Yeah, no, those things are rooted in there.
It's like incredible how much torque it takes to get a fucking tooth out.
Yeah, I pulled teeth out of deer. Like if you hunt a deer, you can actually pull the teeth out because the teeth have calcium in them, and they actually help our teeth. They're good for our teeth. Now, I know it seems strange to eat the animal teeth, but the thing is, they always eat the whole animal. They use the whole part. You can take the teeth out, dry them, and then pound them up into a nice powder, and then you can put them in different things. Anyway, so I've pulled out deer teeth, and of course the deer is already been harvested, so it's obviously not alive. But even though it's already dead, being able to just even get the teeth out is a serious effort with your pliers, everything you got. So yeah, dude, it's amazing. And even when you pull those things out, like the root, they're like
still doesn't come out half the time. Yeah,
the molars are they're incredible.
You got to take it out in pieces sometimes, man. It's ridiculous.
They're like Pez dispensers in there, just pumping out like more.
Yeah, thank you. You're going through that pain right now. So back to what I was saying. Is there no natural method? Because I would think that there would have to be. I mean, that seems to be a flaw in the design here.
Well, or it was a design to never have. Well, you cracked it, so that was like a physical thing. It sounds like, or did it just crack on its own?
Let's pretend I cracked it intentionally. But no, let's say it just cracked on accident. Like clearly that's going to happen. You crack a bone, guess what happens?
Yeah, I've chipped a tooth before. It's no fun.
Hey, you crack a bone, you just wait a while and it grows back. But the teeth, oof.
Yeah, I had one where I forget what I was eating. I think it was like oysters that had like a rock in it. And I just took a bite and right on the rock, and it like chipped the corner of one of my molars. And I went to the dentist, and he just like sanded it down because it was a little sharp. And he just decided he just thought it'd be really just better to leave it. Like he could have done bonding on it, but it's like one of my molars in the back, and it's just one little edge that's chipped off, so we just left it. But yeah, it can happen.
All right, well. I guess.
Well, I mean, I guess what I would say to that, I guess I don't think we're supposed to take our own teeth out. Maybe that's what I would say. I think like people can turn their health around with the teeth profoundly with diet, although it is tough and it's hard to source a lot of these foods. That's the problem.
Well, it's literally cracked in half, and it's been sitting that way for over a decade, which is pretty amazing in its own right. But you would think that nature would have figured itself out by now, and it just isn't. So
right. Well, like the idea of growing a tooth back would be amazing, and that's a whole question in and of itself. But I know that certain people, like with certain foods, have been able to, like even a cracked tooth like that, where it'll kind of like gloss over and it'll like seal itself and it'll at least kind of stay non-problematic. But it is a quest to do that with diet. I mean, especially in today's world, it's not like that's the challenge. So
Did they say that's
unfortunately,
how
like I
elephants?
couldn't just recommend some easy place to go even get all that stuff. Like it's a lot. So
Gio,
yeah.
you ever heard where that's how elephants die in nature is their teeth eventually rot out, like and it's a long process and they live a long time, but and eventually they have no teeth left and they can't hardly eat and they die off like naturally. Have you ever heard
Like
that?
their tusks? You mean their tusks?
No, they're literally their fucking teeth.
I have heard, yeah, certain animals do like grind their teeth down quite a bit in their lifetime.
I thought it was the elephant, and I mean I've never really seen elephant teeth, so I wouldn't even know. But I mean I guess they would have teeth to chew up all their cud or whatever the fuck they eat, leaves and shit. But I think it was the elephant. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I did for sure hear a long time ago that that's I'm not sure how true it was, but that's how the certain animal, maybe an elephant, died. Was they slowly lose all their teeth over the years, and in old age they lose their last couple teeth and can't eat no more.
So crazy. You're saying that's nature's way of kind of ending their life, is like they lose their teeth, can't chew food anymore, and end up kind of dying that way? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, I've seen this shit so long ago, man. I can't even really recall. That's why I was asking if anybody else ever heard of that, because I don't even know I don't even know if that's the validity of that claim, but I did hear it.
I know what you mean though, Riggs. Yeah, if you have like a cracked tooth in there, like what is like nature's way of like a natural way to solve that? Yeah, other than like you're saying, other than going to a dentist and having them do a whole deal and like a thing to rip it out.
Pretty much.
Then there's the whole root canal thing.
What exactly is a root canal, bro? What is a root canal? I've heard it.
It's some cosmetic way to make a tooth stay back where it was, or make a new one. They dig out the
no, it's not. Yeah, you take out the nerves.
They dig out the root, yeah, and then they kind of put like a root in it. Yeah, they put like an artificial root thing that like screws in.
When they did mine, they just pulled all mine. Like they pulled one half, and then the next day I went in and they pulled the other. And no pain stuff. I pulled 4 of mine as well a while back when I was younger, when they were really bad, and couldn't really go to sleep because it hurt real bad. And I was like, man, this is bothering me so bad. And I pulled one. I pulled some pliers or whatever. I don't suggest anybody else, show them stuff. But just saying.
Don't do this
so I boiled them. Yeah, I don't suggest anybody do it. I'm not a physician. I'm not a orthodontist or a dentist. But I did boil some pliers, and I grabbed onto my tooth and pulled one out.
Ooh.
Instantly, the pain was relieved.
Yeah, you gotta loosen them bitches over days, though. If you're gonna do that, you gotta loosen it over days.
No, I didn't loosen it.
I mean, you don't have to, but
I pulled it out.
If you're gonna go through that, that'd be the way to do it.
I pulled 4. Pulled 4 of them myself.
Well, the only time I remember that is going through like losing my baby teeth kind of thing. I remember that, or our children teeth kind of thing. But you're saying
right. I remember that too.
Were your adult teeth?
Yeah, I pulled my adult ones. Yeah, 4 of them.
Isn't that weird
then,
that
when I went in there,
we have teeth that we lose, then we grow new ones? Isn't that kind of strange?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Like we get a small set for the first years, and then we just dump those and get a new set. Like, why was it designed that way? That's kind of.
I think kids.
I don't think that's the way it is.
I think kids like sugar in nature, man. I think it's good. Sugar is good for kids, but it's real bad for the teeth. But like young kids, how they love sugar. Like we all love fucking sweets, but kids like really, really crave them and go crazy over them. I think that's nature. As kids love sweets, so they're in nature they be attracted to sweet shit that's not necessarily good for the teeth. And and like older people crave vegetables and shit. Why is that? Like, why do I love vegetables? Shit that I didn't like when I was a kid with baby teeth and shit. It's like a different diet, maybe. I don't know. Just a guess.
You never tried them. Actually, you never really tried them. When you got older, you said, fuck it, I'll try it out. Or somebody accidentally put it on there and you were hungry. You're like, man, I want this burger. But they put this stuff on here that I don't like normally. You tried it. You're like, man, okay, it's okay. You know what I mean? But you tried it. You know what I mean?
As a kid, if you're given a choice between like some rock candy, sugar candy, and a fucking hamburger or chicken nuggets or something, the little kids are gonna choose the. I'm not saying adults don't like sweets, but I'm just saying like the little kids would literally choose that over the fucking dinner. Like if we're given a choice,
Oh, yeah.
if we're literally hungry and we're given a choice between as you get older, like a vegetable lo mein or some shit and rock candy, what the fuck you think? We're not gonna pick the rock candy, but the kids literally will.
Well, yeah, dude, that's the whole thing of our modern day. Because I mean, a lot of that sugar is like white sugar, and white sugar is like a drug, like that actual like synthetic like chemical sugar stuff. It's basically like crack cocaine in a sense, except it's like the crack. It's basically the crack version. It's like the cocaine or the crack version of the coca plant, where the cocaine actually comes from in the coca plant. But that's the coca plant's the natural source of it. So in the same way, like white sugar, the way they extract white sugar, like that does not exist in nature. I mean, yeah, there's sugar in honey. There's natural sugar in honey, like fructose. There's natural sugars in fruits and all that kind of stuff. But you don't just get that white sugar chemical stuff
Shit,
in
get some
nature.
honey
And
on
that
a
stuff is
toothpick.
like literally mainlining. It's like a drug in and of itself.
Put some honey on a toothache, bro. That shit hurts so fucking bad. It might be fake honey, but I paid a lot to get real honey. But that shit hit one of my toothaches. I was like, oh my god, I had to choose the side of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, most girls, I mean, might choose like cocaine over the vegetable lo mein, but I don't.
Well, I was just relating it to that because it's like a chemical version of something that they're extracting from, usually like sugarcane or beets, and they're making that white sugar. But I was just saying, I think that's why kids are so like crack addicted to it. Where you're right, like if you put a big bowl of ice cream down, well, ice cream almost is like a meal because you got like eggs and milk and shit in there. But if you give them like just candy, yeah, they'll probably like prefer that over
cotton
real food.
candy. Like say cotton candy over something like a substantial meal. They pick the cotton candy every time.
Yeah, that's kind of bred into
Why?
us. It's weird at this time in the world that's just like some standard thing. But you're right, like in the modern day, yeah, they got us addicted to all those fucking synthetic like blue number 40 and red number 60. Like what were all those chemicals?
All they did was
Yellow
replicate
5.
the colors of fruit.
Yeah, red dye number 9, like the hardest stain, like Kool-Aid red, the hardest stain to get out. Where the fuck did that shit even come from, dude?
I know, it's ridiculous. Like all those juices, like, yeah, instead of making a real fruit juice that's red because it actually has red fruits in it, we'll just make a corn syrup, like just sugar based, and then just dye it with red food coloring and call it like cherry flavor with like some synthetic cherry flavonoids in there that are also chemicals that like mess with your brain. It's just absolutely insane what the food is these days. Even a lot of the stuff we grew up on.
It's fucking crazy, bro. And so to make this stuff, you dump a packet of these chemicals and food coloring, and then a freaking quarter pitcher of sugar.
I know, it's like instead of having it actually be made out of like, you know, like cranberry juice made out of cranberries or something that's red, instead of that, they're just like color dyeing it and putting white sugar and flavorings in there and calling it juice.
But white sugar comes from sugar cane, don't it?
Yeah, or beets. GMO beets is where a lot of it comes from as well. But yeah, sugarcane, which is also GMO. They're both GMOs.
I'm wondering if because I was like wondering, the honey I bought, like it turned hard, like kind of waxy, and I thought somebody poured grease in it in my house, like thought it was grease. But I tasted it. I like rubbed my finger on it, tasted it, and then to come to find out that natural honey really does do that. To heat it up, you can just heat it up a little bit, not much, and it turns syrupy and stuff. But that's the first time I've ever really had that happen. But I'll go to the stands for the dudes who keep the bees because I recognize a couple of them they'll set up stands. I caught bees. I watched my uncle. I know how to make the honey if I sat there and remembered, but he kept bees. And a part-time job, I used to go and catch bees. Like the Humane Society would literally call my uncle because they didn't have any beekeepers, so he would go and catch the bees. He got old and he couldn't climb ladders and shit, and so I caught bees for a long time, just part time though. Like here, maybe 2-3 times a month, but pretty constant though over the years. And it sucked. They call for wasps and shit, but that's a different story. But literally, he kept bees. He showed me he feed them sugar water and take their honey and just keep feeding them the sugar water. So he's just tricking them basically.
Why?
They keep making honey,
Why?
eating
Why?
fucking sugar water, and giving him honey.
Why
Yeah.
were you putting honey on your toothache? That's what I want to know.
I know. I'm just telling you that I bought some. This wasn't long ago. That's why it's fresh on my mind. It was a few weeks ago. I thought that the honey was fake, and I looked it up, and there's still no way to be 100% sure unless you're the one who made it or you know. But there's a lot of in the store. You're buying largely fake honey. If you're paying like
Yeah,
$6
clove
or
honey
$7,
usually. Yeah.
if you're only paying $6 or $7 for like a pint of that shit, it's probably fake. Maybe not, but that's what they say anyway. And but I went to
You gotta get the
eat
ones
some-
that say like raw, untreated, unfiltered.
Yeah, put it on some
Right
Yeah,
out
it
of the
has
honey.
to say certain stuff.
Yeah,
Like gold.
basically, like,
You-
right
you-
out of the
oh.
honeycomb, right out of the honeycomb, just dripped right into a jar.
Yeah, some people sell the honeycombs too. Some of the honeycombs can be fake too, but
I love eating those. They're so good. Like the honey melts in your mouth, and then you have this nice, like waxy substance that you can almost kind of chew, almost like chewing gum. For a second, you can kind of. It's like I love honeycomb. It's so good.
I put it on my cereal, bro, and it hurt like a toothache that I have.
Well, yeah, it is kind of rough on the teeth. I know what you mean. Like just straight honey to the teeth. I usually kind of like when I do honey, I'll usually if I just do a spoon, I'll just do like a spoonful of it. But I kind of even try to have it not touch my teeth because for some reason, well, it is more of like the type of fruit that's in like let's say an apple. That's like fructose, but it's like bound into the polysaccharides in the fruit. Whereas honey is like pure like fructose and sucrose. Like it really is. It's not like white sugar, but it's kind of in between. Like it is. It is more like a sugar, which is why it can be used as a sweetener and things. It's a different form of sugar, is what I'm saying. Versus
Either that, or there was some fake syrup mixed in with it. I do at least acknowledge that possibility that the shit he sold me had some fake shit in it. But it might have been the real honey. I paid $20 for like about a pint or two.
Yeah, honeys are cool because if the bees, like if they are able to suck the nectar and pollinate on like certain medicinal flowers and plants, then it actually imbues the honey with the medicinal qualities of those plants. So like certain like wildflower honeys and then it gets those flavors as well.
Check this out. The first time he had me climb up the ladder, he's like, I'm like, where's your bee hats and suit and all that? And he's like, here's a hat if you want it. But he's like, you don't need a suit. I'm like, what? I don't need a suit. And he showed me, the very first time. And you wind up getting stung here and there, but the honeybees, it ain't that bad, it really ain't. It does hurt, but it's not like getting stung by a wasp or another bees where that shit could hurt for a couple of days. But you just take a smoker, like he put pine cones and straw in there, and it just keeps a fire going in there. But you pump it, and it just lets out a shitload of smoke, and you smoke right where the hive is. And the bees don't sting you. Like they'll be all over you, but if you smoked them, they don't sting you. It's weird. But and he told me a long time ago. He said that this is when I was in my prime of my health. Probably like between 23 and 30, somewhere around them years. But he told me that it helped for arthritis, and I was like, whatever. It kind of went one ear and out the other, and I didn't think much about it. And I didn't deny them, but here lately, I got stung when I was trying to get some rainwater that I collected, some bees, and I didn't even really see what kind it was. It looked like a yellow jacket or something, but it stung me, and for about a month, my hands, like where my hands from using them so much, they get like tired. I guess the best way to describe it's arthritis. It just gets painful when you use them, and it went away, and I'm starting to feel it come back, dude. And I'm like, and this has happened a couple times over the years, but more recently, I really, really noticed it because it was like my hands were fine. All of a sudden, like I had fucking new hands. It was cool, and I got to thinking, man, I bet you, man, that he was fucking right. That the bee stings do help with the arthritis, man. And to be honest, though, I'm not even 100% sure what the fuck arthritis is. I don't know what else you'd call this in my hands where they get painfully tired when you're gripping shit and like they didn't used to. And I'm looking back, like I said, I'm putting two and two together and seeing that he's damn straight, damn skippy, bro. That bee sting healed my shit for fucking maybe a month, maybe two, maybe a few weeks. You know, I didn't do a study on it, but it's just something that I've definitely noticed. And it was that sting hurt like a bitch though for a couple of days. I ain't gonna lie. Them yellow jackets pack a punch. So if anybody has that shit with their hands, you might not. I don't wish it on you. It might develop, you know, as you get older. If it's young people listening, anybody who hears this, just pay attention to that. Like if you get stung, see, you know, if it changes that, it's something you almost got to pay attention to. It's something you don't wish for or count on. Just something that happens. You know, you use your hands. The more you use them, or some people, it's in different parts of their body using them more and more. But just see if the pain coincides, like goes away a little bit, or if it minimizes the pain, because it eliminated it for me for I don't know exactly how long, but a good while. But who's gonna take a bee and like? I'm tempted though, like to literally take a bee and let him sting, you know, right up my wrist or something, to see if that's what it was, because that's knowledge that should be out there. Because whatever's in the bee sting could be synthesized, and it could be like a little natural arthritis cure, you know, that nobody knows about except the beekeepers and shit, or the ones who paid attention.
It can be cured to stuff it's microdosing, man. It's the original form of microdosing. Bees and mosquitoes and
Well, that is a whole practice using bee sting therapy, and that is what they do. They basically take the bees and kind of put them on your skin, and they make them sting you when they do the therapy. And yeah, people do have all kinds of different, you know, health benefits from that. I knew a girl who basically cured Lyme disease with the bee therapy.
That shit's real as fuck, then.
Yep, they use it for arthritis as well, like you said, and other conditions too, like skin conditions and things.
I'll vouch for that personally, man.
poison ivy. Put them on poison ivy, and then let them like sting you. And if you're allergic to it, maybe it'll help, like a microdose of it.
Right, which is basically the essence of homeopathy. In homeopathic remedies, they take a very, very small amount of the substance, and then they pound it, like they literally, boom, you know, pressure, pound, you know, either with a hammer or, and the pounding actually increases the potency of it. And then when you get the final remedy, it's actually diluted. It's been pounded and pressurized, and it's diluted down. And certain like venoms or stings or bee stings, things like that, seem to actually have a medicinal effect when they're made into a homeopathic remedy like that. So you're not getting like a huge amount of the actual thing, but you are getting like the actual essence of it, the energy of it, which I know some people might say, oh, that's, like some of the mainstream will just try to say that homeopathy is not real or something, but that's absolutely not the case. It is. And it is energy medicine.
It has to be real. Yeah, physical action reaction to things that you see directly had to be real. Most of the time in medicine and practices of certain things, the not the thing that like what it okay, if I try to find a thing that does makes you taller, right? And I got this pill and I say, hey man, Jill, we're gonna try this out on me and you. We're gonna see if we can get taller, right? And then we take it. It doesn't get us taller, but it makes our feet shrink.
It makes us a shot caller.
And every time we take it,
it doesn't make us taller, but it
shrink.
makes us a shot caller.
Right. It makes our feet shrink and we become a shot caller. So
I'm just
now,
kidding.
now,
Remember that song?
I know.
That'd be a bomb.
I know.
Yeah,
Shot
V baller,
caller,
shot
20-inch
caller.
blades on the Impala. Caller,
Hey,
yeah, I
it
know.
makes everybody else shorter.
But listen, my point is, when they give you something and it doesn't do what they thought it was going to, but does something every time, that's what they start implementing that for. So the byproduct of something that
Right.
they tried to do became the drug or
Yeah,
became the thing.
Exactly. Like with a certain homeopathic substance, by consuming they call it proofing, where you go through a proofing process where you test different dosage levels. And once you reach the threshold where you get a symptom from it, that often is what is then associated with the medicinal effect. And then they do the dilution and the processing of it to turn it into a medicine that then heals that reaction or that part of the body. Like just like you say with action reaction, like the actual action and reaction of that substance ends up being its actual medicine on a much more like diluted, subtle, but actually more powerful level than taking the
Right.
form of the substance itself.
Huh.
Like it inverts it into a medicine.
Bro, this guy just gave me a torch, man. It doesn't work, but it's a good torch, man. It's like it's a medium-sized torch. It's the kind you put butane in, and he couldn't get it to spark, and he got tired, I guess, lighting it with other stuff. And so he gave it to me. I've had it for a minute, and I just now was looking at it, and one of my kids' lighters like quit work. It's actually mine, but they took the fucking thing. But it's one of them torch lighters, and it quit working. I could see the spark in there, so I just kind of bent the
cesium. Yeah,
and it lit, right? But check this out. So
you can put a
there's
wire.
big one, there's a tip. So I put my finger on the one that doesn't work here, and it's a bigger torch. It's a pretty good one, actually.
You connected it.
And, so I pushed a button, and I felt a little jolt, but I was looking at the little tip, and there's nothing connected to it. I didn't know if something popped off, but I took a little piece of copper wire, and I just held it with my hand to the outside and made a little spark gap between the little tip that created the little shock. And sure enough, that bitch lit, dude. I'm like, that's cool, dude. Like piezoelectricity is crazy, dude. It's but just
Yeah, it
knowing
carries
that,
two wires.
bro, it's probably $25 torch, bro.
Right, and it's crystals and shit like that. And now you can make it. You can just snap that. You can push the button with the crystal, like click, 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 and it'll spark for you each time.
Yeah.
Just have the
Then a
wires
spot
connected.
welder.
Yeah.
Then a spot welder. I just made a spot welder. I had an old ass starter. I held on to it, man. I got a lot of junk I probably need to clear out. But and I took an old solenoid because I just, it was a starter, but I took the solenoid off, and I know that that's made to produce, a lot of amps at one time to turn the starter. And sure enough, bro, I made a little spot welder, dude. I don't have the money to buy one right now. And it would have cost, I don't know, probably 150, 200, somewhere, a lot more than I got. And but I needed to spot weld these little NiCads, and sure enough, it worked, man. I just took some thick wire, and just off of a battery that I just put a charger on it so it didn't die from keeping on doing it. But made a little spot welder, dude, off just a wire, battery, and a freaking solenoid. Works like a charm, dude. Can't even believe it.
Oh yeah.
There's so many things you could do. I made a little rock tumbler to make powder, like to grind shit down into freaking black powder or for batteries, just to grind it down super super fine for fireworks is what I plan to do. But I just took the little DC.
I wonder what diamond
motors.
dust and shit does from that.
Yeah, I took the little DC motors,
format.
man, and I took DC motors and connected them to a piece of like 4-inch PVC pipe, bro. And I'll probably have to change it every few months or something. But I mean, I don't know. But I just started using it. But it works like a charm. I bought for like $12. I bought some round like slingshot artillery, little like 3/8 of an inch little balls. And it worked like a charm, bro. It grinds this shit down. I done used it for a few things. It grinds it down into dust.
There's so many ways you can skin a cat. I mean, there's so many ways to do certain things. People are like, what the fuck? How did you do that like that? And people are like, oh, I did it. Like you go to a third world country and you'll be amazed, but they get shit done. They get it done.
Yeah, you buy stuff, man, nowadays, and all this circuitry, bro, all these little ass fucking transistors, these little resistors and all this stuff, bro.
Jay,
How can you fix that shit, bro? It's you know that it's not going to last that long, bro, and all that shit is unnecessary. Like you might need a capacitor here
it
and
can't
there.
take any of the amp you want to use. It can't take any of the anything. Like whatever you want to do with it, it's not even feasible. It's not even. It doesn't even. It's not applicable for it. It doesn't even make any sense. Like,
Bro, it's when you're broke you figure this stuff out though. When you're tight and your money's tight and you're in need. Like I realized, dude, that I wish I'd have been collecting air conditioners off the
phone
side of
line.
the road. Bro, check it out. These air conditioners, there's a certain kind of like window units around here, and it's hot. You almost need them, but it is a luxury. But still, I figured out with mine that it's just a fucking switch, dude. It's the switch, the ones with the buttons that are on the thing you plug in. There's like a relay type of thing. Them little relays are going bad after a couple of years, and I realized just bypass them relays, and you got a fucking air conditioner for another year or two, whatever. And so I grabbed a couple other ones and realized that damn, I got brand new AC, not brand new, but working air conditioners just from tying two fucking wires together, bro. That's shitty as fuck. They would even do that, bro, because you're gonna pay a few $100 for a window unit, $200-300, and then your relay goes bad after a couple summers. That's horrific, man. That's
TVs, they do it. They used to do it with all kinds of shit. You buy them $3,000 big old TVs, and it would last for a long time. And then every once in a while, go bad, like go black on you, or whatever. You had to go fix the fuse or something else. But you know what I mean? Yeah, they do it. Buttons, little power button on them.
They do the fuses, even the new ones, bro. They got fuses on the inside, and it's like, bro, any fuse like that could go bad. I mean, they should be on the outside and it should be labeled, bro. You shouldn't have to buy a brand new TV. And then you think about it, like if you knew that, then you could go collecting all these TVs and replacing the fuses. But think of all of them that are going to the dump. All this stuff going to the dump
Right.
that it's unnecessary because it's just a fuse, not
100%.
all of them.
So I got a plan for this actually. So what we should do is we should embrace the new world order like full on and just say, hey, climate change, global warming, like we need to go green. We need to abolish planned obsolescence. And we need to make it an oath for engineers that if they're involved with planned obsolescence, they can lose their license. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious?
I was thinking the same
Well,
thing.
also, our
It's
consumerism. Listen, our consumerism pushes that too. Don't buy the cheap ass shit. Stop buying the cheap shit from China or wherever. Like the shit that don't work but 2 days and 3 days. Stop buying it.
Every
That
battery
is the
charger,
planned
bro.
obsolescence.
Every 18-volt battery charger you get, bro, if anybody uses them constantly, they know that they go bad. It's always a capacitor, bro. Like, but nowadays you could look up on YouTube and they will almost tell you what the common problems are, and it's almost like 9 out of 10, bro. It's the same thing.
Not even that. The game systems. All kinds of shit. Okay, we had the cartridges you plug in. Super tough. Lasted fucking forever. Then they switched and went to CDs.
How do you eradicate planned obsolescence? How would that be done?
That's a good challenge that he just mentioned.
Hold on.
Not to allow it, you mean? Like not to allow people to do this planned?
Yeah, because we could lobby. We could lobby for
boycott it. You also be a part of the people who make the thing that is not planned obsolescence. So you produce the stuff. Yes.
No, bro.
You,
We could lobby for the pollution.
No.
We could
Hold
lobby.
on a minute, man.
Listen, bro,
Hold
D-Mock,
on.
just listen for
Not
1
doing
second,
all of it
dude.
is not going to help you. You have to do it all. Listen, we could have had it all. You can't have it some. You got to do
That
it
wasn't
all.
his question,
So
bro.
hold on a second.
I thought you were going to say we could have had it all.
Right.
Rolling in the deep.
You were
Right, we
deafened
could
when I
have,
mentioned.
but we're not
holy
going to get
fuck,
it all
Democ.
because
If you're not going to repeat what I said, let me fucking say it.
say hundreds of things.
Hundreds of things.
Well, just let him speak for a second. You have been Democ. You've been going.
All right, look, you were deafened at the moment, but we could use the whole green, the whole climate change, the whole movement of the New World Order, the carbon tax, all that, and use it against planned obsolescence and make it an oath that engineers, if they're involved in such an activity, that they can lose their license and be sent to jail or something like that.
I
They're
heard
pretty
Brian. Hold on, let him talk. Brian, why? Brian, hold
I'm
on, Brian.
adding to it, bro. T-Mock, do you know how to have a
Okay,
conversation?
well,
I
let him
finished
finish.
speaking, Demok.
So now I got you. I said do that. I said, but what you also have to do. Let me speak now. Let me speak now. What you also have to do is
I
be
had
a
one
part of that
sentence to say, and
yourself.
you fucking barreled in on
You
me.
had, hey, dude, can you let somebody talk without you jumping in, please? 1 second. Damn. I'll let
Well,
you
Demok,
talk.
just be concise,
I'll
bro.
mute my mic.
Just be
Hold on.
concise.
So, right. So what we need to do is be a part of it, and we need to make stuff too, along with the whoever. We need to make the stuff. So you make an object, or you make a business. Call it one. You put out an object. If it goes bad, they send it back, and you give them another one. They pay one price, or maybe a $5 fucking shipping and handling, or $10. You know, you get $5 extra for a fee, core fee or something, and then you send them back their new object. As long as they bought it from you, it's guaranteed for life. They send you the old one, you send them another one. You don't have to go repay nobody to do nothing. You get it from the person, every object. You get the full thing.
That'll never
Don't
work.
change it every week. Don't change it every month. Don't keep having this type this year.
Let me throw my little add-on in there. So what we do is we take pictures of all the like TVs and air conditioners and stuff, and compile like it wouldn't be hard to 1,000 shits out by the trash, and then take a picture of the freaking smoke in the factories that are making these things and lobby. Yeah, like he was saying, like we lobby that this planned obsolescence is literally just adding like crazy to the factories and us having to keep rebuying all this garbage due to one or two components and yeah, that's a great idea that he mentioned. Like we could lobby against it and it would be a easy self-explanatory case to make with all the unnecessary pollution of manufacturing all this BS that just goes wrong with one or two components.
Right. Go green. 1,000,000%. Hit them hard. But you also have to be a part of it too. You can't just leave it up to like Bob's business or something. I mean, we can do it too, right?
Yeah, you lobby, but that's funny as shit. Like, do you embrace the new world order, bro? If I didn't have a soul, we could have got rich. Just like a quick example, bro. We could just sold masks and shit like that, like to all the guppies and shit. I mean, that's a
Well,
dumb example.
that's
but
what
it's
I've
still
been
an
saying.
example.
Is the system is set up to reward the most indoctrinated.
Yeah, or the people who know that it's
So,
bullshit. Like
right.
we could make a
Scare tactic. Yeah, we know.
I'll make this quick. Like, bro, we could make a page. We could collectively put our heads together, or just do it individually, where we got an idea of like a space elevator or some shit, or a satellite that just any off the wall idea that goes with their narrative, knowing it's bullshit. But we could do a GoFundMe, and it could be like a thing that that's in space that spots this, that, you know,
The Go
and
Green
people are so
Space
stupid they tell
Project.
me, but I know it'd be fake. So my heart won't allow me to do something downright dirty like
Well,
that.
hold
But
on
you
then.
look at the GoFundMes, they make a fortune.
Think about this. Planned obsolescence doesn't work for their space program, does it? They send one thing out and it lasts for billions of years and hundreds of thousands of years, and it works fine, and it goes through millions of galaxies and miles and light years. And you get it, like
Yeah.
ISSs are great. Everything's great
No,
when
you
they
don't
use
actually
it.
have to do
No, it goes
anything.
backwards. No, it actually goes backwards in that field, Demok. So they have the advanced technology to go to the moon in the 60s, but now they've lost it. They can't rebuild it back. That one's gone in the opposite direction. It was pre-planned obsolescence that just went backwards.
Pre-planned.
Right. But I'm
Here's
saying
the thing: we
the
don't have
stuff
to
they
build
make.
nothing, though, bro. Check this out. We don't have to build nothing at all. We just get a GoFundMe and then just bankrupt. Like it's an idea to launch something into space that'll explore Mars. Like some idea that sounds good on its face. We don't have to actually do it. I mean, look at the GoFundMe pages, bro. They're ridiculous with the space shit, dude. There's people making like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and none of them ever come through with any of it, bro. It's garbage, you know. It's just really just selling. You got to sell your soul to do it because you know you're doing people dirty because you know that you're never going to make any space elevator or whatever the fuck it is, you know. But people love space.
Yeah, they run those funding campaigns that then end up falling apart.
I'm going to start a society in space. I'm raising money, and you can get your limited time ticket at half off right now.
Rent property on the
what do
moon.
they call it when you buy a ticket early? Like it's I forgot, but I know what you're talking about. If you buy it
Voucher? I don't know.
No, well, if you buy something before it comes out, like for them solar tracker things, like you could get it half price if you bought it before. I mean, it was going in production and all that, but if you invested and bought it early, I forgot what it's called, but this is legit. I'm not talking about it, but it's kind of like that, like something if you buy now, yeah, then you could do it early. But there's so many ideas. Like these people, man, maybe that some of them are legitimate thinking they're ever going to build any of this shit. But dude, I think it's just a scam, and it's a hundreds of $1,000s scam, bro. But if I did it now, I've had a couple ideas. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but a couple good ideas that I could easily. But man, I just
What
don't have
about
the
the
heart
guy
to
who
sell
puts
people.
well, what about the guy that they debut for doing like water or something? He breaks it, and all he does is he has a square thing, and he puts these plastic bags in, and he pours water in there, and then he gets fuel out of it. You didn't see that? I mean, that's a going green process, right?
That's crazy. But now I'm talking about space. People love space, so I'm thinking just think of a way that sounds feasible.
Right, go green space.
But it collects trash, like a thing that it's magnetic, right? And we just run like a little net. So we take say some like cube satellites. So we only need about 175,000 to launch a little network of CubeSats with little microscopic wires. There's no resistance up there, so we got these little tiny wires, and it's just influencing and like just bundling up the space debris. Like we got to clean up space for so we can get these probes out. I mean, just any bullshit like that, right?
Space. So you want a space net?
Yeah, like it's just any. I'm just throwing out a crude idea off the top of my head.
Well, why don't we just make them learn how to fucking like actually recycle stuff, like for real, like really recycle stuff. Stop sending it to the dump in the first place. Have bins out. If you have a cell phone bins goes to the cell phone dump. Air conditioners go to the air condition dump. This place, and you be the person that buys. Start the air condition dump. Start the sit a box out for old air conditioners. People will put them in there. You will make trillions of dollars. Have a guy who refurbishes them. Listen to me. Put boxes out everywhere. You will get donated everything. Cell phones, games, computers, laptop, everything you can think of. Headphones, everything. Just have separate compartments for it. You pick them up. You'll be a fucking trillionaire within a year.
Check this out, bro.
And all you gotta do is pay a couple guys to refurbish the shit.
In reality, bro, if I wanted to be honest, I'd be like, look, we want to clean up space junk, and what do we need? I just like put a needle on the screen just to pop all the balloons up there, like the balloons that they've lost, fucking the space junk. It just a little needle.
All of it'll come right back down.
Hey, a needle and a needle and an umbrella.
Maybe that's where Jimmy Hoffa is, floating up in the ether up there. up with Elvis and Bigfoot.
I don't think Jimmy Hoffa died. I don't think he ever died. Why do you have to die? Oh yeah, he's probably manning that bitch. He's probably like, "Hey, Billy, you guys doing good down there?"
I want to go up there before I die, man. It used to, dude. I had it set in my mind when I was indoctrinated. Like I wanted to try and build a rocket, like and on but right before I die, like not right before, but on my death days, I wanted to die trying to make it to the moon, and just a one-way trip. And now I realize that that going up there it's actually realistic. But I was dead serious. Like I wanted to take all my retirement money before I died and try this with rockets and shit. But now I know that this is realistic, bro, and I could literally do this, like not go to the moon, obviously, but go like up in the stratosphere like Picard did in 1930. Like I got some tanks, that old fuel oil tanks, and maybe just make a window out of them and pressurize some air and just get a fucking bunch of weather balloons. This is something that's literally well within reach. That's why I wonder what the fuck do they have up there. Like I'm all down for this NASA audit shit. I'd like to get some disclosure even if they didn't confess and say that what such is bullshit, I know we'd probably hear a lot about what they really do have, and they'd probably just say this is stuff we have on top of all that other shit. But if Picard did it in 1930, bro, think about it. You know they've had to like join a bunch of capsules up there, bro, up above the
Right, it
stratosphere,
doesn't
man.
seem that hard to do. I know what you mean. It's not like that much equipment, you know. I mean, it's not like it's nothing, but you know, I don't know if Kosho, if you're at your mic, I know I've talked to Kosho about this before. We've talked about it in terms of what it would take to build something like that, because I'm just saying, like, you don't really need the rocket technology. You don't really need to thrust in that way to get to the high altitudes that we could check some stuff out.
Right, and the fact that there's no oxygen up there and shit, but there's still a little bit of pressure. But like certain gases, like if you want to separate gases, you do it.
We got to get up there.
You do it through distillation, though, or you could do it through cryogenics. Like you can separate oxygen from nitrogen, whatever that actually is, whatever. Because the oxygen freezes at a certain temperature, and then the nitrogen freezes just a little past that, and then the next thing freezes at a little past that. So, but there's still pressure up there. It's just so fucking cold, dude. It's shrunk. But yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to pressurize capsules and go up there, especially if it's a one-way trip. It'd be even cheaper, but it ain't that unheard of to get up there in a little capsule.
Yeah. I was just thinking too, I know, totally. It seems like it's not like just super easy or anything.
Picard did it.
At the same time, it doesn't seem like, you know, extremely extensive, but it would definitely take probably at least tens of thousands of dollars to get something like that put together. But it might not be millions, although the more money, the better, to be able to build something even better. But what about there's so many things we could do at high altitude, especially if we were up there, like physically up there. But what do you think of, like, has anyone ever tried to zoom in to the ISS while at 120,000 feet on a balloon?
That's what I've been asking for 5 years now. High altitude proof that anything is up there. Debris, satellites, ISS, any of it. That's what I've been asking for.
That's just, I don't know about up there, but like I try and tell people who try and show me like pictures of Pluto or like Jupiter and Saturn. I'm like, I could show you on my camera, bro. And if you had the best telescope ever here on the ground, you're just going to get an enlarged version of this, what I'm showing you right here. It's not going to be where you see a perfect big red spot and shit like that. You're just going to see an enlarged version of what you have right here in this focus. It's but yeah, that's a good point. Like to try and get some focuses up high, but you can't see any of that shit up there. That's just it.
You should be able to see the ISS and stuff. I mean, why would you not? Every 90 minutes, right?
Well, you get up into the black, and all of a sudden, the only thing you could see is a big, glary, fucking crooked, like a line focus, like a stretched out focal point of light, and then a little teeny spot of a moon. They don't look like they do from down here. They look different. The moon looks like a tiny dot, and the sun looks like a big giant blob glare. And I've never seen any stars or planets or anything like that. So I don't know until I see it. Why do I even believe that you would see anything from up in the black? If that's the only things I've ever seen, that's the only things I can verify and vouch for at this moment anyway.
How do we supposedly have balloons and ISSs that can go up there miles, but all we can go up there is so many feet? It's kind of weird, right?
I think the ISS, you know, like I've said this before, but in my opinion, it's natural. Like we have, you're never going to see a good image of the ISS that doesn't look kind of like Arcturus that ain't stacked. Like they'll show you some shit, but bro, look at the best telescopes online, and when they show you the ISS, it's just like a little splotch. Looks like a little splotched out TIE fighter, bro. Then they'll stack images, and and pick the ones that look the most like an actual ISS. Show you that, but that's stacked bullshit to me. To me, the ISS is natural, man. That's why I made that video of ISIS, like the things about ISIS, the way they talk about it, how it's international and all this stuff, and it was like
Nah,
the leading edge. She was like the god or the cutting edge science back in the days. ISIS, I think it's natural, and then that's why they haven't decommissioned it. They were already supposed to have twice. They're stuck with it, bro. It's natural. They can't do nothing with it because it is what it is. They've just tracked its fucking circuit and taught us how to track it. But I don't think there's nobody on it because it looks like Arcturus to me, man. Looks like a TIE fighter. Just like I'll post a picture of Arcturus.
I don't think it's natural. I just don't think it's natural, though. I don't remember seeing any weird shit when I was a kid like that going by like every 90
Bro,
minutes.
it looks like a fucking airplane, bro. It looks like a damn fucking airplane when it goes across the
Oh,
sky.
you mean natural like that? Like a man? Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you meant like it's been there before they told you an ISS existed, that thing's been going around.
Look what I just posted in live chat, bro. Tell me, I mean, dude, I could call that a fucking the new ISS, fucking and just show it like a TIE fighter, whatever, bro. That's Arcturus, bro. They'll say I'm out of focus. Well, I can out of focus it the same way every fucking time. You know, that's a hell of a coincidence that I can shitty focus it in the same way that somebody else has done it with the same camera. Where they have similar shit focus, but then when it's focus, just means fucking focused. Like,
where's it at from a mountaintop? Where's the ISS filmed from a mountaintop straight up? Where's it filmed from the highest building straight up? Where's it filmed from a hot air balloon? Where's it filmed from a fucking helicopter straight up? Where is it filmed from any altitude? You know?
I don't know, but did you see what I posted? Did you see what I posted in live text?
No, I already know what you're talking about. 100%. I can imagine all that shit. I already know exactly what you're talking about.
Look at it real quick, man. It wouldn't kill you to look at it real quick.
I'm driving, buddy.
Okay,
Just a second. Yeah. I will look at it. Don't worry. But I can imagine what you're talking about while I'm driving, if that makes sense to you, okay?
Yeah, if you're driving, I didn't know you was driving.
Yeah. Nah, you don't know. If you're talking to me about something, I'll look at it. Yeah. If I can look at it, I'll look at it.
But ISIS is the god that won't die. Like, this is like Hermes' fucking mother or some shit. Like the center of science back then. Like they called. Man, I gotta post this video for anybody interested. Like the way they talk about it, it's like it's spread internationally. This ISIS god, and it's and the way they depict her with the wings spread out, and she flew all that. Like, dude, that's the way they describe these gods, like Pluto and Mars and all these. They're all planets and fucking and other objects. Like, bro, why would ISIS be any different, man? It's like the ISS.
I don't know why. I don't know why that would be a god other than, to me, it's weird, man. So a focal point in the sky that's putting off a frequency that you shouldn't know anything about. Way back in the day, you're looking out in the sky and seeing a light or a focal point or a frequency or UFO so far as you know, and you're calling that a god? to
No, I'm
like
not calling
hear.
it a god. I'm
I
saying
think that's weird.
it's symbolic. It's symbolic of like how they call the planets and
No,
all that. Like
hold on.
Isis is the wanderer that's looking for
Trying to make a point.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was trying to make a point. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about the idea that a focal point, a frequency, is a god, a light. You get it? Just simplify it. Just total simple. We're standing here, me and you, first people. We look up. Do we look at a focal point or a light and say that's God? That's weird.
No.
So
No.
why would they do that?
I don't know.
Well, that's what we need to figure out. How do they know about frequencies? How do they know a focal point or a frequency can be considered a god or a thing they can create or put off something to be like a god? Like, how does that even make sense?
Yeah, there probably is something we don't. Something that's
A
interesting. You put it like
projector.
that.
Yeah, I'm saying, how do they know that's a projector and of what? So that's a projector of this god, that's a projector, and doing what? And it's supposed to be doing something and making something happen here from a focal point there, or from a focal point there, like showing you there. Like that's a mirror image of the energy that's being conveyed at this place or this area on Earth. You see what I'm
But
saying? So like,
yeah. I could say it like this, like maybe like they have the constellations of the two what you call it, where they can't, like they were put in the heavens and but just out of reach where they can't touch. In the constellation you see like their fingers, like there's points where they depict their fingers like almost touching but they could never touch, like these certain gods, like and then you have like the wanderer gods and shit like that. Like Isis is like the wanderer god who flies around, and like she's not in a certain path. Like she's flying around looking for her sons or some shit. Like they make I don't know. Like it's possible, but yeah, there probably is more to it with frequencies and shit like that, dude. It's damn well possible. Yeah, I think we're getting stupider, not smarter as we carry on, man. So you never know what the story is depicting, really. Just that's why I like talking about shit like this. Like ISIS was a cult and a staple of science that spread internationally, like way back in Egypt and all that. And it's like, the way they were describing it, just sounded like, man, it just sounded like everything about it sounded like the ISS cult, the cult of science today.
Well, are they talking about gods? Or are they talking about action and reaction? I mean, like, at the end of the day, you can't do anything with nothing. So if you have an imagination, it's not going to do much. You have to be able to bring this imagination to something or do something. And if it's just a dot in the fucking sky and your imagination of what that dot does, that doesn't help anything.
Well, to me, dude, the stars and the planets and all that are part of the system. Like, to me, it's a perpetual system. And if you say what's powering,
right, that's what I'm saying. Like, so the God isn't a God like you're thinking. It never has been.
I don't think that for a second. And
hold on, all the gods are an action or a reaction or a force that we might not be able to see, but we notice the reaction, like the wind. Sometimes you can't see wind because it's clear, but you see the reaction of it, right? Water. Electrical continuity, magnetism, these things are like unstoppable. So if you said what would you depict as like a god type thing, I would be like shit on the earth that happens to you. A fucking tsunami, a flood, something that moves everything, you know?
Yeah, Neptune or fucking like thunder and Thor and all that. But here's what I think, man. Like I think this is a perpetual system, and the planets and the stars and all that, like, and all the old religions and philosophies and all that stuff, or religions like they have where the stars have crashed down to Earth and all that. Like that's part of the balance. So if shit starts getting out of whack, then that solar system, like the planets, like to me, like say let's say Venus and Mars, or to me they're probably about 15, 20 miles across, which is fucking enormous, bro. Like about 10 Mount Everest. and they're up there and a few thousand miles away, and there are certain materials or certain frequencies that will become materials if we get too far out of balance. So if shit's crashed in the past, like if stars have crashed to the ground, it was like it's probably something common that doesn't destroy the whole fucking planet or the whole whatever we are. It just is something that we get out of balance the most of, and there's so many of them, so it just crashes down in the area and helps regain the balance. And like planets would be something a little bit worse, and might cause like it might get closer to the sun. Like if the sun gets out of whack, like Venus or comets or something, might trail toward the sun to fix the temperature, or just anything that goes out of balance, man. I think that's what the planets are. I think they're solid. I think they're like terra firma type of things, or gases, or whatever they are at that temperature where they're at. But they're just something that restores balance. I think this system is incredible. I can only tell you ideas, but it is a perpetual system. This system is, what God made, and it's freaking incredible. We'll never maybe figure everything out, but I think it's all part of the balance, man, of things. Like that maybe wasn't my best way of describing it, but I think everybody got the point. Like so if there was a shortage of something and shit was out of whack, there could be like a fucking oil planet where oil is something necessary, or some gas that fucking reacts with something else that makes oil. I'm just saying, just anything that puts shit back in balance. Like there's every type of frequency up there, or every type of catalyst up there that to create whatever there's a lack of that might fuck the system up, and it might destroy that section of the plane. It might destroy big sections. It might rain down in various spots. But I think the first sign of all that would be comets, and I would think it'd be very, very gradual. It wouldn't be like, oh, shit's out of balance, shit's coming crashing down. I think it would just be something very, very gradual, where if there's a shift in the balance, then there'd be a shift in like the comets or something. And like they say, like Venus used to be a comet. Like they've depicted it with a tail on it, like following the sun and shit in the past. There's so much I need to learn about it, but to me, it's a big perpetual machine, if you will. It's perpetual. It's harmonizing, it's self-healing, and it's not light years away, shit like that. Like that's ridiculous, man. Why would they even? Nothing about that story makes sense. With stars light years away, and every time we look, we're in the middle. But then that's the way it would look from everywhere if you were looking out. Like it's a big explosion, but everywhere is the middle you're looking from. Like everything about that story, I could go on and on and on. It dies on its face, bro. It's stupid, dude. Why even talk about something that's light years away? Just never land, because nothing will ever fucking get there. What's the point in even talking about it or looking at them? Why would you even care about the universe if it's that vast? Why would you care about planets and shit like that if it's that far away? You'll never ever fucking be able to prove that. You'll never ever be able to know anything at all about it. Stupid, man.
If you were to take the altitude of the ISS, work out what its ground speed is, and then compare that to the ground speed of the sun and the moon, you could probably work out a possible ratio of how close these things could be. You can match about 10,000 miles, at least. Well,
Yeah, a few thousand miles, really. But to me, ISS could be something like just closer to fucking hitting down and correcting whatever fucked up balance we got going on right now. But to me, it's natural, part of the system. That's my personal opinion on it. I think that you can't triangulate shit if you're unless you just do it like right overhead. If you're right underneath it shit, you can get accurate because when you start looking off of the distance, even at airplanes, they look like they're flying in a. If you look at the local jet trails, that's one thing, but look at over the course of the whole entire sky, it looks like a dome in the distance. Even if we live on a ball, we know that them planes aren't flying straight down in the distance, but they literally look like they're flying straight down. And if they're coming toward us, they look like they're little space shuttles in the distance, just little trails that look like they're going straight up. So we see in a dome, whether we live on a ball or a plane, and so you're not going to be able to track shit by triangulating over distances. You'd have to do it directly overhead. And to me, like the sun and the moon track out like between 38 and 4,000 miles. If you track directly underneath them within a few degrees, that's the only pure way to triangulate anything in our reality, because the way we see in a dome type of vision, and that's going to give you 3959. Ironically, it's going to give you the radius of the Earth. That's not a. When I first did the math on that, I was like, no shit, that is not a coincidence. That if I do
I've been
the
saying
math,
that.
yeah, I've been saying that too, man.
Ever since way back, I said the dartboard thing, the circle thing. I said, listen, I can match. Well, I was on Jim Pandas too a lot, but I was like, I can match your globe number any way, shape, or form with a flat circle. I can match it. And they were like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And they all got stupid, whatever. Eventually, they probably kicked me out eventually, but because I argue with them because they think I'm stupid. But no, 100,000,000%. If I draw a flat circle on the ground that's 360 fucking degrees and it's a flat circle, I can mark out anything that they have on the sphere in that flat circle. It's that simple.
Yeah, the point is perspective doesn't drop anything at a rate that cares anything about what we think and what our math adds up to. Perspective works in a fashion that is almost like a squared function, man. Almost. But like I said, when shit gets toward the horizon, it lingers. Exactly what we expect on a plane. It lingers and it looks like it goes straight down, but that's only for shit way, way high enough. So the shit that's lower is going to drop faster before it lingers on the horizon. So it's like nothing about it is consistent mathematically. It's, to me, it's obvious it's working over a plane with kind of like a dome of vision, man. But yeah, it would be easier to model it as the math that's right overhead and just make it into an actual sphere. But that's a story. That's a model.
You can't even see a sphere from overhead when you look down. You don't even see any. There's nothing. But if I draw a flat circle around me, 360, 39, 59, 24,901 marks,
Fucking
yeah.
Realm left, man. Like I seen his name. I thought he was gonna say something right when I looked. He left. Like Realm, if you're like on YouTube listening to this or whatever, man, come back, man. We want to hear what you have to say on this crazy shit. I wish I'd have noticed him here sooner. I'd asked him something, man. He's got some interesting ideas. I love the way his mind thinks, bro. Definitely outside the box. He's got some interesting ideas, man, that make a lot of sense, man.
Right. I like a lot of the ideas, but at the end of the day, the only one that really matters to me is the one that's the truest.
How do they buy this shit like with the light year away stars? Like, bro, so it just so happens. I mean, you have to make these stars so huge to keep your paradigm. They've literally made the sun into some dwarf. Like it's like, bro, it's exactly how it would have to be. Like they think in coincidence and reverse coincidence. Like they think you model it, and yeah, that's how it is. No, that's how it have to be. Like same thing with Jupiter. Like they have to have it rain in diamonds because they have to give that gas incredible amounts of density. How are you going to do that? You have it rain fucking diamonds. It's all so stupid, dude. It's so like, it's so contradictive of itself, man. And I always ask them. So one of my questions to the people is, does buoyancy increase if gravity increases? And the answer is yes, because it's mathematically based on gravity. So it would be just as easy to leave a place like Jupiter, even in their model, as it is Earth. But they never want to give me a straight answer on that question. Like, so if there's more gravity, there's just more fucking buoyancy. They don't think like that though, man. They don't. I like talking about that, and I like talking about what happens if you reach the center of one of these planets, like even Earth. Like, am I going to be floating or am I going to be squashed? Which the fuck is it? Because your model doesn't really specify, man. Because if the force is coming because of the mass, if I'm in the middle, I'm going to float. But if I'm one speck away from the middle, I'm going to be squashed into a pinhead. Like, that's nature doesn't work like that. Nature works in gradients. Like everything's scalable. If it ain't scalable or some kind of crazy chemical reaction, then it's wrong. Because like electricity, it's scalable. If it happens on a small scale, you can count on it working pretty much the same, give or take, on a larger scale. Like all their other shit that isn't, doesn't work like that. And especially the gravity. So if I'm going to be weightless in the center, I'm going to get more and more weightless as I get toward the center. It's not just going to happen instantly, and they'll probably call it local. They'll say local, like, what the fuck is local? Local is a cop-out word for them to talk about local fucking horizontal or some shit. And,
center.
that's why, like, I asked, like, Rakia pins him down. Like, how far do you mean when you say local? But but that's not the way shit works.
Where does gravity come from? Where's gravity coming from and going to? Does it go to the center and?
From the imagination of men who think they're gods.
So think about this. It goes from the sun, from the earth to the center of you, so it's in the center of everything, around everything, in the center of the earth, around the earth, going to the center of the earth. Now, when it gets to the center of the earth, what's it do? Reverse and come back the other way? I don't get it. What stops gravity?
Right. It would have to, though. Think about it. If it's because of mass, then if we're at the center, then we'd be weightless, right? Because the mass.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean no?
No, you'd be weightless on the surface.
No, in their
on the surface you would have perfect balance. Listen, weight's not even a thing. Hold on. Weight's not even anything to do with anything. You would have mass attracting mass. You wouldn't fuck weight. So you'd have objects attracting objects, right? We don't see that because you can fall over. If you take a couple drinks and you walk outside, you can fall. That should not happen with gravity. Gravity should hold you in your position like a Weebles Wobbles can't fall down. That's what gravity's supposed to do.
Though. They say it's strongest on the surface.
Listen.
Because on the surface is the
Strongest.
where you have the most mass pulling you down.
So listen to what I'm saying. You would be a Weebles Wobble on the surface. If I put an egg on the surface on the top point of a pyramid, and that's the surface, the surface, then that's where it'd be strongest. That's where it would hold that egg and not let it fall anywhere. I could smack it left, smack it right, do whatever. Gravity's supposed to be pulling it to the center of the earth through the pyramid, through the point. Okay.
Sure.
So you and I, with our little tippy toe feet, with our little bitty ass pencil legs, should be right. weebles wobbles, but don't fall down. We should never be
Right,
able to
and it
fall
would
down
still,
off anything.
but it would still be strong in their paradigm. It would still be strongest on the surface, whether you angled it or that. The point
And
is,
then in the center, there is no strongest. Gravity is a
and no, I'm talking
constant.
about in their
It's
paradigm.
not.
If you get away from the further we get away from the planet, then the less gravity. But the same. But they never talk about what happens on the way down. Like
No.
so.
Hold on. That's not gravity. That's what they do to fix gravity. All right. Everything gets construed and messed up. What they
I know
use to
that.
make an excuse okay. So what they do to make an excuse, Einstein, Newton, relativity, all this bullshit. It's all bullshit. Everything equals zero. Each one of them know it. That's why they laugh at you. That's why Einstein or Newton didn't stand for it. Einstein stuck his fucking tongue out and thought he was funny, right? Because it's all bullshit, right? Relative means whatever you want it to at any time you need it to.
Yeah, but there's holes in their own story. I obviously don't agree with any of it, but I'm saying even within their own, there's a couple places. Hold on, there's a couple places
what I'm saying.
they won't journey because of the paradoxes in their own fucking reasoning.
What are you talking about? No. They journey everywhere retardedly. Listen, everything they say is another excuse built on another excuse because they can't demonstrate anything. You understand? There's no journey. Every lie is where we're at right now. We've got 1 million professors with 1 million lies built on top of each other because of the first lie, because of the second lie, because of the third lie, or the misunderstanding. Either way, it's still wrong. Still wrong. So you got Newton that's wrong, Einstein that's wrong, and all these other dudes that followed them. If you writ the same shit as them or you even followed the stuff they followed, you're wrong. It's just flat out. So all of our stuff's built on wrong shit. And they want to keep on repeating it like it's right and making excuses for it. That you have a book of excuses. That's what makes up science and physics these days. None of them are testable, repeatable, provable, or demonstratable. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, that's what I'm saying. In layman's terms, they all bullshit each other. It's all bullshit.
Listen though, but listen, DMOC, if you look up gravity, if you Google "am I weightless at the center of the Earth," then it's going to tell you that yes, because of the opposing forces, that you're listen, man, if you'll be weightless
I know.
because of the opposing forces. But think about this: if how are these planets how are planets created if at the center you're fucking weightless? And then how are the gas fucking planets and stars created, period, if it's a fucking gas in a vacuum? So it's like even the solid shit doesn't make sense because at the center there's fucking no gravity at all. It's just a big fucking conundrum, man, in my opinion.
Brian, how would you demonstrate spherical gravity to anyone?
Good question.
You can't. I mean, why even entice the idea of the ignorant shit? Listen, what they have to have is every excuse that makes no sense. That's why we're like, what the hell? We scratch our head. Now, if they were true about gravity, they would say it did what it did, and it would be gravity. And they would say, why does this do this? And their answer would be gravity, not buoyancy. The answer would be gravity. And every time you asked about something that was something equated to it, it would be gravity would be the answer,
Like the
not
chicken
the
and the egg,
excuse.
right? Like the chicken and the egg.
Right.
You need gravity to
Buoyancy wouldn't be the
make
answer.
the planet. You need gravity to make the planets or the stars, but then you need the mass to create the gravity. It's fucking stupid on its face. So I like pointing out these
Exactly, and
contradictions.
there's no resistance. And there's no resistance in space. Every bit of it is a fucking just goofy. It's all an excuse of ignorance. None of it makes sense. It's all backwards. It's the opposite of what's going on. All of it.
Which came first, gravity or fucking mass?
Stuff. Mass.
Stuff,
It would
right?
be the mass. The stuff, yeah.
That's my new
the stuff
question.
has to be
That's my
first.
question for the day. So any ballers who want to join or pipe up, which came first, mass or gravity?
But think about it. If you are in the center, in my mind, I was in the center being pulled like a focal point, being crushed upon myself and then pulled back out. You think you would weigh nothing, but like, would you weigh nothing or would you weigh everything? You know what I mean? If you're the focal point, like it's just weird, man.
But this should point them toward electrostatics. Like, look, the mass is things are held together due to electrostatics, and at some point that changes. I want to know at what point. So they're going to answer that what came first, gravity. They're going to say that matter or mass, whatever, that things like on this scale, a scale of rocks or people, that it's electrostatics holding everything together, or they want to say the strong nuclear force, whatever, call it whatever the fuck you want. It's holding everything together. But at what point, at what size? Don't say local. Don't say, give me at least a fucking ballpark at what size electrostatics doesn't matter. And there's no more fucking electrostatic where gravity takes over. It's going to be some bullshit answer if you even get one. There's got to be a point where electrostatics and where gravity's force takes over and electrostatics is irrelevant. That's the topic of the day, folks. That's the question of the day. So March, blah, blah, blah. 2023 question of the day, Earth Awakenings. Roughly at what size does gravity overpower the strong or electrostatics or strong nuclear force, whatever you want to call it, the shit that we know, the shit we can measure, the shit that makes sense? At what size? And if I'm at the center of a structure of whatever it is that's held together electrostatically, am I weightless or am I crushed if I'm at the center of solid matter electrostatically induced, held together by the strong nuclear force or electrostatics? Same thing to me. And so to me, there's only really one force with different phases of it, pretty much. So electrostatics or the electromagnetic force is the only force. And then the weak nuclear force is just the lack of electrostatics, in my opinion. It's just the lack of the strong force, hands, fingers, and air quotes. But so that'd be the question of the day. At what size? And don't start talking about planets. I want to hear about it here on Earth. Like, if it ain't Everest, then start joining the Everests together. Don't give me a planet. Don't go off to the fucking in the imaginary land. Let's talk about it here in the real world, where it could be tested and shit like that. I know if I'm at the middle of Mount Everest, I'm going to be crushed to oblivion. I'm not going to be weightless. It's stupid to even think that. But if you Google will tell you that at the center of a planet, Earth, whatever, at the center of their fairy tale, you're weightless. So it would have
What's at the center of the universe? It's supposed to be the Earth, right?
Earth.
Think about that one. So where's all that gravity going to? It's supposed to be right here, right?
They should be able to recreate orbit, man. Like using some type of magnetism.
Well, yeah.
Like even if you have to hold something up from the side or something like that, like you should be able to use magnetism and recreate an orbit.
They can. They can recreate orbit with electromagnetism with tinfoil going around a sphere. They can recreate super conduction, which is also
magnets. I mean, I'm talking about with magnets though.
These are magnets.
Did you say electromagnets?
Yeah, that's what when you turn the electricity on. Hold on. When you turn a field on or move or add current, it is a magnet. It puts off a field.
Yeah,
it creates a field.
Yeah, but it's
I don't care what it is. Listen, man, hold on. When you run water or you rub static, rub a plastic, anything you do that adds the current to something is a magnetic effect. It doesn't matter to me what anybody wants to call it. you're still going to get a magnetic effect. Hot and cold, high to low, positive, negative. They're magnetic effects. There's no such thing as a non-magnetic effect, where you say it's electricity, static.
What's up,
Yeah,
New? I see you join, man. You got to get in this interesting conversation. So the question of the day, hopefully New Perspective responds, man, is at what size does gravity overtake electrostatics? Because they say we're, weightless at the center of the Earth. And to me, it'd have to be gradual. You don't just get weightless. You get in the sweet spot and boom, you're weightless. And you're crushed everywhere toward it. To me, if mass is pulling equally and oppositely, if I'm just like 100 meters from the center, then I'm damn near weightless. I just weigh a little bit depending
what was
on
the
what
question again?
At what
Ask it one more
size?
time.
At what size does gravity overtake electrostatics as far as everything being held together?
Listen, think about that real quick. That's a conundrum in itself. If gravity is the weakest force, how could anything appear from this weak force called gravity if there are all these other strong forces? All
That's
the
my
strong
point.
forces would always outdo anything called the imaginary idea of a non or null or invalid or a pseudo force
That's my point, though.
called gravity.
My
Right.
point is
So
that if I'm
so in
weightless
that
in the center of
so if
Earth,
you're a scientist, you're the
go ahead.
scientist, Brian. You've already disproven the word gravity just by saying it's the weakest force, but yet they say everything happens or is shaped by it. How can you have form or shape by a non-force?
That's the interesting part of it is yeah, and they call it one of the four fundamental forces, but all of a sudden it ain't a force. But here's the thing. I like asking interesting questions like that because in their world that if we're weightless in the center of a planet, how the fuck did it turn into a planet to fucking begin with if I'm weightless in the center, and not to mention the fact it's the weakest force and not even a fucking force and all this other shit. And then that leads me to the gases. How did gases clump together?
What do you get? What kind of reaction can you get from no force? What reaction can we get in physics from a non-force? Huh?
Do you call chemical reactions a force? I'm trying to give you a genuine answer. Like,
No, those are
I say no force,
no.
right?
Hold on. Any physical thing that has an attribute or an action that can do something is putting a force on something. So,
Right.
a chemical would be a physical thing.
Right, it'd be
It's
physical,
actually
right?
doing
Right.
something to it. Right.
And they
So,
describe force as being able to
so
move
gravity.
something. Yeah.
Right. So a non-force thing, when can it do work and how can we test it to do anything in physics?
I say
A
only way
non-force.
I can move something is by inequality. If I put something out of equilibrium, I can move it, and I can do
That's a
that with heat.
force.
I could do that, right, and I could do that with
Right.
heat. So Rumpus said it in one of my videos. I'll try and make this quick.
Those
We were
are all
talking
forces.
on, yeah, we were talking on way back on Ranty's or Brandon's, and he said that he was defining a force as something that can put something in motion, what it's necessary to put something in motion. And then I asked him, "Can you move something with heat?" And in the next sentence, he says, "Yeah." I'm like, "Then heat's a fucking force. By your definition, heat's a force. But what heat is and what a force is in reality is disequilibrium. Okay, if anything that causes disequilibrium is a force
It's
or
a force.
creates a force.
That
You
would
could do it
create a shape.
chemically. Yeah, you could do it
That's
chemically.
what would create a shape. The wind.
Yeah.
The wind and
What?
the raindrop. The wind and a raindrop.
Right. That's everything going back to equilibrium. Right. So the rain falling down is because it's out of equilibrium and it's seeking equilibrium. The same thing with like chemical reactions.
But the wind is shaping it, not the word gravity.
Yeah, but
The
the heat
actual
causes the
force.
wind. Yeah, yeah. The wind is disequilibrium. The wind is
Cold
air
stuff does
trying
it
to
too.
reach equilibrium, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Cold water freezes and swells up. Yeah. Yes, Brian. High to
So
low, hot
yeah,
to cold, positive, negative. There is no
yeah.
agreement here. These is just the facts, man. If I died right now, I don't have to agree with shit. Just what we see in reaction and action, whether I agree or not, that's what we have to go with. It doesn't take my agreement. It just takes reality. So
Yeah,
what
but that's
the
not
question is,
the narrative, though. That's not the
question
narrative.
is, right. The narrative is, what can you do with something that doesn't have a force? That's the only question we need to worry about. Right. So why is anybody worried about gravity?
Yeah, really. But
I'm
they
just
say
saying that's the question you want to ask. That's the interesting question.
they try and
What
say
can you do
treat
without
it
a
as
force?
force. They try and say you can treat it as a force. They have a bunch of stupid, slick, backhanded answers for why gravity.
No. No, we're not going to treat anything. We're going to say, what can you do without a force?
Yeah, what can you
Because
move?
it's not a force, and we're just going to leave it at that. That's what we leave it at. We don't. There is no trick here. This is a simple question, simple answer.
Say that. Somebody tried to intervene. Pipe up.
Do what?
Somebody said something, man, but I was trying to get him to repeat. Maybe New Perspective can't talk right now, man. He's just listening. Hopefully enjoying it. But I guarantee he's wanting to talk. If he can't talk, he's wanting to pipe in. But I think he'd agree with us that to me, man, I've been saying this forever, that everything, every fucking motion, the root of it is disequilibrium. To me, the sun is the big generator, the entropy machine, if you will. And
The chaotic design.
yeah, it sets everything in motion. If it was everywhere, then it would mean nothing. It's the
So-
it pretty much creates the disequilibrium.
So chaos is the design of reality.
Yeah, like harness chaos.
Don't
if
you love
will.
that? Yeah,
Sure.
100%. And then it finds a way to cycle itself. Get in where you fit in. You know what I mean?
So
High to low, hot to cold, positive, negative.
My next challenge is
Air bubbles.
I want them to tell me anything moving that's not in disequilibrium. Something moving that's not seeking equilibrium. I think that every force, like heat, causes fucking the wind, the currents. It's most everything. But then even your chemical imbalances. If you want to move shit chemically, voltaically,
It's all physics.
you create imbalances, man. You take like even with batteries and shit, you create, you're creating electrical energy, but you're still taking imbalances like oxides and then pure metals and shit after refining them. It takes energy. I don't know. We reify energy. I do it all the time, but really energy, the way we reify it is kind of stupid. John D put that out. But
What do you think about the air bubbles? Yeah, what do you think about air bubbles?
In space?
No. Right here on Earth.
I think air
bubbles,
bubbles are. I think bubbles are a way to prove, fucking what you call it. I think using bubbles you can prove an ether. There's a background. There's a background everywhere, bro. There's no such thing as nothing. There's a background everywhere, and you could prove it with a vacuum and the bubbles inside the vacuum, where there's no air. There's something fucking there because it's bubbling.
Heat bubbles. Chemicals bubble. Electricity bubbles.
But it'd have to unbubble. Like all that stuff does bubble, but it'd have to unbubble because when the vacuum chamber fills up, there's nothing in there but water. So there'd have to be a hell of a process going on.
So air, whatever air is called, right, pops up out of the water as bubbles. Big ones, little ones, whatever. Yeah. And then they go up, to where they go. Right?
Yeah.
Can you light that air bubble on fire? Like just initially when it's popping out of the water, can you light that?
I don't know. Probably not. Maybe.
So doesn't that Well, if you can't light it, wouldn't it remind you of an inert gas like helium?
It depends on what gas it is, right? Don't it?
Right. That's what we're getting at. That's what we're trying to get at.
Here's my point, though.
So
I know you don't disagree with it, but let me put up an argument that with the ether. I mean, I don't think you're dead set against it, but you're like the show me type of guy. And my point is air. I don't think they know exactly what the fuck air is, and I think there's a component of it they're
they
missing.
don't. It's
I
electrical
think there's a
continuity.
component. I think ether is just a fucking part of air that they're missing. It's just all around us. It's the background. It's the thinnest thing. It's thinner than hydrogen, and it's impossible to be confined.
There's no listen to this. Well, if it's impossible to be defined, then you can't add shape or thinness
Confined.
to it, right?
I mean confined. Like you can't trap it.
Confined.
Yeah, it's
Right.
everywhere.
So you can't give it a thinness. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
Right, it's everywhere.
So when you
and
describe it
can't
like
trap
that, yeah, you shouldn't say a thinness or a wideness or whatever. If you're saying everywhere, you just simply say everywhere. I mean, that's going to be
I
the
do
work
agree
out
with
the
you
best
that
for you.
everything. I do agree with you that everything is physical. So I've got to think that
Right.
that the ether is physical, but it's just beyond our
Well,
capabilities
think about this:
of trapping it.
comprehension of grasping the concept of it yet fully. Memory, intelligence. Not to be smart, not to say this little kid got an A, but actually in the reality of existence, intelligence for existence itself. Okay.
Okay. I feel like I could have this conversation with you. So let me give you this as an example. Okay, so I've heard a couple responses, but never really a good one. Okay. And think about it. Don't just answer right off the bat. Like really give this some genuine thought. And so we take a vacuum and we know there's a little air in there. I'm not arguing with the fucking reality of anything. Reality is boss, okay? So we take and we evacuate as much air as we possibly can. And then we take that chamber, just a little box, we dunk it underwater, and as the water comes in, there's no whirlpools of air coming down through the water. But it starts bubbling fucking vigorously, like more than the bubbling that causes when you just dunk a regular box of air, and it bubbles. Obviously, the air in the container bubbles out as the water comes in, but it literally bubbles more if there's no air in there. But then when it's all the way full, fucking there's fucking only like a little teeny dime size air bubble at the top. Like it literally would have to bubble and then debubble in the same process. And so I'm wondering, why does a vacuum chamber bubble 5 times more than the air if we evacuate the air? So that tells me it's not air. We know for a fact that the air couldn't. We see that even when it fills all the way up, there's hardly no air, but there is a speck of air. I'll say that, but not enough to cause all that bubbling at any one time, much less collectively. So my thing is, and it's energetic as fuck, dude. Whatever it is bubbling, it is highly energetic. Like when you dunk it underwater, you can feel it vibrating and just sucking that water in like a fucking madhouse, bro. It's energetic. There's so much energy in the vacuum because you had to put so much energy in to create the bits. So what
you
is
made a reactor.
It's ether. To me, that's ether.
No, it's a hold on. You made a conduit. You made a connection from the one to the other. You put something that didn't belong in another thing. You put an empty thing in a full thing. Therefore, the empty thing is going to have to fucking empty out what the empty shit is in it. It's not really empty. It's air. So you put the thing with air in it where it doesn't belong down in water.
Guess what
now, this
science
air
calls
doesn't
it?
like the
Guess what science calls them? Science calls them
What?
fucking nothing bubbles. Literally call them nothing bubbles. And I know better than that. And to me, that's the fucking.
Hell no, it's not nothing. That's well,
what
hold on.
science calls them, bro. I swear to God.
Hold,
Nothing bubbles.
Okay, I got you. But listen, it's oxygen. And when I think of the word oxygen, I just think of generator, generation, electrical generator, right?
But then you're
right?
saying oxygen's
So
displacing itself.
hold on a second. Hold on. So you're gonna keep throwing me off track is what you're gonna do. So you got the vacuum, right? The vacuum effect. It's not really the vacuum like you're thinking. It's just what has to happen. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. They have to fucking equilibrate. So one has to release. While one releases, it has to feed out and in, just like energy going out and something going in. It had like something has to feed something to push it out.
I'm
So
good with all that.
it's the equal rate, right?
But what's
So it's
displacing the
just like
water?
a magnet. It's just like two magnets,
But my
and they're
question is
electrical. It's electrical.
the question is what's displacing the water? You can't say itself.
What do you mean?
What's
What do you
displacing
mean
the water?
displacing?
The water is being displaced by all these bubbles, and they
The
say it's
bubble.
nothing bubbles,
It's
and I say it's
electrical
not nothing.
continuity. No. It's electrical continuity. It's a little spark of current
Sure,
being released.
you call it electricity, bro. I call it ether. It's everywhere. There's no getting rid of it, even in a vacuum. That's why we can't make a perfect
Well,
vacuum
see
because it's all
what word
around
do
us.
you have? Well, what word do you have for just intelligence and memory itself? Like that's what I call the electric.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
I'm
think it's
good with all that.
intelligent.
But like I said, you're just
Right.
renaming what we're describing as the ether. You're just calling it, electricity for lack of better definition. It's displacing the
The
water.
hell? No, we already got a word for it. It's God. It's electricity. It's everything that does everything. Whether it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's a vacuum, whether it's not, whether you got a reaction, an
So
induction, explosion, it's all electrical continuity being exchanged or equilibrium differentiated towards however you're doing it. You're created a
sure.
reactor. A vacuum
But
chamber
you've concentrated
is
it in
a
the
fucking
vacuum.
nuclear. Hold on, bro. Hold on. A vacuum chamber is a nuclear reactor. It's so simple.
So would you agree that whatever the fuck is our background, whatever's all around us, you've literally concentrated it in the vacuum? And would you say, or would you don't believe that in nothing, and you know that there's not enough air in there to fill the place, and you see the bubbles and all that, and you
Can
say
you light it?
electricity, that's fair, but would you describe that as you wouldn't describe that vacuum as being 99% nothing, would you?
No. There's still air in there.
So there's something that mainstream science ain't figured out, and electricity is a fair way to describe it, like you did. Like it's like energy or electricity. That's a fair way to describe it. I was just describing it as ether, like it's
Amplified it.
you could concentrate it.
Listen, by dissipating something, you get the total negative or inertness of. That's what it is. You made it inert, basically, in a way, right? You can either make it flammable or you can make it inert, and that's what it is. The inert shit wants to go up. The spent shit wants to go up. The shit that's releasing energy at a rate that it can't hold on to it. It can't hold on to it.
Mm-hmm.
That shit wants to go up. Everything else wants to come
get
down.
more energy back though,
That holds the charge.
with a vacuum put underwater or something like that. I think you would get more energy out of it than put
What
into
charge? What charge does helium have and hydrogen forced together in something? Like if you put helium and hydrogen together in something like that, or nitrogen, you know what I mean? Like think about
That's
it.
a
Does
good
that have a
question.
magnetic effect? Yeah, I
That's a
wonder.
good question.
Because that would match whatever's up there. And if you know that, then you can work with that electromagnetically and be to Jetsons.
But so you'd say that how would you describe the bubbles? Like if you had to describe them, you'd say they're of what's displacing the water.
I'd say it's taking the electrical continuity out of the fucking thing. It's dispensating the electrical continuity from current to voltage, something like that. Like the dispensation of one begets the next. Okay, so the less like when you have a lot of current in the air blowing around or whatever, and then you got whatever current. When you go up higher, it's more voltage increase. So, I mean, do they go hand in hand? Are they opposite? One begets the other. Like, so if one decreases, one's increased. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, it's food for thought.
Right, because every foot you go up, it increases in voltage, right? And there's a certain
more
point
to it
where
than pressure, though. They describe it as pressure, and I think there's more going on in there.
no, it's not. No, it's not no pressure. It's resistance to something escaping. It's not even pressure like that. It's everything else has its own value of rate of exchange. And that's what it tries to do. The rate that or value that everything has to equilibrate, that's what it's going to do. It's going to bleed out if it can, go back, bleed out, and that's what the cycle is going to be. It's going to irregulate, regulate, irregulate, regulate, irregulate, regulate.
Like, don't in some of these bulbs they they make little like evacuated tubes or some shit? Don't like cathode ray tubes, aren't they little thick little glass fucking little vacuums and shit to help propagate the fucking
Yeah,
signals and
reactors
shit?
and little things. Yeah, capacitors. Yeah.
Like I know they have
They
like
use
high
vacuums.
pressure sodium bulbs, so I know that some of them are like a lot of pressure, but I think aren't some of them evacuated?
Some of the high fucking output or what high something they use vacuum capacitors for. Yeah. It's a
Yeah, so
capacitor though,
there's
to be able
energy
to, to hold the
in the
capacity
vacuum.
or distribute the capacity the right way.
I think it's a different kind of energy, man, that they're keeping from us, man. Or
It
that they don't
is
know about.
all. Listen, all you have to do is be the conduit before ground. Okay, if you got a box in your hand or a wand and you touch it close to the doorknob when you walk across the carpet, that wand is going to touch the fucking doorknob and spark just like your finger would. Right?
Yeah, did you hear Kosher?
Now,
Is Kosher still here, bro? So since I
I don't
brought
know.
this point up, Kosho has explained that recently that the most buoyant thing all of a sudden is a vacuum. Like I've never ever heard this ever before, ever, until I brought this point up. And now, because I pointed out that these vacuum chambers are buoyant underwater, that they're super buoyant, that he's saying now the vacuum is the most buoyant thing. But that dude, I haven't even began to start dismantling that fucking horse shit. But in their world, it's displacement. So how the fuck is the vacuum displacing more powerfully than
A
anything else?
vacuum ain't no. A vacuum would pull in water underwater and fill itself with water. Like without somewhere to displace that, without displacement, your force would be done. You have to have differential. You have to have resistance, something to displace off of, like something to push out of to like get your shit going, the buildup. And if you have a vacuum in, you can't just vacuum in one way and keep going. It has to go somewhere. It has to do something. So all you would be doing is compressing it. So you'd be compressing the water as best you could through the vacuum effect and pushing it out the other side.
I want to do this, bro. I want to do an experiment like to them. Okay, you evacuate the air and you get of course it's going to lose weight because you're taking the air out, and when you trap a gas, it's going to have weight unless it's ambient. But if you trap hydrogen at it's ambient pressure, then it's going to lose weight. So in that case, I take a vacuum and I fucking add helium at ambient
Why don't
pressure,
you
and it's gonna float, right? But
No, that's not what you do. Brian, I got you. Take
okay.
Take copper, put it on a weight, put on some rubber gloves and shit. Don't get shocked or nothing. You can take the copper and you can wrap it around itself. And you can set this copper, it's like a copper
Oil.
toroid. You just you wrap it around itself, around itself, around itself, and you can actually plug it into the fucking wall or plug it into a little thing outside that doesn't get hurt, a little gin or something, you know what I mean? You ain't gonna fuck nothing up with a little fuse on the other side, something, you know what I mean, right? So little breaker box, whatever. So you plug it in and that coil is gonna lift up off the scale.
Yeah, maybe. But what's that got to do with the
No,
vacuum?
hold on. Because it's electricity. That's what
The
you added
vacuum is
to it. When you
so
take, hold on, when the current's not running through the copper, it's gonna weigh a weight. Now, when you plug it the fuck in, it's not gonna weigh anything. You don't understand what I'm saying? The battery that you take out of a scale affects the weight ability of that scale. If I give you 2 dead batteries and have you weigh me some gold up, I'm gonna get over on you, buddy, pal.
Here's my thing,
If you
bro.
have brand new
Wait,
batteries,
You missed my
yeah,
point. My
weight's
point is
that.
this: they're trying to say that the fucking vacuum is the most buoyant thing, more buoyant than hydrogen in it, but there's nothing there. That's horseshit. Think about this. Okay, think about if you have balloon that's inflated and it's holding its shape. And so it's let's say there's a little teeny stick frame in there, and you can implode it a little bit, like it's flexible. So it will implode if you start sucking air out of it. So at some point, if I start sucking some air out of it, it will lose weight, but it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty strong, but it's still you could suck it down to nothing. And
Where do we
yeah,
see this at?
wait. I didn't make my point. I'm struggling a little bit, but follow me. So, if I take and put hydrogen in that balloon, and just enough to where it's ambient, and I'm not compressing it, it's going to make that balloon float. You see what I'm saying? But just because you're taking the air out of it, you're reducing the weight, but it's never going to fucking float, bro. It's never going to float up in the air. So there's no way a vacuum should be. Everything's wrong, bro. The way they're explaining buoyancy is just bullshit, bro. Because there's no way a vacuum could be buoyant. It can't be buoyant.
It isn't a vacuum. Everything is going from down to up. It's not coming from up to down. Shit does not have to come from up to down at all. When a little bitty air bubble is trapped under the ocean and it can escape without dissolving in the ocean, a pin dot of an air bubble. Are you kidding me? Nothing is. There's not. No. Whatever the material is going to sit upon itself if it can, and if it's not going to, it's going to go the way it can.
Okay, if it's a bubble sitting on the ocean floor, let's say it's a bubble.
Right, there's no vacuum.
It's sitting on
the
the
bubble.
ocean floor.
Listen, hold on a second. The bubble is resisting the water. There's no buoyancy. There's no vacuum. It's electrical magnetism. The water and the air are just like oil and water. They're just like a magnet, positive, negative. They do their thing. Opposites attract. Right.
I'm good with all that, but what I'm asking is how do they explain if a bubble is sitting on the ocean floor, what is forcing it up? It's already on the bottom. How is it being forced up toward it's got to be equilibrium and disequilibrium. It can't be buoyancy the way they define it because it's going to stay pinned down to the fucking bottom, bro. There's nothing up under it. There's nothing underneath it. It's literally touching the bottom and bonded to the bottom. There's nothing fucking underneath it to push it up in the first place, man. You see what I'm saying? They call it just pure displacement. I think it's more going on than displacement. I mean, I don't disagree with the displacement, but I don't think that's the full answer, man. I think buoyancy is a cop out just trying to explain gravity. I think it's all one thing, and it's disequilibrium pretty much.
Displacement's displacement's just a vague ass word for whatever they want, just like the Einstein the Einstein thing, right? Relativity.
Yep.
It's just a big vague ass word. It can mean anything you want it to.
Yeah,
what's happening is that water is going off the the air bubble's going off the water. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have to be.
That should be a clue though to people. Like they're talking about gravity, and then they come up with a whole new force and call it buoyancy, and which is reverse. It's basically reverse gravity. But here's the thing. So they just basically take gravity, call it another force, and use the 9.8 meters to calculate it. But here's the thing: so if they're using a whole, it's all part of the same damn force. That they're, man, I forgot what I was going to say, man. I was trying to keep you from cutting in earlier. No, I don't want to blame it on you. But hold on, give me a second. I'll figure what I was going to say back out. But the point is there is no two fucking forces. It's all just one force. But mathematically, they've had to describe it as like reverse gravity.
They keep dividing everything, 100%. They keep dividing everything from everything from everything from everything. They got everything, but it all boils down to action, reaction, right? Now, if I have metal and I drop metal chips in the water and I get a magnet, guess what happens?
They stick to the magnet.
They'll pull up out of the water just like the air bubbles, right?
Yeah.
It's a magnetic effect. That's not buoyancy.
I forgot again.
Do you understand? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why I ask them. Like, if gravity increases, does buoyancy increase? So buoyancy literally has the 9.8, in the equation. And so if gravity increases, then buoyancy has to increase. And they don't like to answer this one. Like I could show you examples of them like dodging this. Like, oh, that's an interesting question. What do you mean it's interesting? If it's the reverse force, you know, and you're just going by the density. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like it should be a key to a hint to everybody when they say specific gravity. Like, in other words, if you want to get specific, we're gonna calculate its weight in water or how much it weighs in reference to something else, like in water. So that's specific gravity. So yeah, I want to know about things specifically, and I don't want to have to call it specific fucking gravity because some things are gonna float. And so fuck gravity and buoyancy. It's all specific gravity. Just tells you fucking what something's gonna do in the real world and how much it weighs or doesn't weigh. You know, it's all hints right there in front of our face. Specific fucking gravity. The fuck is that? Why would we need anything else but that? We don't have to name the fact that solids fall in a vacuum at 9.8 meters per second squared. When I showed the example of the helium balloon, like when they first started doing it, they just filled the entire vacuum chamber. So of course none of them fell. And then they tried to use one topper, and they just expand a little bit and then pop. But then they found some that were strong enough. Hold on. Then they found some strong enough. They found like the little water balloons are tough enough where they expand a little, but then they resist enough where they stay floated. And when you pulled a strong vacuum, they didn't explode. And then they were just strong enough to where when you hit a strong enough vacuum, they would just drop down. You know, they didn't race down or like something's falling. But in their world, that tiny little bit of air that's left in the vacuum chamber would have to be enough to slow it down enough to where it'd have to catch up with a lead ball. In other words, if you dropped them both in a vacuum, sure, that might apply. Things fall at the same rate with similar items, but a helium balloon is never going to fall at the same speed as a fucking lead ball because, like I said, with just a tiny bit of air resistance, it still almost floats. And I can argue that with that vacuum, they're just compressing the fucking helium in the balloon enough to make it fall. I think it would always stay above.
They're adding a current
left in there. You know what I'm saying? So they can't say that the air is being pulled out of there and there's just still like the air's coming out from the top down. Are they literally trying to tell me that the air's coming out from the top down? If that's the case, the balloon would start trickling down as the air is being pulled out. But what happens is
where's the vacuum coming from?
From pulling the air out. So all of a sudden,
from where?
Air, wait, don't think against me. Think with me for a second. So
no, I know you have to think with me. Where's the vacuum hooked up at? The top, the bottom, the right, or the left? Does that matter?
I'm not sure. If
it matters. It does. Yeah, it does.
It might not.
And no, it does.
If it's pressure, do you think the air?
Listen, if you hook, hold on. If you drive a van forward and the helium goes forward, right?
That's gravity disproven right there.
You with me?
Yeah, that's gravity disproven because if the balloon goes the direction of the force is going forward and the balloon goes forward, but in ambient air, if the force of everything's going downward because of gravity, then the helium balloon would go down the same direction as the force.
Going the opposite of the current. It's going the opposite of the potential. Hold on. It's going the opposite of the potential. All the potential. The helium balloon is inert. Helium's the inert gas, right? The potential gas, the more potential gas to be lit, the non-inert gas is being forced one way or going one way. And the other reactant thing, helium going the other way against it. So okay, it's like a magnetic effect.
What happens if I propel a vacuum forward? Then what's the helium balloon do? A helium balloon in a vacuum van. Then what?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now listen. So if you don't have to do it in a van. You hook the tube to the top, Then you put the helium and see if it goes down. Then you put the tube to the bottom and suck from the bottom and see if the helium goes to the top. Then you put it to the right and see if the helium goes to the left. Do you understand what I'm
But
saying?
the helium never goes down, bro. What I'm saying, here's what I'm saying, is that it's expanding in that balloon, and the only thing that keeps it from fucking popping is the toughness of the balloon. So as they pull a vacuum, my point is this, is that they are compressing the helium. So you could take a tank of helium and pressurize the fuck out of it, and the tank is going to weigh more.
You're
because
doing the same thing in your van, Brian.
Right, but that's not my point. My point is you've literally, by drawing the vacuum, you have only pressurized the helium. You have not proved that helium.
From which way?
Wait, you haven't proved that helium drops in a vacuum. You've proven that the pressurized helium just can't support the weight of the fucking balloon anymore, and it trickles down. The whole point is
You
that
haven't
they've never
proven
proved
anything
that
yet.
helium balloon. They've never proven to me substantially, whichever way the shit's coming from. They've never proven that the helium drops in a vacuum or any other air drops in a vacuum. That's bullshit. The air does not collect at the bottom. Period.
They're supposed to do it all the different ways, Brian. If you do science, you're not supposed to half-ass science, buddy. You're not supposed to say, hey, I'm going to sell you this fucking thing, and I'm only going to show you one way. No. I need to see. If you come to the patent office, you're not going to sell me no bullshit there. I got to see every bit of this thing. I got to know how it works. You're not just going to bring a box in here and then like fool me with some shit. Or a squirrel in there running the device. You got to put it on the top. Just like the Foucault's pendulum and all this other shit that's just dog shit. It's just a cat toy. If you don't do it in the top of an elevator at so many stories up, and then like that elevator and at the bottom floor or the basement, and you don't get 3 different readings or 3 of the same reading, you don't connect that, then your shit's, there's no point in it ever.
Yeah, but
And if you don't hook the thing up to listen, please. If you don't hook it up to all 4 sides, you don't know what you're talking about. If you only keep doing one side, you got one-sided science. You keep talking about one thing.
Yeah,
if the van goes backwards, hold on, I'm not done. The van goes up, the helium's going to react going down. If the van goes down, the helium's going to go up. Or if the van sits, the helium's going to go up. The van goes forward, the helium's going to go forward. The van goes backward. The helium's going to react to the van's movement. Therefore, the movement or the current or the flow within this vacuum from where it's being pulled from, 1,000,000% has to matter in science, or else you're not doing science, and there's no point. There's no point in doing one-sided fucking, I think about one thing's one way. No, you're never going to get a definitive answer that way, ever.
I'm good with that, bro. But in this one example, I think it's helping the alternate cause. So if the air is being pulled from the top, then you'd say that no way would it collect at the bottom if it's being pulled from the top. That, I mean, unless there's another counter argument. But I think the air pressure is whether you're pulling it from the sides, the bottom, the top. I don't think it's going to collect at the bottom anyway. Period. I think it's going to be ambient, and you might have a little draft at first, like going toward the top, but beyond that, I don't think that. I think the pressure is going to be pushing or pulling from every direction in this example. But I also gave the. I was asking Rumpus, like, what do you think happens if I take a vacuum container and pull just enough air out where the helium compresses enough to where it falls, and that's not easy to achieve. Like some of the balloons pop. It had to be just right where you pull just enough air out where it compressed the helium enough where it trickled down to the bottom of the container. And then what happens if you drop that container, like that box from a high rise, And I asked him a series of questions, man. I have to recollect his answers, but they were. Yeah.
The vacuum is a reactor, and the reaction you're getting is you're turning the other shit in there, whatever that is, into like helium. The idea of that. You're taking out the currency. You're pulling out all the currency, the current.
So here's the crux. So when they try and tell me that the vacuum is buoyant, that is fucking ridiculous, because that would mean that the vacuum is lifting up on the fucking box. that's stupid, bro. That is fucking stupid, man. And I heard Kosher saying that, but I couldn't talk. So if he's here and he wants to respond to that, a vacuum is not fucking buoyant. It's fucking empty, other than fucking ether or electricity or whatever the fuck energy you want to call that in there. But
How do you
the
show?
vacuum is not pushing up on the container.
How do you show vacuum buoyancy on the outside of a sphere of water and dirt?
There you go.
I mean, what the buoyancy? What
Yeah,
is that
if the
even?
vacuum is buoyant, right, then the Earth weighs relative to the vacuum, so that's pressing in on itself. Just the oh my god, dude, I don't even want to think about it.
Our ocean would boil. Gravity would boil you and me. If there was 14 psi everywhere of atmosphere on you, you'd be. There ain't no way. You'd be
That's another
crushed.
thing I
We'd
say
all be
about
crushed.
gravity. Every force, I think of a force like being able to spin a motor. So I could use heat and cause air or cause a current in water to spin a fucking turbine to create electricity. I could use an imbalance in chemistry to create a force to spin the turbine. But gravity, no, I can't do shit. I have to put the energy in to get it back. I have to put the energy in and maybe lift something up, and then on its way back to equilibrium, yeah, it can spin a turbine. But
You have to
just
keep it.
on its own, it's not going to do nothing.
Free fall is the only thing anything can do on its own to continue falling without you having anything to resist it, right?
Yeah, like if you got
adding, hold on,
you fall
without
in space with
resistance,
energy.
without resistance, that's not going to go any direction. It's not going to do anything other than just fall straight down. It's not going to spin. It's not going to go any circles. It's not going to do any fucking thing.
I
Now,
like the
if you had a
resistance, man.
string, now you had a string hung onto it, and the string, right, was your force, then you could swing it around and it would
So
go in a circle. Yeah. But
yeah, the
without,
string is the force, right? So the string is the force.
right.
That's just it, bro. I like the resistance description of it, because like nothing's gonna fall without fucking without energy being
Resistance.
applied to it, because nothing's gonna fucking go up to begin with without the energy put into it, man. So
Right.
the
And the only
resistance is everything.
right. So if I pull away a table from underneath the apple will fall because it was being resisted by the table. Now, if I pick the apple back up, I'm resistance, right? Or potential energy, whatever you want to call it, because resistance is energy.
Yeah,
They
it's
are
all
one and the
potential.
same.
It's all potential, man. And if
So
they could show
they
me a
can't say.
spot, they
So
have to show me a void for that to be wrong.
so gravity has to be an energy.
They literally have to show me a void, like dig down deep enough where you hit nothing, or go up where you hit nothing. For any of their shit to be valid, I need to see the void, or it's all just potential. Putting energy into the shit and the resistance.
Yeah, gravity simply there's not buoyancy or no shit like that. No, like I mean there's no pressure. There's no pressure pushing down on you.
Like, and then if I'm arguing with them and they just want to say gravity is 9.8, fine. Yeah, you want to call that gravity? That's fine. We can call things going down, but when you start talking about falling toward the center, or when we're
There's no
talking about the
pressure.
cause, like the bending of space time and all that bullshit, then no, we're arguing. If you want to just call it the rate at things fall, then I've got no argument with you at all, because we can easily see that. But when you start talking about toward the center of mass and all this other bullshit, then I've got resistance of my own.
If you squeeze a fruit at 14 psi all around that fruit, you get a plastic bag and you tighten that plastic baggie or balloon around something, the 14 psi of squeezing it around the fruit, or you put it in a square that would represent 14 psi of resistance.
You might have just invented a new juicer.
Your fruit is going to follow that shape. Correct?
Yeah, no argument here.
Right. So if there was, in fact, 14 psi What's the shape of it?
Everywhere.
What's
Out.
the shape of it?
Shape of the container.
If I have something, a vice, and I squeeze you with this vice is going to give you a shape. Whether you pop out the sides, whether it's in the balloon and you can't get out of it and I squeeze it, or whether it's a square box.
Yeah, but in
You
their
understand what I'm
world,
saying?
everything can compress. Like on Earth, water can't compress. But they'll say that it can, and they'll say that you can compress, even though they can't compress water at all here. They say that there's planets where a teaspoon weighs 400 billion tons.
So what is the shape of 14 psi?
Everywhere, outward.
No, that's the opposite, man.
So you think if 14 psi, you just said if you squeeze something, it splatters out.
You're saying
everywhere.
a vacuum. You're saying nothing. You're saying a vacuum. A vacuum. Yeah. I'm saying the opposite of a vacuum.
Oh, you're saying like the opposite of vacuum. Then you're talking about like just imploding.
14 psi. 14 pounds per square inch of all this fucking air that's sitting on our head.
So the shape, the shape of it is pressing inward, right? The shape of it's pressing inward.
That would create a shape. Any pressure or resistance I know of creates a fucking shape. If I take my hand and squeeze a turd, the turd becomes the shape of my hand.
Yeah, the shape of the
on the inside.
Everywhere. That's what I meant when I said everywhere. Like it's
right.
Whatever.
No. Everywhere is not the thing, though. It can't. Everywhere doesn't. It's too much of a conundrum. It's too vague. Listen.
How about nowhere?
Resistance is everywhere. Hold on. You're right. Resistance is everywhere. But the thing that the resistance would be affecting is the objects you reside in your head, me, our body. What is the shape of 14 psi? If something squeezes you and you're a guy, then you got a starfish, then you got an apple, then you got a grape, then you got a banana, then you got a monkey, then you got cockroaches, then you got grasshoppers. What is the shape of 14 psi?
That's a good
It appears
question,
not to be doing a shape.
It's a good question because if I think of like a bunch of loose jelly or something, I'm thinking if I put 14 psi, it's gonna. I mean, you'd think that it's gonna compress into a fucking.
Put a brick on it, a 14-pound brick. That's a little bitty thing. That's only one brick. That's not the whole fucking atmosphere. That's 14 psi per square inch.
It depends if we're talking about liquids or solids or gases, bro. Because if we take and we apply pressure from solid pressure from every direction, then we're gonna crunch.
Okay, I got you.
We could crunch a piece of bread into a BB, right?
Yeah.
But if we're using air, we could use air pressure to blow it right the fuck back into a fucking inflating it, basically. So
well, just what we need.
What is pressing on what?
What we need is like a tire or an object, like a tube, like a plastic tube that you can go in and take like a lot of resistance, like an air tank. And something go in there like a grape, an apple, an orange.
That's a good point, dude. That's a good point because look, they describe pressure as like compressing shit, like gravity.
Exactly. So I want to compress that shit to 14 psi. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, just to the ideal amount, and it's not 14 psi. It has to be quadruple magnified. That we're talking about the fucking atmosphere of the planet.
So gravity pressure would literally, if it was true the way they describe it, it would expand everything, not compress it. In its efforts to compress, like you compress the air in a tire.
It would bust shit. It would crush shit.
You'd think, but if
it would squeeze you tighter, yes, it would squeeze you tight like a pair of pants.
Think
like
about
a tight pair of pants.
Think about a star. Think about air or some kind of gas in a tire. It blows the tire up. It doesn't compress anything. It expands everything. It's like even if you put an inner tube in the tire, it's going to
right. But you're putting hold on. But you're putting an amount of force on that tube to where it can hold a fucking tire up. So you're putting 60 or 30 psi in a tire, and now your whole fucking car, your wheelbarrow, or whatever you got, your rocks, like whatever, it can roll down the road now easily on this rubber tube full of air.
So let's think about it. If we put a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber, it expands. What if we put a marshmallow in a pressure chamber? Does it shrink into a pebble?
Isn't that what a dehydrator does?
I don't know.
Or no, hold on. I'm thinking different. Never mind. I'm so stupid. Anyway, so you need to pressurize it, right? So fill that motherfucker with air, like 60 psi, 70 psi, 80 psi, 90 psi. Because remember, it's just a little tube, right?
Wait. Does a
And just keep
marshmallow
going.
expand in a vacuum? I think I might have it wrong, bro. I need to look it up. Bear with me. I'm listening now.
It might shrink, and then it might expand when you add air. I don't know. It might shrink when you do both. Who the hell knows? I don't know. When you pressurize shit, it's supposed to squeeze it, right? And it wants to explode, right? Like a whale when it's down in the ocean. I mean, how many psi is that? Right? I mean, they try to tell you it has no effect. That's the whole conundrum of the magic. The no effect thing. It's a force, but not a force. It has an effect, but not an effect. It's a null. It's zero. It's positive and negative at the same time. It's the yin and the yang. I don't know, but it wants to blow the tire out. You'll blow your tire out if you keep filling it with air. And you'll also have an effect on the stuff on the inside.
So here's what happened. He put the marshmallows in the vacuum chamber and they started expanding in a little bit, and then they just kind of equalized. They expanded somewhat. And then when he let the air back in, they compressed a little bit. So they expanded a little bit, not much, and then compressed a little bit, not much. That's what happened.
So you added currency. So you added a current. You affected the current each time. The rate of exchange. Inward, outward. The rate of exchange into the marshmallow and then out of the marshmallow. So it has an effect on the marshmallow. If you and I are the marshmallow, then what happens? Nothing good, huh? Well, I mean, how do you demonstrate 14 psi squeezing something or doing something? Like, what's the amount of work it does? That's what I'm confused upon. You're telling me gravity's, well, forget gravity then. Then what the hell does 14 psi? How much work can I do with that? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's the point. Is like, sorry, I couldn't talk, but that's the point with like the marshmallow. So there's like air already in it, so it's just like doing stuff with the air already in it. So yeah, with the gravity, what can we do with it? Nothing. We could put potential, and same thing with pressure. Like we could put potential, and same thing with fucking temperature. Like if I
Oh no, you can do a lot with temperature. I mean,
I know.
temperature.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can heat something up. Okay, I can heat.
That's what I was saying. The currency. That's what made me think about it. Heating up a Yeah, you got it.
So if I heat, I can raise the temperature of something.
It's a reactor.
It's going to go back down, right? As soon as I quit adding the energy to heat it up, I can
control the reaction.
I can add pressure to something, and I can raise the pressure, and
Through
it's going to
temperature
go
or
down to
frequency?
equilibrium. I could raise the altitude of something, and it's going to go back down as soon as I quit putting energy into it. I could cap this
Right.
stuff off with resistance. I could cap the pressure, and I could cap the altitude, but I can't
Yes.
cap the fucking the heat. But I could do a different thing with each one of these, but that I can't do with the other. So they're all a little bit different, but it's all the
You
same
can cap the
principle.
heat with a
No, you
balloon,
can't.
hot air balloon. What do you mean can't
It,
cap it? What do you mean?
I mean, it's going to go back ambient. How can you cap temperature?
Oh, I thought you meant how can you like use it? I was like, you can use the heat to like ride on and shit. I mean, yeah.
No, I'm just saying you can put energy and raise temperature, and it's going to go back down to ambient, to
Oh, it bleeds
equilibrium.
out. Yeah, it always bleeds out. The bleeding effect. Yes, sir.
Same thing with with altitude. I
The
can use
radiant
I
effect.
could use energy and raise something up. Like
Everything radiates.
lift it, but it's going to go back to equilibrium. So
Yes, sir.
anything to get anything out of equilibrium, it takes energy of some sort, and height, altitude's nothing different than anything else. You know.
No, and that's why the wire will levitate.
But how do we
Because
cap?
it's
So
got
we can cap the balloon. Like if we blow pressure into the tire, we can put a plug in the bitch and keep the pressure in for the most part. And
you're
we could
tricking.
build a platform, but to get something up to the top of that platform, we have to lift it, and it's just sitting up there as potential energy. But heat, what can we do to fucking plug heat? If it's cool all around, and we heat something up, what can we do to fucking plug that? Might be something obvious that we're missing.
The frequency.
We don't. Yeah, but then we're gonna need energy for the frequency, I think. And so solid is energy basically. So I agree that mass is energy, to a certain extent. I don't argue with like E equals MC squared and all that. I don't think you really can argue that mathematically anyway. But
yeah, you can. Yeah, that's not even.
Mass is energy. Matter. I don't even like saying mass. Matter is energy, basically. I mean, mathematically, you can put it. I mean, they've already done it, bro. Where matter is energy, basically. It's the same thing with building the platform. Like the matter in the platform is holding shit up. It's just holding potential there. You know, and just for however long until it fucking dissolves. It's just sitting there holding the pressure. Same thing with a plug. Like the plug is holding the pressure energy in, and as soon as you pull the cork, or it
You know what it means?
evaporates. It's so it is energy. So I'm asking, what energy could maintain heat? Like what can maintain
Acceleration.
heat?
Acceleration. Falling, moving, acceleration, current, frequency. If you continuously fall on Earth or keep going to a certain speed, you can heat up.
That ain't my question, though. I mean, I like the way you think.
You're asking how to cap the heat. Listen, hold on. You're only going to build up heat until you fucking melt or do something, right? So if I shoot you up in the air and you just keep going faster, and you keep trying to go faster, you're going to get so red hot and glow. I mean, what are you asking me that you need to cap the heat on? Is my
It's a
question.
tricky question. So we need more laws of science, because they just simply say that hot goes to cold, right? And high pressure goes to low pressure.
Well, it does.
I say that high altitude, anything high is going to always go to low eventually, or it's going to want to. It's going to want to go to sea level or whatever, ambient. But we can build a fucking platform to prevent that. Okay, we can also build a plug to prevent. And I'm not saying eventually they're not going to happen, but I'm saying we can build a plug to prevent the high pressure leaking out to get to low pressure. So they need to be in a different category than heat, because heat is all on its own. It's a different kind of entropy. Because
it's not pressure.
What can we use to put a plug and fucking to prevent hot and cold? Yeah,
A vacuum.
resistance. Yeah. So the heat there is no like matter resistance, if you will. It's a little bit different than the others, if you ask me. Well, I didn't ask you. No, you know what
I
I'm
mean, can
saying?
you put a cap on cold? The dissipation of heat?
That's
I
enough.
mean,
Yeah, I don't think so.
so I mean, they're both one and the same, right?
They say hot goes to cold no matter what. But I mean, I'd like to see an experiment where hot always has to go to cold first, because to me, if something's super fucking cold, if the imbalance
It can go to
is
hot.
bigger one direction, then the cold's going to go to fucking hot. If there's more heat,
That's what a
then the
reactor
hot's
is.
going to go to cold. If there's more cold, so in other words, same thing with a vacuum and a fucking and pressurized. If the vacuum's bigger, then I mean, the vacuum's going to spread faster as far as them evening out. I don't think. I think it's going to spread equally. So if let's say this, if there's a super fucking cold entire room filled with, and then you have or a super cold jar of fucking super duper cold, and then you got a big room of heat. I don't think they're gonna equalize evenly. I don't think the hot's always gonna go to cold. I think if you put the super cold
Why?
room super cold, and then the inside the bottle super cold, and then vice versa, I think they're gonna do different things. I don't think the hot's always gonna
What
move
do you
towards the
get?
cold. I think the cold's gonna move also.
Don't you get cold from hot?
Well, I'm not looking at them as
Air
different things.
conditioning,
I'm looking at
icebox,
them as the same
refrigeration.
thing. I'm kind of looking at them as the same
Right,
thing. Just
right. Well, they're the same, but they're different attributes of the same, but like separate frequencies of each other, right? They can bleed. Everything can bleed in for what it can. You can be
you
freezer
don't.
burnt.
Do you think cold can go to hot?
Yes,
Yeah, me too.
I think cold is the super. Once you find the frequency of cold, you figured out a lot of shit. The cold
Yeah,
frequency,
that's
not just the
true.
hot frequency, not to focus on something to heat it up like a microwave or like whatever. The cold frequency, to the frequency I aim at you, and you instantly lose currency or voltage or amperage or whatever, and it dissipates from you, right?
I think, me personally, I think it's a better type of mathematical scale to go from, to call ambient zero, and then to count shit. And it's the only true way to do it, bro. Instead of saying that we could never reach zero, we could never reach a perfect vacuum, or we could never reach absolute zero, that's bullshit. That means then things can constantly get colder or constantly get less pressure. So the only accurate way to do that, to me, mathematically, is to use numbers like negative. So in other words, ambient is zero, and then anything warmer than ambient would be positive heat, and anything less than ambient would be like a negative heat. And that way, you could constantly keep getting hotter, add more energy, and it's an infinity. So infinity can't just work one fucking direction. It'd have to be able to keep getting colder. If we take away energy, I don't think if they could never reach the zero. Same thing with pressure. Like, we could keep adding more and more pressure, and then anything less than ambient pressure would be negative pressure, because
It's
and
not
you
even
can
really
always
heat you're
more.
adding.
So if you're pulling a plunger or pushing the plunger, in other words, the plunger's just sitting there, it's full of air, and it's at zero pressure. If we start pushing on it, the more power we push on that fucking plunger, it's halfway. The more we push on it, we could never quit. I mean, theoretically, we could never quit pushing harder and causing more pressure. We could just keep adding more force, more whatever. Same thing as pulling, bro. We could pull the fucking plunger and create the vacuum, and there's no limit, theoretically, to how hard we could pull that plunger. And so that's why we could never reach no fucking to a perfect vacuum, and then they just keep getting further and further in more decimal places. Its magnitude's greater and stronger because there is no perfect vacuum. You're just pulling the plunger harder, and there's no limit to how hard you could pull on that fucking plunger to create a stronger and stronger vacuum. Same thing as pushing it to create more and more pressure. So to
It's
me,
current. Think about hot and cold as current and dissipation of current, resistance or the dissipation of resistance, right? Just think about it like that, because when you shoot something and it heats up, you got water, you shoot it at 8,000 miles an hour, RPM, whatever, it'll throw out, it'll get hotter,
you see what I'm saying
right?
though, D-Muck? Like the plunger though, as far as
Yeah.
they try and call temperature, there's an absolute zero that is impossible to reach, or a zero pressure that's impossible to reach.
You're matching your own resistance, Brian. The more you pull, the more you create. The more you pull on that, the more of a force you're creating. It's a fucking
Right.
reactor. It is a reactor. It is a fucking, god damn it. It's a reactor. It makes shit.
Right, and that's why I say there's no there's nothing theoretically limiting us from pulling on that plunger, creating a stronger and stronger
That's the
vacuum.
unlimited energy.
And so that's what I'm saying with them, the way they scale heat and the way they scale pressure, like there's a zero, and then they've just went decimal places closer to zero. That's not accurate. That's putting a limit one way and no limit the other way. That's fucking bullshit, bro. You can't put a limit one way and then no limit the other way. That's like biased infinity. It's fucking stupid on its face, dude. You can't. It's got to be infinite, period, or not infinite at all. You see, you can't make it infinite in one direction and then put a fucking a stop sign in the other direction. That's ridiculous, dude. That's fucking stupid on its face. It's half infinite. Come on, man.
You increase the current, you increase the heat, the shit'll melt, whatever. You decrease the current, shit stops, cools off.
They've gave us this fucking thing in our head as they've put nothing in our head, like where there's nothing, no heat, no thing, or no pressure at all. They've put this concept in our head of zero, which doesn't exist in reality. There's no fucking zero. Zero is just ambient. And
Zero
then they
is
try to describe
gravity.
everything else is relative, but then with everything in
Relative is zero.
world, they try and put a stop sign one direction and make it infinite the other direction. And it's gravity has fucked everything
Relative.
up.
Relative means zero, and so does gravity. E equals mc squared is zero. Force times mass, accelerate, that's zero. It's fucking all zero, bro. If I tug a war with you and we both weigh the same weight, it's zero. We're going nowhere.
That's my point, bro. That's my
No,
point.
I know. It's all of our points. It's my point.
It's stupid though. They put this concept in our head as nothing being
It's zero. The math equation that you said you like, E equals mc squared, it equals zero.
No, I'm saying
The
that.
fucking
I'm saying that with matter equaling energy, because I mean, and I'm saying that mathematically. Like they've mathematically.
it's a whole different thing. You got to make your own. You got to come up with your own. Einstein's ain't gonna do it. Newton's ain't gonna do it. All their shit is zero. All their shit equals fuck you. It's cartoon dog shit. Zero cannot be demonstrated.
I don't like the
only
zero
thing.
of it, though.
How do you get zero? Force
You
times
can't get zero.
No. Listen to what you can get the fucking number zero, which means nothing,
Yeah, you get
which
to the
means
number zero.
non-existent. Hold on, please. It means non-existent. If I pull you to the center and then pull you out from the center, but pull you back, and I'm holding on to you like a tug of war from all directions, from the center out back to the center in, that means zero. It means zero is going on. If the world's strongest man tug of wars against himself, the rope is going fucking nowhere. So if gravity's a real thing, it means zero. Force times mass, acceleration, resistance. When you try to go, the further and harder you try to go, the more you get resisted. You're going fucking nowhere. Fast.
Yeah, but to me, to me, there's no zero in reality except for with their gravity
That's
bullshit.
not what I'm talking. Right. That's not what. This is an equation. Hold on. This is an equation. This is an amount of stuff. This isn't a real amount of things. You're thinking about it wrong right now. Gravity is an imaginary thing that equates to numbers in a calculated formula or an equation that equals zero. The equivalent to that is zero on paper. The number zero. In reality, you don't have zero stuff. I got you. I 100% am with you, but you just can't confuse the two. In math, you can have the number zero. In reality, you can't.
But look how they try to even fuck it up with gravity. Like then they say a black hole. Like they say like you'll have a quasar, and then you'll have a black hole. Like even they convolute shit and twist it. Like it's so fucking stupid, dude. But you agree with me that like you could push the plunger to infinity theoretically, and you could pull the plunger to infinity, and zero is just the ambient pressure without pushing or pulling. You agree with that?
You added no resistance. You added no resistance, no power, no force, no currency, nothing. You left it same. You left it equilibrated, null and void, zero. That would be zero.
Right. So all they did is start adding like negative torr, and they call it negative. To
Yes,
trick people.
that's
But
yes.
they,
So
because
once
people
you,
think that no torr is negative, but that's just negative as
so
far as
for
like
their
sitting in a
mathematics,
decimal place. It's still positive pressure, and it's bullshit.
100%. That's why you get a reaction. The helium balloon wouldn't do fuck if it was like. I mean,
But to me, it's trickery, bro. For them to say 10 to the negative 8 torr, but that's positive pressure, to me, is just anybody who doesn't inquire on this thinks that they're just thinking naturally. And there'd be more people asking questions if they knew that. And I'm not talking about the fucking the scientists and all that. I'm talking about
positive.
People have already got it ingrained in their head when they find out that 10 to the negative 17 is a positive pressure, that they don't even ask questions. They just fall right in line and argue something else. Like
It's
to
a
me,
positive
it's
escape rate.
deception. It's deception, bro.
Listen, Brian. Listen. This is what you tell them. It's a positive escape rate. It's an escape rate of 10 to the 17. You
No, it's
understand?
10 it's 10 with 17 fucking zeros.
I don't care. Listen.
Decimal
Hold
places
on.
behind it.
Why do you not get what I'm saying every time?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you what it actually is. It's fucking. They say 10 to
Oh
the
my
negative
God,
17 torr is positive
Brian, I
pressure,
know
bro.
that already, dude.
Okay, just
God
checking.
damn it. I'm telling you what it really is. The action or reaction of that number is just a dissipation, right, of inertness. Do you understand? In reality, right fucking now, you and me, you send something up, it has to be inert to get there. Before it gets there, it will become inert.
What do you mean it has to be inert?
It has to be inert to go to the word space.
You think hydrogen is inert?
Helium.
Yeah, but what about hydrogen? Is the farthest thing from inert?
Listen, you and me farting can be inert. Any inert thing, listen, man, anything that's spent or converted to it, anything that's inert, whatever, it doesn't matter what I think. Everything that is has to be that to get there. If it's not inert, a rocket's not going, you're not going, I'm not going, we're not inert.
Before I argue with you, what do you mean by inert?
Helium. It's the word inert. You can't light it up. It will not light on fire.
So non-flammable, non-reactive.
It has a beautiful potential. It's the most powerful fucking badass thing.
No, it's not.
But you cannot light it on fire.
Hydrogen is more flammable. It's more fucking. Hold on. It's more.
Hydrogen's the opposite.
It's more buoyant. It's the most inert fucking gas that they know of. You can't just say that inert.
That's why it's down here. Non-inert is not.
It's not.
Hold on, man.
What are you doing
right now? Air bubble. Think of an air bubble. The helium is an air bubble, right?
You get more
compared to the water, which is the air.
Hydrogen.
Hold on, bro.
You know that, right?
Fuck those words you keep saying. There is none of those words. Do you know that? There is not helium and hydrogen like that. It's electrical continuity, actually, but it's an inert one that we call helium.
I'm trying to tell you my contention, bro.
You're not. You'll never understand or get anything, dude. You're not listening. How are you trying to tell me what I'm trying to tell you?
I've been listening the whole time. Why are you all of a sudden blocking before you can disagree? How can you agree or disagree if you haven't heard it? I'm just
Dude,
trying to
every
get
time I tell
clarity,
you the
bro.
simple form of something, you keep wanting to fucking dog down into some dumb shit and make it more goofy. Stop. I'm trying to keep it so simple, third grader level. You keep wanting to fucking incorporate more goofy stuff, please.
I'm trying to get
Stop.
clarity, bro, and you don't want that. You don't
You're
want me to
not
learn
getting
from what
clarity.
you have
You're
to say,
getting
right?
more in the fucking weeds, dude. You're
You a preacher?
declarity.
Are you a preacher now? So
Listen,
you just
bro,
want to
you
preach
keep
and me not
asking
ask
me what
questions?
stuff
Is that
means.
what it is, D-Monk?
Why are you asking me what words mean without just looking them up in the dictionary, bro? That's all I want to ask you.
You
Stop
preach on,
asking me
bro.
what stuff
Preach on.
means. You have your own brain. When I say the word inert, you don't have to stop me from talking every 5 seconds and keep talking over yourself. Just go look up the word inert and
I
then
already
come
did.
back.
You said it means stuff.
Huh?
What's inert mean? You said
Hold
it
on
means
a minute. By
inflammable.
you
You said
looking
it's
up the word,
inflammable.
that's what I said. If you look up the word, that means you read off the dictionary meaning to me, and we both go over that, right? What do you mean what I said? It doesn't matter what I say. I told you that.
Finish making your
Stop
point, dude.
asking me what I say about stuff that doesn't matter what dude, in the
D-Monk, why do you
dictionary
have
is what
problems
you
with
should
disagreeing or asking you questions,
the
bro? It's so
word
weird.
inert means non-flammable. I didn't
No,
say any
it
fucking
means
thing about the word
non-reactive.
stuff. I didn't say stuff
It means
ever.
it means non-reactive, bro. But go ahead
I
and make
didn't
your
say
point,
stuff. I
bro. But
never
you're
said the word
freaking
stuff.
out. I'm asking
Where did you
questions.
get
You're
that
freaking
from?
out, bro. Listen, it ain't
Where
just with
did
me.
you
I'm trying
get
to
the
help you,
word
bro.
stuff from?
Bro, shush for 1 second. I'm trying to help you. It's
No,
not just
you're
with me.
not. You're saying words I never even said, not once. I never
Okay,
even used the word stuff.
if somebody asks clarity from you, you fucking like flip the lid, bro.
You're
If you
not
gotta flip the
trying
lid
to
with
get
me,
clarity. You're talking over yourself and stumbling over, and you're arguing with yourself, dude.
you're
Read the
not
fucking
letting me talk,
dictionary
bro.
of the word inert.
T-Mock,
That's the only clarity I can give you.
you want to know why you get kicked out of rooms? Because, bro, you don't let
Because
somebody
you don't
talk.
know how.
They
Because
request
you
you.
keep there's retarded people
I don't get kicked out of
that are
rooms,
fucking
stupid.
goofy.
You
You
get
can't
mad. You
shut the
have your
fuck up.
trigger
You don't
flipped,
let me
bro.
finish the sentence. You talk in the middle of my sentence every time I try to give you clarity, and then tell me some other different shit. You flip the shit around, try to make it fucking vague and incoherent and stupid. I'm trying to keep it simple. You won't let
We've
me.
had a great conversation. You interrupt everything. So all of a
Can
sudden,
you
the
let me
one
keep
thing that
anything simple and shut the fuck
the
up
one
while I'm
thing I try to
talking?
get clarity on, bro, you literally are just flipped your lid. You're acting
Brian,
like
you
a
don't
spaz.
understand anything. How
You're
are you getting
spazzing out,
clarity?
bro. G-Mock, you're
Bro,
spazzing the
I've
fuck
repeated
out.
myself for the last 40 fucking minutes now. You're the
Go
one
ahead,
spazzing
spaz.
out.
Just finish your point.
Inert. Do you know what it means yet?
Yeah, but what happens with inert things? Say it again.
Do you know what it means yet?
You said the inert things go up, so finish your point.
I said inert things don't light.
Yeah, you said inflammable.
So when you keep repeating words I didn't say and shit I didn't say, repeat the right shit, please. We're
If
never
I
going to
say
get
something
anywhere.
wrong, are you gonna? Can you interject? Or should I spaz out if I say something you don't
I mean,
agree with?
look, dude, if I
Should I
say
spaz
checkers and
out, bro?
chess and you say backgammon, what are we talking about? What are we doing right now?
Right. I'm not
You
trying to
keep saying
spaz out.
wrong
I'm trying to calm
shit.
you
Shut up,
down.
please. Write it down if you can't remember 3 seconds ago. You keep
Make your
saying I
point.
say shit I didn't say.
Make your point,
Inert
D-Monk.
means not to be. I can't. You will not shut up. You will not shut up. Inert means to not be lit. That's what it means.
Okay,
So
what
fucking
about it?
simple. Whatever you kept adding or whatever else. So inert things can go to space. Right?
Okay, so hydrogen, not hydrogen, right?
What the fuck is hydrogen? Stop asking me stupid questions and like a glober
Hydrogen
without
goes up,
demonstrating
right?
hydrogen to
So
me.
now I can't even ask questions without you spazzing the fuck out on
What
me.
are you asking me about that you can't
Nothing,
demonstrate?
spaz. Go ahead.
So what's hydrogen spazzer of hydrogen?
Hydrogen goes up,
You're
and
asking about something.
It was a simple question before you blew up.
No, it's not. You don't know
It's
what
an
hydrogen
interjection.
is. Can't
It
be
goes
simple
up, don't it?
question.
Don't it go up? Stupid.
No, I don't know what hydrogen is.
It's the lightest gas on Earth. It also goes up, and it's not inert. Stupid.
So is it water? Is it in the
I gotta
ocean?
talk to you like this. Does this how I have to talk to you,
Is
bro?
hydrogen in the water? Why is it downity down down? What are you talking to me like you can't comprehend nothing or explain nothing right?
Can I get higher with a hydrogen balloon or a helium balloon?
Liquid water. How high do you get with that?
I don't believe in fucking hydrogen being water. Water's helium.
So what is hydrogen?
Water's helium, bro.
If you're the only arbiter of your hydrogen, I need to know what this magic shit is that you hold dear.
Bro, let me just say, I'm gonna apologize to you. I'm gonna be a man. I know you. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I was just trying to really get clarity, like as far as what you meant by nerd, and even going to space, because that could be kind of interpreted a couple different
Brian, I
ways.
said it so simple. You're not. You just keep talking over yourself. Though I'm being nice. I'm not being mean. It just means it can't be lit. It means void of the current or the initial shit that was in it to make it flammable, right? Has escaped or been preceded from it. So the electrical continuity, which we call helium, trapped in a fucking plastic balloon, is actual electrical continuity. The thing that you
Still
keep
gotta get
calling,
that.
hold on, please. I'll be done. I'll quit talking
Right.
altogether. Hydrogen is no such thing. Air, no such thing. Water, no such thing.
I
They're
would
all
agree with some
electrical
of that.
they're all electrical continuity. So when I say inert, I just mean when shit is spent, it's gonna go up there. So if it's spent what you call hydrogen, then it's gonna go up. If it's not, then it ain't.
I could get on board with
Because
most of
helium
that.
Well, helium starts down here at the ground, right? All gases supposedly start being made or a byproduct of stuff happening. Action and reaction to heat, material, minerals. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I would
Okay,
agree
so
also.
every
Like
stage,
that fuel goes up, like fucking.
every stage, right? So if you burn gas, the shit that you see going up, portion of that's helium. It's really not helium. That's the only word I can use. But would everybody I have to have this 20-hour conversation with because it's just electrical continuity. We're going to call it it's inert it's inert continuity. It still has the ability. You can never not be a potential. Everything has the potential to do something. It's just how much, right?
Yeah, if you want to say it in the hydrogen and as far as like air, I would also agree that like air, all these different things are like kind of processed and I'll agree with that. As far as breaking it down, we've named it whatever. But I will also say this though. This was the point that I was going to make, is that like if I put hydrogen in a balloon, I can get more lift than helium. But I could also light, and I've done this, dude. I'm not just saying this. I've literally done it. Is I could light the bitch on fire and get quite a fucking pop from it, and it also they say that hydrogen is like reactive and all that, and I'm not so sure. You know, I know that the hydrogen's coming from somewhere. Like if we do the electrolysis, like they say it's coming from the water. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's coming from the solid, or maybe the salt catalyst.
What if it's the electrical continuity that you're lighting on fire? The coldness that comes from it also, right?
That's food for thought.
Yeah, think about that. Like when you spray into a carburetor and you guys are mechanical, you guys got to be more mechanical than me because I don't really mess with this shit. I just think about it mentally in my mind and it should work. If I have a carburetor and I'm spraying in a little bit of gas and I spray in a little bit of nitrogen, I spray air like like 4 at once, you're gonna get that reaction. You're gonna get so badass of a reaction more than you would with just spraying the fucking air in there, more than
Dude,
you would
you know
with
what
just
somebody
spraying the
told me,
gas.
man? Somebody told me that if I run hydrogen, if I like do the HHO generator and get some hydrogen, somebody told me that if I run the hydrogen through like carbon filters and nanotubes that I'd get helium. Like if I take away, it takes away the flammable aspect of hydrogen if you filter it
100
through.
million%.
That's food for thought because that would be a patent from hell right there, bro.
What do you
wouldn't be
think
hard
they're
either.
doing? When they tell you liquid energy, fuel cells, turning it to electricity, like what the fuck? It's no different than steam. It's no different than your lake down at the fucking power plant. There's no difference. If that can power your whole damn city and they're just boiling a little bit of water in there or just have a little bit of current through the water, I mean, what? Come on now.
I'm looking at it like this, like they've named the way they process gas. They've got different names, all that, whatever. I'll put that on hold for now, and I'll say that, like I was saying with earlier, like I think about where the blue turns to black, like at about 15, 18 miles, whatever, and there's a little bit of a line of hazy, but it turns to pretty much black, no more blue, and then I looked at the different temperatures, and hydrogen has the the lowest condensation point. In other words, it takes it takes just about absolute zero to turn hydrogen into a liquid, and helium is just behind that. And so it's not a coincidence that every gas, like the floatiest gas that we could put in a balloon, let's say, has the lowest condensing point, and then like hot air.
What about heat?
So here's the thing. So when you get high, like at Everest, it gets cold as fuck up there, and so the oxygen has got a way lower condensation point. So the colder it gets, it's gonna condense into liquid.
Can't you still boil water up there though?
Yeah, you can. You could, yeah, that's the point. You could boil it a lot sooner because the condensing point's a lot less.
Because of the voltage, right?
So the ceiling could be the container, literally, the container before the container, if you will. But to me, there's got to be something above even the hydrogen. I don't think it's nothing, and I don't think it's just spread out hydrogen. I think once you get up to that
inertness.
point,
it's inert gas. It's inert. The helium can be fucking crazy, dude. And when you get the temperature differentials there, and like if it's super cold, it can go through you.
Yeah,
like
but it's still
it's like jumping in water that can jump inside you at the same fucking time, bro. Could you even imagine that?
Yeah, but you got to cool it past its condensing point. That's a whole nother conversation right there, bro.
Right. But just think about this. Just you go too fast sometimes. Stay on one thing for at least a couple seconds before we jump to the next. That's what you got to do, or else you're not going to get these good points out. If you and I jumped into a bowl of Jello, superconducted helium, it would be inside of us and going through us and out of us.
Yeah. But it's going to cool down on its way to reaching the absolute zero, damn near. It will turn to a liquid first, and then they say it turns into a totally different type of they call it superfluid. They call it superfluid because it's kind of like a mix between. But it
forces its way through.
Yeah.
Now check this out. What's water do? Forces its motherfucking way through it upon.
That's what separates water, though, bro. Because water fucking freezes. Like if water freezes, and then you just get it colder and colder, and it just stays frozen. But every other gas fucking turns into a fucking liquid. That's to me what makes water different. I think water is its own fucking element.
The own purest form. It's electricity. It's positive, negative, and neutral all in one. It's like a fucking big magnet. Like that's the way I explain it. And then when you do try to force it, it reacts the same way, right?
Yeah.
And then it turns into some helium type shit, and it'll either go through or turn into electricity.
But see, like we can start cooling gas down. Like if we cool helium down, it's like every other gas. It's gonna condense.
What happens before steam or during steam? The electrical currency.
Do you think water's like hydrogen and oxygen? I don't really believe that, man.
No, it's positive and negative.
Could be. That's an interesting way to put it.
It's positive, negative, and ground. It's all three.
They expect me to believe that every other gas, that when you cool it down, it turns to a liquid, and then if you could take it to another scale and super cool the shit, and it turns into a whole different fucking matter. But hydrogen oxygen mixture, it just freezes, and then no matter how, it's the only fucking gas that freezes, stays solid, and no matter how cold you get it, it just keeps staying solid. Like I don't buy that, or else that's what's special about it. But I don't know. Maybe that's what's up there, bro. Maybe that's the container is made out of pure water. And
well, what do you do really when you're freezing something?
Temperatures, right?
When you freeze it or whatever you're doing with it, what are you really doing?
Cooling
you
it
got
down.
A big block of ice and it doesn't change form. What are you really doing to it?
You're making it colder than ambient temperature around
it. But what are you doing to it? I'm not saying what's the action or reaction. We know it's getting colder, but what are you actually doing inside the material, the physical object or attribute that you're doing to this motherfucking material? What do you think's happening?
You're exchanging heat.
Yes.
I don't like that, though, bro.
You're pulling something out of it, Brian.
Positive and negative, bro.
You're pulling currency out of it.
That's all one-way infinity again, bro. That's just saying that heat can get hot to infinity, but it can only get cold down to this one level again. That I don't like thinking like that.
No. It ain't no cold to no level. It's not really hot and cold.
So I don't know, because when you're talking about exchanging
build
heat,
up, or dispensation. And the rate of, if you can fucking induct the rate at the same fucking time, the same rate, like you and I pulling on a rope, like you pull 10, I pull 10:01, you pull 10:02, I pull 10:01, you pull 10:02, I pull 10:03, you pull 10:01, I pull 10:02. You understand what I'm saying? We're out of sync in a way, but we keep sync.
That's interesting, man. I'd like to find out more about like frequency and start testing that. I bet there is frequencies like that can induce fucking cold. Like it only makes sense, man. You can't just have hot fucking frequencies. Like I don't know. What do you know about that, man? Just the premise.
Well, I know that everything pulls something in and it dissipates itself, right? Just like an antenna has to have a power source and an output.
Yeah, but the way they describe it is like the way the heat exchanger. I wouldn't argue the way heat exchangers work and evaporators and all that, but the way they describe it is not the only way to describe it. Like
no,
like you're heating something up, so it's pulling the fucking heat from. That's one way to describe it, but it's just basically you could describe it opposite of that. You know, as you I don't know, man. To me, the one way description is part of the trick. I try and find alternate ways of explaining it.
Oh, it's not a one way. That's why I said both.
Infinite heat.
Oh, you mean their way of explaining it?
Yeah, like infinite heat, stop sign 0, like 0 to infinity. If it's an infinity, there is no 0. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, there's no.
I don't believe in
Not
nothing
a
at all.
fathomable one that would even, yeah.
I don't believe they could ever reach 0. I don't believe in absolute nothing. And to my comprehension, to me, you keep getting colder and just name it negative, whatever, and then keep getting less pressure. You could keep pulling on that plunger and just call it.
Well, if you hit
more
0, what
negative.
happens? If you did, in theory, hit 0, what has to happen after that?
Zero
You
is
have
balance.
to go back to motherfucking 1.
Yeah,
and
right.
start counting back up again.
0 is balance, though. 0 is just equal balance.
So super
Harmony.
low, super negative could have to go back to fucking positive. And positive could have to go back to negative. Super positive.
So 0 is harmony and balance, man. Zen.
Right. The 0 is the yin yang. It's 50-50. It's never really 0-0. The 0 doesn't exist. It's 50-50. Or it's 99. Or 0.01. You see what I'm saying? It's never really. Yeah, it's never 0.
Equilibrium.
Yeah,
Equilibrium
it's never
to me is 0.
100%. Sorry.
No, I'll say that 0 is equilibrium, and until they could show me any void or any absolute 0, anything or any kind of infinity, to me, there's just natural limits, and 0 is not nothing. It's just equilibrium, period. And anything less than that is cold. Anything more than that is hot, and anything more pressure than that is pressurized or vacuumed, whatever. But 0
The ability
to me,
to do work, baby. Negative work and positive work. It's all work.
We figured out the world, bro. I've been wanting to have a one-on-one with you, man. I'm glad we can squash the bullshit, dude, because we both get fucking like. But yeah, man, it's been an interesting fucking talk, bro. I like digging in the mind and throwing out ideas and hearing where you go with them and shit, and then feeding on them ideas. Because anybody listening is gonna say, I don't care if they agree with everything we say. They could disagree with everything we say. If this wasn't an interesting conversation, at the very least, and they're full of shit, bro. It's been a hell of a fucking diving into fucking, philosophies type of conversation.
I like your name.
Ideas.
Right, and I like your name and what you do too. You actually do stuff. That's my only pet peeve about Globers who want to talk shit and tell you nuh-uh. They don't want to demonstrate how nuh-uh. Only if it's something that has to be imagined. The only way they demonstrate anything is it has to be imagined. It cannot be fucking 100%.
They believe everything, bro, and unless it's something we do. That's what kills me. Like, without tested shit, they just automatically believe it. If it came from their books and shit, And any contention you find, they just look for a fucking bullshit answer. And to them, to me, demonstration's king. And I don't believe it unless I see it, and to a certain extent. But they just believe it. If it has to do with what we're trying to prove, we could show them anything and they don't believe it. I showed them.
Right.
Yeah.
Who in science would ever come up in a lab coat and say, "Oh, what do you want to see this to believe it?" You're going to go to the patent office and tell them that, buddy, old pal? Don't think so.
Yeah, no.
You're going to go to a judge and say, "Oh, you want to see the evidence to believe it, Your Honor?" I don't think you're going to last. Ask them that stupid ass question.
That's a good point too. But I try to show them, I'll show you a gradient inside containment, and now show me fucking a gradient outside of containment. You know, if your argument is a gradient, then here, I'll make a gradient inside containment. Now show me one now. Now you demonstrate one without containment. And they just fucking skip right past it.
Guess what yours is going to be? Flat layers. No rounded containment layers. No round layers of physics don't exist. We don't have round gradients. We have horizontal gradients.
That's another good point. That's a very good point. They would call them rounded though, just from their own imagination. They, without demonstrating it, they would call that a rounded, because level is curved.
Well, I can call my forehead my 5-head too, but that's not what it is.
Dude, when they say levels curved, that's put so many implications on everything, dude. I mean, just right what you just said, like the layers. The layers are level. The layers aren't fucking curved. It's so they gotta say, yeah, horizontal. If they try to bend a container to show it, it's still gonna fucking level out horizontally.
Listen, they can't claim level either. They can't fucking claim a level ball, a beach ball that's made of one material that's perfectly smooth around to itself, with the fucking earth with trees, mountains, valleys. No, the earth is not no level sphere at all. That doesn't make any sense.
In 2016, I got rumped. Like they were talking about levels curved when that bullshit first came about, and I got rumpus in a video on Jose's channel. We were arguing, and I got rumpus declared. I said, "You heard it here first, people. 2016 rumpus. Flat is curved." Like this motherfucker had to go. I pinned him down where he had to go beyond level, where he had to say that flat is curved. I'm like, whatever. So in their reality, there are no straight lines on a globe, because a straight line would be like if you built a straight bridge, it'd be curved up on each end. So there's no such thing. And then a level line, which you would call straight and typically is curved around their ball. So either way, it's curved.
Have you ever rolled a cigarillo up?
Yeah. I mean, I've rolled a
So when you break open,
cigarette.
when you break them open, when you break the cigarillo open, you have what's called a rigid edge. That's what you want to try to get. You don't want to get too clean; it won't stick. Right? That's good. You want a rigid edge, right? A rigid edge does not mean a globe, but it does not mean level either. So when they tell you and me, no line is perfectly level or perfect, what they're saying is, microscopically, one little point of that might be a little mountain point. One might go down like a valley. One might come up again like teeth, like a rugged ridge. What the fuck does that have to do with the sphere?
Well, we got fucking blue marble science in the house, man. I can't wait. I got to shut up for a minute and let him respond. But here, I'll give something for him to laugh at real quick before
I'll be quiet.
I hear him interject. Look, so I was joking around, and I was like, I was on Beb's the other day, so he might have heard this. So I said, okay, so if there's no straight in a globe reality, because straight's technically curved. I mean, I know what I'm saying, and I know the argument, so it's provoking. I'll give you that. But then I was joking around on Bev's, and I said, so here it is. If we take a straight edge and a pencil and a microscope, and we draw like a little teeny little line, but if we look at it under the microscope, it's curved. Dude, that shit, I don't know if it's funny, but that was funny as shit to me. But Blue Marble, you here, bro? Yeah, I'm here. The Earth is a sphere, God damn it, Brian. Now, how many times I got to tell you this? No, I'm just kidding, Blue. If you're here, man, I'm curious of what you have to say about the infinity, about my response to infinity, like not including zero. Like to me, infinite goes both ways, not zero to infinity. That'd be my curiosity.
To expand and contrast, to vibrate in place.
It's a tough one to answer though, man, because how can infinity include zero? Like, I mean, just being technical, like you can't have zero and infinity being part of the same system. There's got to be an
You
ambiguity.
can't have any number and infinity being together.
Well,
The number infinity means infinity.
I don't. Maybe they would say that that pressure is not infinite theoretically, and temperature is not infinite. They kind of go hand in hand, but maybe they'd say that they're not infinite. But by the universe, I don't see any rules that would prevent me from theoretically adding energy and therefore adding heat, adding pressure. You know, so that's my curiosity.
I think it's funny the extremes you get in space. If you go up there in a steel ball and you paint one side black, you get this much. You get this temperature or whatever. This side white, depending on if the sun just hits it or not. Like,
yeah, be the coldest place in the universe is right next to the sun, just in the shadow or something. But
next to the sun.
Yeah, they say like Mercury, like there's a spots on Mercury that are like amongst the coldest in the solar system or some shit that never see sun.
Are they fucking crazy?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say probably yeah, but I'll say this: it was on actual Blue Marble Science's one of his live streams that I was asking Rumpus like heaps of questions, dude, and he was kind of having to think about it as they were answering. It was an interesting stream because like a lot of these questions were kind of theoretical of stuff that I don't think anybody's done yet, like dropping the helium balloon in a vacuum box and shit.
So are we powering the sun? Are they trying to say that the sun is pulling the energy from something to get the coolness right there? How would you get a coolness effect from the main source of heat?
I don't know. I'll tell you what, it's been a minute since I talked to Blue, man. I'm good to see his symbol and all that, man. But I'm hoping I can intrigue him. If I can intrigue him, if I just keep talking shit, dude, and provoking, he'll have to interject at some point, bro. So I was just saying, I really enjoyed talking with him.
A magnifying glass. I can get a magnifying glass far away from something. The magnifying glass can be slightly cold. It'll be in the light, but it'll be cold. Then I focus the magnifying glass, the light, on a rock 3 or 4 foot down, or a foot down, whatever. And it heats the rock real bad, gets that little focal point and burns it. Now the magnifying glass in my hand is cold. The source that's magnifying this heat is cold. But the heat that's going through the glass is hot as fuck.
Oh, I know how we can get Blue to come to the mic, man. He's probably listening and shit, but he's gonna hopefully he's here.
Say the Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish, that's it. That's what's up, Cavendish. he built a good one.
That was a badass fucking terrible Cavendish experiment.
He still should have did it at the top.
To critique it, bro. I literally had to put in a lot of hours watching it, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of hours. But I did find, my fair critiques about it and shit. They're arguable.
Too bad he couldn't eliminate electrostatics. Too bad he couldn't eliminate electrostatics completely.
I wouldn't have paid attention to it. You know why? Because he did it half-assed. You're supposed to do it at the top floor, at the middle floor, at the bottom floor of a very tall building like the Burj Khalifa or just any building that's really tall, right? And if you didn't go and change longitude and latitude And if they claim that's what's doing this, or they change from this place to this place, and all the readings fucking match from across the street to across the street here, you're gonna get 0.00000.025. Lo and behold, it matches. No, you have to do this in one location, like a pinpoint, a focal point location where you go straight up like an elevator shaft. Do it at the top floor, the bottom floor, and the middle floor. And if you don't get the same reading, then everything they say is null and void. It just throws it all out.
Hey, I wonder if the Cavendish was done at different latitudes.
Doesn't even matter because you can't eliminate the electrostatics anyway. So what is it? Why does it even matter?
But I wonder if Cavendish was done at different latitudes or different elevations. If
Different colleges, Brian. Supposedly these different colleges are different latitudes, longitudes, or elevations from each other on a sphere. Correct?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Cavendish didn't ground his balls, which I could argue against the electrostatics, except for I can't say that they'd be zero. But I could say that the surface area of electrostatics is we could zero them out if we combine them. Hold on, if we combine them and we tie the grounding wires and we combine them and then we ground it, then it's like canceling each other out. Because I showed them.
It doesn't. But you know what? Is the electrostatics is so much more powerful when this
You can't cancel.
Yeah, that's a good argument.
Keep filling up. You're going to create a vacuum effect with electricity.
If it's
when you ground
million
it,
times
you're going to keep pulling more.
Gravity is. There's no reason to even talk
Yeah,
about
electricity is the vacuum. Listen, it's when you pull something like ground, you pull it from the thing until the thing goes dead, or you keep pulling. That's a vacuum effect, if you ask me.
Well, I did it live, bro. Because my argument was before he answered, as I said that if we take two of these plates, and I took two identical, pretty much identical lead plates, and I hung them next to each other on a ladder, but I put them on over cardboard. They were saying they're touching the ladder. I'm like, no, you could repeat this, and you get them close to each other, and one automatically becomes a negative and one becomes a positive, and you get a little voltage when you ground them. But the fact that he tied them together, it did zero out. Like when I touch them together, they zero out. But does that take away from the fact that one is still negative and one is still positive?
No.
And how when I say zero, like even if I say 0.00001, even if there's a 0.00001. When I say zero, that's still way more than fucking gravity. I could argue.
You just all you did was connect the two magnets.
Side, right?
Stick two magnets together. That's all you did, basically, in the same aspect. If you take two pieces of metal together, now you just don't have one. You have two. You still have a piece of metal, correct? You're still going to have electromagnetism, or the field, or the action or reaction, or the attribute of that when you move it or act with it. Any force, any resistance you put on it. Right.
Wait, hold on. I'm with you, but hey, so how much stronger is electricity? Wait, so gravity is 6 times 10. If gravity is like 6 times 10 to the, is it to the 17th or the or wait, how much stronger? How many magnitudes times stronger? Because we could halfway figure this out if we figure out the force of the electrostatics.
I'm trying to help you. Every when you go up in the air, the reason I want to do it in the elevator shaft or above or in a tube or something like that, or do it up in a helicopter that's sealed off or something crazy, some kind of something that's high, something that's low, right? Because every so often when you go up, the voltage increases. So if it is due to the voltage and you still control for all these variables, but the voltage around you increases, regardless of what you control for on your elevator shaft, and you went 33 feet up and then 33 feet up again, the voltage increases or whatever, right?
But if you're grounded, bro, then that doesn't matter.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. This is my whole point. So if you still do your thing and still try to eliminate that, but in reality, no matter what the fuck you do, we know this voltage is increasing 100% around this object, right? So when it goes up, we get the attribute or reading of from voltage to voltage to voltage, right? And if it has an effect and the reading is different in each voltage.
So your theory, let's say your hypothesis would be, or could be, that if we take it up higher, like we would have a more attractive force, but
more or less
grounded, or maybe would ground and stabilize that.
You're adding more voltage to it. So whatever the effect will be, you'll get an effect. So, okay, when you do it at 10 foot, you'll get this or actually, I'm sorry, you do it in the basement and say it says 52. Just for example, on it doesn't even matter. Then you go up and it says 58. Then you go up and it says 65. Now you get what I'm saying? Now you and I know that you grounded it, you did all your shit, you put it in the thing, you tried to make sure, but we knew for a fact that the voltage increased when you went up, and we still saw the attributes of in your reading because your reading reacted the same way.
Yeah, but you're missing my point, bro. If they're grounded together, then the height. I mean, the only thing that would, to me, that would overcome the argument is if you ground them together. Well, two things. As A, I don't think Cavendish grounded his shit, but they said something about like the moisture of the area, like him maybe not having to ground it, maybe, but really stronger to me. B is when we say zero. Like I said, to me, one would still invoke a negative and a positive, possibly. And then, even if, like I said, but at what point would that change? Or even if it zeroed out like 0.000000,
you're moving
that
it.
still makes electromagnetism stronger than the force of gravity. And so when they say zero, I'd like to know to what extent of zero is zero. It ain't absolute zero, is it? And
There is no
not,
zero.
If not, what decimal place? Because at what decimal place would gravity take over and bypass electrostatics? Because there should be a theoretical number at which that happens, right?
Can I explain it this way? This should help you. I got fishing string, right, coming out the front of my fishing line, my fishing pole. You pull the fishing string, right? And I got more and 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 more until it stops or not, right? That's all you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're just pulling on the fishing string more and more and more and more and more. When you ground something out, you understand?
Bro, I'm trying to like ask Blue questions, but every question I've asked, you're answering.
Blue's not talking to you right now. I don't hear him yet. If he chimes up, I'll shut the fuck up. I'll go on mute.
I don't think we give him much of a chance to, even if
What,
he wanted
listen
to.
to what I'm saying, though, please. Sometimes I don't think you get the simplicity of what I'm trying to say. It's so simple. If you pull on something and keep pulling, which ground does, right? Ground doesn't stop being ground. It doesn't stop having an effect, correct? So at no point in time when you ground something or you keep pulling on my fishing string, are you ever not pulling on my fucking fishing string? There never is a 0 point. There isn't a 0 point. You're always pulling the fishing string.
You have to think of a position if you're going to zero something, because I could always pull harder and harder and harder. I could push harder and harder. I could pull harder and harder.
And as long as I have fishing string, which is electrical continuity, you can always ground me out. Right.
I don't like the way they call ground. I don't like the way they use the word ground for ground, because, like I said, to me, that's a trick. There's
it's a release. It's a release. It's a fucking reactor. So when you create the conduit from this thing, it's always there. And you put your pole in the ground. Now you got power.
Deeper, right? And I could always go up higher. I could always dig down
Listen,
deeper.
Yep. You got to hold on.
It's bad to compare them to that.
You got an antenna pole up in the tree. You got antenna pole up in the ground. You don't connect them. You just get them close. Now you got a reactor. Whenever you put something in between, you should get the reaction. Something should be pulling to ground through that.
When you're talking about two things, I'm good with zero, like as far as two things. But when you're just talking about one concept, like pressure,
it's always
when
two
you're
things.
talking about one thing, like with heat,
never
like
one
to
thing,
me,
Brian.
infinity has to work both directions. It can't be a zero
That's
to
what
infinity.
I'm trying to tell you.
If
It's
there's
never
infinity,
one.
then there's no zero, right? There can't be you can't.
Right.
That's an oxymoron.
Yes. For light to go one way and to keep going, and you can't catch it to do anything if it's going and if it's instant, like how could you get a speed of it if you can't catch up to it itself? All this shit's a conundrum. If you keep pulling on my arm, you're ground. I'm electricity. They ground the Cavendish. I'm the Cavendish effect. I'm doing my thing. You're ground. You're pulling on me. You're never not. There's no zero. It's a constant. It's a constant amount of pull in a rate or ratio of currency going from one effect to the next. Therefore, creating the current you were trying to get away from. Now you're creating more of one.
I'm gonna ask Blue a genuine question, man. We'll give him a second answer if he doesn't, and he probably doesn't have access to the mic. He's just listening, which is fine. But I'm gonna ask him a genuine question, and this is purely genuine, and this is a very good fucking question. And I wanted to ask Blue that if I used a certain amount, a certain type of grounding wire, or I've grounded them a certain way, or if I used a certain weight of balls, or if I used a certain type of foil, or any of them things, could I get a constant could I manipulate a constant other than the one that you reached in the end or Cavendish reached in the end? Could I manipulate a different kind of constant that would keep happening pretty much measurable timing of the oscillation? Could I get a constant could I force that is my question, and it's genuine. I'm going to take that a non-answer is yes, I could. No, I'm just joking. But it seems like if I could, by manipulating what I would probably call electrostatics, like, if I got the foil set up a certain way, or if I've it not grounded or grounded a specific way, or a certain kind of wire, if I could induce different constants.
You got HHO, Brown's gas.
Through electrostatics, though, I would say that my variable would be, but I'm not sure if I could do that. Like it could be, and this is why I was asking, it could be that if I put the foil not in the right place or something, that it might be sporadic, but that's why I was asking if there are types of setups where I could induce constant measurements, or are they all just all sporadic if it's not set up correct? That's a good question because that has implications. I can't think of a better genuine question to ask than that one. If maybe he can't talk right at the moment, but
you should pay more attention to
the answer to that if you do get a minute here soon, Blue.
I thought we was going to work on HHO gas.
I pulled out my generators and all that stuff, man, after I figured out when I teed it off, one of them was clogged. So I was only using one side anyway. But I've learned a lot since then, and I keep learning. I want to figure it out. But
have you ever used frequency?
No, but I found out that magnets, literally just putting magnets down by the plates on the outside of the jar, you get a significant amount more gas. Ain't that something?
Why don't you have why don't you put them a certain alignment?
I need to redo them, bro. I figured out there's better ways.
Put them in a certain alignment. But what you need to do is use your cars have or whatever you're using. Use like a fucking radio. I'm not kidding. If there's some way you can hook the antenna up through the wire, the antenna wires of a radio through that, and then put them into your thing to where you can still transceive them while it's dry through there, but the currency goes to the liquid.
That's what they're saying, Demon. They're saying that frequency, certain frequencies, but they're calling it vibration, produces more gas. But they have a reason for that. They're saying, and it could be misleading. They're saying that it vibrates the gas that's already stuck to the plates, allowing more gas to form on the plates. But to me, there's more to it. That's just something they threw out there to mislead us about frequency.
Well, right. The frequency doesn't give a fuck about the resistance that the water builds up when you try to electroplate the liquid to the Brown's gas, right? And then you also don't have an electrolyte in the fucking water, which is piss.
Like a reverse meniscus, but piss would probably work better. They say urea. Urea is Most
Yes.
efficient there is.
You can also spin the motherfucker. You can do all kinds of shit to this thing, and you're going to get different reactions. And they're not doing any of
Theoretically,
it.
bro, theoretically, if you use urea on paper, even, which is what I mean by theoretically, is that that you could get more out than you put in. It's not much, but it is
Well,
tipping of the balance if you
you
use
saw
urea.
Mythbusters. You saw Mythbusters when they wheeled the fucking hydrogen gas up right by itself.
That was such bullshit, bro.
Now
They
hold
never
on,
even put a
hold
catalyst
on,
in their shit.
hold on. Regardless of all that, when they pulled the tubes up, they just simply put this fucking hose near the exhaust, right? They
Yeah,
just
they're
put it
lying,
near.
bro. They were
Right.
fucking deceiving.
Hold on a second. All this fucking all the carburetor had to do was just be 1 inch away from just a little bit of the fucking gas coming out, and the
No, they
motor's
didn't
like,
put salt in their shit, bro.
hold
How
on,
more
I'm
deceiving
not
can you get than that?
right. I'm not worried about that part. The part I'm saying is a vacuum effect is what they were missing also.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They built this elaborate looking fucking HAG. I almost quit, bro. I was looking it up as I was building it, and I seen their shit halfway in me
They're
building it.
goofy.
And then I seen their video where they hooked their shit up to the battery, and it just like was putting like bloop bloop like one little drip every fucking 2 or 3 seconds of bubbles. I was like I almost stopped, but the fact that since I was so close, I went ahead and finished anyway. And then I looked back at their shit. They didn't add a fucking catalyst to the water, and then they hooked the hydrogen tank to it, and they got the car started. And they're like, ha 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 ha. Look, if we could produce the hydrogen, it would work. But as you've seen, we can't get the gas from the reaction. And then I look, and then I finish my shit, and I add baking soda, and it's bubbling like crazy, and I'm blowing up balloons and lighting them and shit. And I'm like, why would they do that? Why would they mislead the public? Maybe they don't want the public doing shit like that, but still, because that leads to, I mean, dude, why would they spend all this time and research and make this elaborate looking HHO generator and not add a fucking salt to it?
Now, when you blew up the balloons, did you put your hose to the motor and light, and start your motor?
Yeah, it works. I've got my generator running for a few seconds off of it, man. But it wasn't enough. That's why. And the trick was I put it in I took the gas tank completely off so nobody would call bullshit on me. And I ran the tight fitting hose to it and to the intake with no gas tank where the intake is. And I put the my HHO generator. I bubbled it. My bubbler was a pump sprayer. So I pumped it a few times. It wasn't working, and I put it on a bubbler on a pump sprayer, where it bubbled into the pump sprayer, and I pumped it up a few times. I got the motherfucker to run for a few seconds. I made a video out of it, but I actually got it to run a little bit long, not long, but a little longer than the video that I posted. But then so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take 2 of them. So I did 2 of them in pickle jars, and I put a T on them, and so it'd be twice as much. Put them in the pump sprayer, pumped it up, and went to light it, and it just exploded off on me. But I figured out that one of the fucking I did all that. I re-cleaned, brushed, and put new nuts on, new bolts on the plates. And come to find out, the fucking my T was clogged up. I was still only getting the HHO gas from one side, so I was discouraged, and I pulled it apart like a while later, a couple months later, and went to blow through it, and it was clogged on one side. I was like, oh my God, I did all that and put a junction on and ran 2 tubes and drilled another hole and sealed them. And one of the fucking sides was sealed, bro, so it was a big waste of time, and I've never had the willpower yet to redo it. But I've got the engine running on the gas.
What if you had 2 tubes inside and put your plates inside a little tube itself, inside the liquid, so it doesn't hit the liquid itself personally, and then you put a little bit of oil in there, and then you do your thing?
I don't know, but I think I got to dry out the fucking. I think I've got to dry out the gas if it's going to run a motor. I got to, instead of running it through water, I got to, or oil. I got to dry it out somehow.
Right. Listen. Put your anode and your cathode, your plates, inside a little tube theirself. inside the liquid now to where they're not actually touching the liquid, but they're in the liquid. So the electrical continuity is still going to get through, right? But now they're
Yeah.
not going to get corroded from the liquid. Do you understand what I'm saying? You
Wait, you
create
saying
your own.
wait. What if I pack the plates in salt?
Right, right, and then put like a little tube around them.
And then I could prove that it's not the water making the gas anyway.
Well, no, the water's going to do it too.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a good argument, bro, that the fucking HHO is coming from the metal. It's what does corrode. Let's be honest. But the water
It's
does.
the
The
electrical
water also
reaction.
does evaporate. But here's another thing: anybody out there who happens to hear this who's doing it, be careful with the heat too, bro. Because I had problems with the heat, and so you're probably putting a lot of steam. If you blow up a balloon and your shit's getting hot, which it's gonna no matter what. But if you're trying to do it fast anyway. But there's ways around that. But anyway, be careful with the heat because it will add steam with the gas, and you get less of an effect. Same thing if you're trying to get hydrogen with the like using lye, and if you just add too much to water,
Have
you're
a
gonna
bubbler on
blow
the
some of
end.
that shit off, so it's not gonna
Have
float.
a bong.
Make that mistake
Have
too.
a bong bubbler on the end.
You just need a backup generator. You don't need a bubbler at all. I think you want to get the driest gas possible. So you want to run it through you want to dry it and maybe run it through some silicone like fashion beads like in the dehumidifiers. But in that case you need a flash arrestor. You know, you definitely want to because I think the bubbler is good at preventing the backfires. And I've literally showed him a video of backfire. Yeah, I had one worse than that. Blew the top
Well, the
off the jar.
bubbler, yeah,
Didn't
the
break the
bubbler
jar,
is a
bro.
protector. Yeah, you
It
actually can
literally
have two
blew the
bubblers.
fucking lid off the jar when I tried to make a welder off of it without a backup, without a flash arrestor or a backup arrestor. It blew the lid off the jar, bro. Blew my eardrums.
A bubbler is also a compressor. It compresses the air for you. It'll also give you like horsepower and shit like that when the air is pulled through liquid. The more amount of liquid that you have to pull the air through, the more, you know what I mean? And it'll cool it too. As the thing goes through the bubbler, the two bubblers, it cools it. The first one does and the second one does. By the time it goes through the second one and hits the thing, it'll be cool.
Yeah, but if you're trying to run an engine off of it, you need it dry. You want to avoid water, and you want to try and remove anything about water. You don't want nothing fucking water in the engine, bro, in the carburetor and shit. You want to do it as dry as possible. That's what I'm saying. But I was just wondering, like, dude, bro, just running one of them bitches in straight baking soda or salt, like, what would happen then? What would
Brian, you don't run it wet. A bong catches the water catches the compression of the air, and then it goes through like this tube for however long you need to until it hits your carburetor. It wouldn't come out wet.
Yeah, but there's ways of drying it.
Okay, but you still need to compress it, and then you let it come out the little tube. You add your dryer, and then you put it into the carburetor. Correct?
Like air is gonna hold a certain amount of humidity, and so it's gonna hold as much as possible. It's gonna hold as much. There's ways of removing that humidity, bro. And I'm telling you, running it through water ain't one of them ways, bro.
Water is what you're using to get the gas, right?
Yeah, even gas fucking gets humidity, bro. They on boats and shit. You have to. It's not that water gets in the gas tank, bro. It's that the gas gets humid and shit. Being around all that water, and there's water separators and fuel lines on boats, bro. It's humidity, bro. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Separate? No, I do. It's the separation of vapor, the amount, the ratio. Yeah, 100%. I do.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking like the vapor, the fucking.
Because when I flick water on a fire, when I do these fires and light fires, just like cardboard or sticks in the yard or something, and then you throw water on it, it flares up.
But I'm just wondering. So we know that water, pure in its purest form, is not conductive. It's basically probably the best resist. I don't know, but it's not conductive. But in salt, we know we add baking soda or whatever catalyst. Potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide, baking soda, any of them things.
What else could you put on the things to be a
Here's my argument. Here's my argument. They say you could use table
salt.
They say you could use table salt, but then you get a chlorine, reaction, and it's dangerous.
Another
I'm thinking, hold on, if it's the fucking water that's turning into HHO, then why would there be chlorine in it? And,
because what kind of it? That's because that's what that shit is. Don't use table salt. There's another kind of salt you use that's not going to do that. Look up on the thing.
Dude, hydrogen is a byproduct of every metal breaking down, bro, that I know of. Every metal breaking down has a hydrogen output any way it breaks down. Like even in pure water, it's slow, but it still happens.
Right. But bro, all we got to figure out is how to keep the fucking connection going more magnified, right? The current and the flow. Cathode. You make them magnified more than you do dullified. So they're getting dulled by the water. So you're saying use salt. So can the salt pack on them and still stop them from corroding or getting the buildup?
No, this is my question, bro. My question is this, okay? If we took pure salt, okay, if I take my fucking voltmeter right now and dip them in and put them in salt, I'm going to get continuity. I'm pretty fucking sure of it. I'll try it in baking soda real quick while we're talking, but I don't want to dip it in the salt that I eat and shit. But I bet you I get continuity, which means I get connection. So my question is this: if I can put my electrodes in baking soda or just salt, no water, then I will get a connection. And if I get, now I repeat, if I get that same type of gas that's lighter than air, that's flammable as combined, then did I need the water to fucking begin with? And if I get it and it corrodes shit, then is it not just the salt water corroding the fucking metal plates, period, anyway? And then when I get more, I mean, that leads to a host of other questions. But if I don't need the water, is the water hydrogen and fucking oxygen to begin with? That'd be further proof against it being that.
What? Yeah, but you should still. Why are people putting the fucking things directly in the water? Why wouldn't you put them on the outside of the tube?
They say it's the water that's making the HHO. They say it's electrolysis breaking down the water into its components.
Do you think that glass is going to stop the electricity from going?
Another good question. That's a hell of a good
I'm just
question.
saying,
So in other words, if I put the plate on the outside,
hold on.
That's a good point.
Can you put rubber around them and still put them on the inside? Can you put glass around them and still put them on the inside of the fucking liquid? So you have a big liquid tube, two little liquid tubes, one tube. I mean, not liquid, but one's got air, dry. You have your anode and your cathode.
Maybe that's why they call glass liquid.
And then you send your charge through them or whatever, and then it starts to react with your baking soda and your water and everything. But your anode and your cathode aren't actually touching the water. They're sealed inside of a little container you have.
So you think if I have a thin piece of glass and I put the plates on the outside, that it's still fucking, that's very, very possible that it still produces something.
Or a piece of plastic or a piece of, yeah, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I don't know if the plastic would work. I don't know why not. But I still, my first thing I want to try is putting them in salt. Like if I still get the same shit out of the salt, then that would, to me, be 98% proof that it ain't the water I mean, it should be more than that. If I'm producing, if I just put the plates in straight salt or straight baking soda, and I produce that gas, then what the fuck is the water for? You think anybody's ever tried that?
Probably.
I doubt it, bro, because because the way we've been indoctrinated is that we're all positive that it's the water breaking down to its original component. We're all
Aren't you
positive.
gonna burn it?
Nobody questions that, bro. So why would anybody even
So
try
you
it without
don't
the
burn
water?
it. So you don't burn the salt. If you burn it at too high of a rate too fast, just like sugar, I mean,
I
like
don't
sugar
know.
burns
I
back.
could go into that after, but I mean, if just as far as proof of concept, if I could blow up a fucking balloon without the water, then that begs a lot of questions.
Nah, water is not a non-conductor because if you throw a fucking toaster in the bathtub, you get electrocuted, right?
Yeah, no, you don't.
You don't?
Well, you might with AC, but no, I don't know, man. Bro, water's like a very good
Don't
insulator.
try that.
Pure water,
Nobody in the
maybe
world
tap
ever.
water. That could be a myth, man. I don't want to try. I don't want to try that one, bro. But I'm pretty sure that pure water is
I don't know, man.
is non-conductive.
I don't know
You
how
never
that
heard
even
that?
makes sense.
Try it real quick.
Hell no. I was pretty sure that if you're standing in a mud puddle and lightning hits you, you're getting shocked too.
Dude, to make sure it works, you're gonna have to put like an aluminum cap on and
Well, I'm
shave your
saying
head.
about this. Has anybody ever been shocked standing in water
I never have, bro.
by lightning?
No, I've been close, but I never got shocked. It knocked me on my feet trying to stop and turn around real quick because I was running. But
Has
I've
lightning
never
ever
been.
hit the water?
I've heard of surfers, telling me, they felt it out there. I've been right around lightning, but that's salt water once again. I'm not sure, D-Muck. I mean, I've heard that a million times with the toaster and the bathtub, but then when I've actually done it, I can't really I can't induce a current until I add the salt. With the pure water, like if I use rainwater or distilled water, I can't get any electricity, not even from one plate to the next, much less shock me. I mean, a steel plate, I can't even, like a millimeter away, I can't even get a current in between the two with pure water. So that's a good question. But then again, I've never used AC current either. So that could be, I don't know.
Maybe that's why you have to have the water and the salt. Because the salt's or the water's like a fucking coolant.
What liquids are there
At the
that are
same
not
time.
water? Are there any liquids that aren't
No.
any water at all?
No. Not
So,
water at all, no.
So when I say liquid, the whole phase of liquid is basically refers to water and nothing else. There's no other liquid at all that's waterless. I don't think. I mean, it's a good question.
There's a portion of water and then the other material. It's like you got a clump of dirt and a little bit of water in it. There's a portion of water.
Wait. Plus, I could liquefy fucking metal and it's still a liquid. That's a dumb question. I worded it wrong. But let's say a liquid fluid, let's say not molten shit. Is there any liquid that's not molten that ain't water? I'll try and rephrase it like that so it doesn't sound so stupid. Because mercury, besides mercury, or gallium, is there any liquids if I think of citric acid? Okay, I could buy that powder form, or sulfuric acid, like copper sulfate. I could buy that.
Well, maybe
blue powder. You add water to it, right?
Ooh, hold on. Listen to this. Does the water float on top of the mercury?
Yes.
Oh shit! Put your anode and your cathode. Fill up mercury in there. Then put your salt water on top, and then see what happens.
I don't have any mercury.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Got any Cinnabon laying around?
Mm-mm. No, but I mean, what else would work besides mercury? What other type of ferro fluid or something like that? Like, what other fluid that holds a
I got
current?
some thermal fluid, man.
Well, it doesn't hold current.
That's another good question, man. I just took some motor oil and some fucking iron powder and iron rust, and fucking it ain't like the kind they sell,
Oh, it
but
should
it's
hold
pretty
current
similar.
then. Yeah, that
It's
should definitely hold
yeah, it's
current.
definitely conductive, but I don't know if it is with the oil. I'd have to check it. I'd have to pull it out. I don't
Oil.
see why it wouldn't be.
No, you're going to pack that around your anode and your cathode, and then you're going to pour the water on top. All you
Why
need
would
the
I need the
water to
water?
do.
Oh. So you're saying like the mercury is the fucking
Not even
anode?
that. Hold on, I got you. Fuck this shit. Make a little capacitor at the bottom, like a vacuum capacitor, right? You have your anode and your cathode underneath. They go up, they touch another plate that's above them. You put the salt on that plate, and that's in the water, and that gets the shock. They both come together to another plate. You cross them to another fucking plate. They get the frequency from that. And the salt's in the water in the tube above. So the salt and the water above connected together like you need them to be, sitting
Wait
on
a
a
minute.
plate.
Wait. What if, dude? I got these magnets. They've been sitting here, and I'm like, I just realized, like, why don't they fucking rust? Like they're like iron, whatever. Maybe they're a little bit of an alloy, but maybe. And they say, even Robert Murray Smith did a video where you put the magnets down there, and you produce a significant more amount of HHO just from the magnets. And so wait, what if I use the actual magnets?
They
I've got
corrode.
so many of these motherfuckers from taking apart
Okay,
microwaves.
they get clogged up with the water. So if you stick them down in there, does the water clog them too? Like, does it get all over them like it
No, you put
does?
them on the outside. But what if I put them on the inside and they are the plates?
That's what I'm saying. Do they get now? Are they sustainable to the same thing? Susceptible to the same thing that the plates are?
What if I put gravity on the outside of the jar, bro?
It's already there. You already got that in your back pocket.
What if the
But I'm
jar's
saying,
free falling, bro?
are they going to be resistant or non-resistant to the same shit that the water does to the metal? Is it going
What if
to cover it up?
What if I make a balloon attached to the jar that's constantly producing the hydrogen as it goes up in the air? No, I'm just kidding, dude.
No, you could have a balloon aspect that actually fills up, and as it expands, right, it presses it out and compresses it back. So do you need to decompress or compress to make it dry? You need to expand it to make it dry?
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. This is kind of changed the subject a little bit. I'm not sure about that, but what if what height does like hydrogen? Let's say 100 cubic feet of hydrogen at ambient pressures here at the ground with infinite expandability. Not infinite, but like a lot of expandability, where it could expand and expand and expand. Just enough hydrogen to lip a giant balloon. In fact, let's say a 1 cubic mile. So like 10 times bigger than the big weather balloons we see, because they go up limp as fuck and they expand, and you don't want to pressurize them because then you could say that the vacuum is pressurizing the gas inside, making it not keep rising. So you got a cubic mile of hydrogen, and it's in a like a 2 cubic mile capacity, or a 50 cubic mile capacity fucking balloon, where it's just enough gas to lift the weight of it, and it keeps going up and up and up, and it expands to keep going up, and it's got more room to stay ambient pressure. And at what height would it stop? Like, at what height, theoretically, is the stop sign of where the hydrogen is going to sit? If it can keep expanding, in my world, it
130,000.
seems to keep going up. No, they've been higher than that.
I mean, what? How do we know?
I mean, supposedly the first satellite that we put up, like Epic or whatever, was a big giant fucking aluminum looking balloon. But they said they said they inflated it in orbit, and it was like 3,000 miles, but it was a balloon. They were bouncing signals off of, supposedly.
I've never in my life seen any footage pass like so high. None of it's been to 130,000 foot ever. Nothing that I've ever
That
seen.
begs the question too. If Epic was a balloon inflated at 3,000 miles, well, I guess it probably just took a trickle of gas to inflate it, if that's their story. But I was going to say, how does it not explode at that height?
Right, it'll settle at that height, and that's where it'll settle because of like whatever it is. That's where it'll find its equilibrium. That's the way it's been designed. But I mean, it can't go no higher than a certain extent because it'll bust. Like I've never seen everything they send up, man, goes to a certain height and that's it. They've never showed anything at 130,000 feet, but they keep telling you they went higher than that. To me, that's a conundrum.
Bro, you could buy balloons that go higher than that are rated for higher than that. That's a decent $30 balloon to get up to 130,000. They got balloons way better than that, bro. Go up to like 180,000 feet and shit, but they cost like a few $1,000.
180,000 feet. How do you prove? Like, how do you prove that it's going up that high? You get 180,000 feet of string.
I don't know if I could find one right off the top of my hand, but I'm telling you what they claim.
No, I understand. I'm with you.
Just think about this, D-Monk. A helium balloon that goes up 130 is going to go up way higher if it's hydrogen in it. Way lighter than helium.
I don't know. I mean, you keep asking me. Okay, in theory, what's the reaction to whatever hydrogen supposedly is at that point? Does it become helium? Does it cool and come back down? Does it react a certain way? I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it could be
the temperatures are nowhere near condensed. That's a good dude. That's good right there. So to me, it would have to hit a temperature cold enough to condense it, and that is to condense hydrogen, bro. You'd have to get like 72 miles, bro, or 71 miles was the temperature like right there by absolute zero, and that's what temperature it takes to condense hydrogen. So that I kind of answered my question with your help. That so at about 70 to 71 miles would be the limit where the hydrogen would condense into liquid and fall back down, and then probably go back up once it got warm enough. It probably just bounce back and forth, up miles and miles up. But that's way higher than 130,000, bro. That's why everybody uses helium. Fuck helium. Hydrogen's freer than fuck. Damn near free. Easy as fuck to make, where it's almost free. Way more buoyant. I mean, who the fuck? Why would you use helium? Spend all that money on a tank, bro, when you could make fucking hydrogen, bro.
And they make hydrogen and put it in tanks. So why don't we make our own hydrogen?
Yeah, but it's better.
The same way they do. Put it in tanks, put it in balloons, and when we need it, we just take it and go.
They're literally worried about a spark. Like, are you seriously literally worried about a fucking spark in a balloon? Drew, bro, when I lit these balloons on fire, I literally had to hold the lighter there for like a couple seconds, bro. A lighter, not a spark. To explode these balloons of hydrogen, I literally had to hold a lighter there for a couple of seconds to get an explosion. A spark ain't gonna do nothing. No, I don't know. I'm talking about what it took to ignite.
Hold on. I know. Now, after it ignited, what happened? How big was the explosion? Was it?
It's pretty loud, dude.
Loud, but
except I didn't have pure hydrogen, bro. I had HHO. I didn't never separate it.
How long did it last?
It's not that hard to separate it, though, bro.
How long did the explosion last?
Split second.
Split second. Now, if you had a cup of gas and you could light it on fire, how long would that last?
Split second.
A split second?
Gasoline? Yeah.
Yeah. What if you had a balloon full of gasoline and it spilled everywhere on the floor? It would only light up for 1 split second?
Oh, no, it'd light on fire. But
Right.
But if you had it in gaseous form, it wouldn't last.
Listen to what I'm saying. So if they're worried about fucking HHO, and it just dissipates in within 1 second. But gasoline spilled on the floor will burn your whole house down, no matter what, because it's stuck to that shit and lighting it all on fire, touching it. Which one's more dangerous?
Bro, but
Pure
that I don't know, but
gasoline.
that got me thinking,
Understand what I'm
bro.
saying?
Yeah, I do. And that got me thinking that actually the HHO gas had such a good lift. Like I made one to separate it, but it kind of failed on me, and I started to refine it to do it better. But and I tested the HHO gas, and I never tested it like against helium, but it had good enough lift where I didn't give a fuck about separating it. But I think the HHO gas is pretty comparable to helium, you know, with a little bit of oxygen, the 1 part oxygen. I think pretty much makes it pretty equivalent to helium, but I'd be interested in testing that.
You can mix both.
I have
You can
some
mix
helium.
the well, yeah, you can mix the helium with it to a certain ratio to where it wouldn't even be as volatile.
Ah, that's an idea, man. To fucking just
The inert gas,
to
right?
take away the oxygen and add 1 part helium to make it.
Yes.
Hey, that's a thought. Just adding a little helium might fucking inert it all, whatever, make it non-flammable. You never know.
Right.
I'm not sure about running it through the helium through the carbon filters would give you. I mean, running the hydrogen through the carbon filters would give you helium. But somebody did tell me that. But it sounds feasible, but I'm not sure of that. It's just what I heard. Just to give you clarity on that. I've never done it.
Spent natural gas. Just remember that. An offset or a byproduct of something. That's what helium is. An inert thing from a thing that's already been lit. After the flame's lit and that shit rises, that stuff.
Man, I just sent Blue a direct message, asked him why didn't he respond. Like I figured he wasn't able to talk. He's probably just listening, but like maybe he'll answer, or maybe he'll come back. But I'm like, dude, if you woke up and you can't sleep or anything like that, like what better than to shoot the shit? I mean, it could make you tired again, bro. With the right crowd to talk to or argue against, bro, they can put you right back to sleep, bro. Me and D-Mock, man, might wear you out with just conversation on your own beliefs. Who knows? Or you might wear us out. Who knows? What better to do? We had some toxic conversations a long time ago, but we kind of got. I mean, recently, in spurts, not constantly, but we've had some real good conversations, man. Real good back and forth and shit. Even disagreeing, man. I like him. I've learned a lot from him, and I still don't agree with half of his shit, but he's still a smart man. He's just, to me, on the wrong side of the fence. Maybe he thinks of me the same way. I don't know, but I've had some great conversations with him. Like I'll give them that. Like if you want to have questions, want to have conversations with like just questions and shit. As long as they're serious questions and shit, they'll answer them. And you might not agree with any of it, but they will do their best. Especially Rumpus will answer any question. Like everybody else is listening, thinking, "Dude, why are you even trying to answer this shit?" Like I'm asking the most off the wall questions, talking about like a helium balloon free falling on top of another helium balloon with like in a big vacuum box. Like I'm literally just asking him any damn thing, like just the craziest scenarios. And he's sitting there, well, if you take and you run the if it's all in a vacuum box, like he's thinking out loud, trying to give serious answers to anything, dude. I mean, we've had some epic moments, bro, in my opinion, with him trying to answer some of my crazy questions. That subsistence model, bro, it's hilarious. I would need to make a video out of that, bro. This ain't even dogging on him, bro. This is like almost propping him up, like some of the fucking questions I asked that he's trying to answer. Where they were just fuck off kind of questions, like fuck off. You don't answer these questions. He's just stuck in the model, boy. Answered them like a heliocentric super priest. I got a big tank, dude. I'm about to do my sugar water experiment. Except for I'm gonna do it right this time, and I'm gonna put the camera at one position. I'm gonna film the skyline. I might make 3 levels where I can move the camera, but I'm gonna show them at the same position. I'm gonna add the sugar water and induce the atmosphere in that tank the way they describe it, and show them what we see, and see what I see. Not in these moving shit around bullshit ass fucking trying to hump the bottom, which is it wound up being insignificant, and move the hump and flatten the hump. And, dude, I'm gonna just do it with a flat bottom, with flat freaking. If I hump the bottom, I've got to make it solid, not just an artificial little ramp. I've got to make the bottom hump solid, where I don't know what I'd have to do, but I'm just gonna do it flat bottom and see what happens over flat surface. And it's just like I see. It's making the bottom disappear. And it's making us see higher up the buildings. So I'm going to put crosshairs on there. Maybe even use my auto level and show the crosshairs before the sugar water and after the sugar water. If they act anything like the laser light, then the crosshairs are going to be higher up the building. Just like Blackpool Tower way off in the distance. Or any of the other shit like the B-Ball or Earth is Life likes to show. I mean, I'm going to do it right and show them that where they can't deny it. They deny their own experiments. Well, he wasn't trying to show that. Well, who cares what he was trying to show? This is what he did show. And it shows that exactly why when we do see obstruction, we do over these super long distances. Because it ain't always there anyway. But when it is, the way they describe this fucking refraction, I welcome him to flat Earth because it's exactly fucking explains exactly what we see on a flat Earth. They don't like that.
You have to use Downy, the quicker picker upper. Filter it through a whole bunch of Downy napkins. It'll take all the moisture out, and you're good to go. Some absorbent material. Ooh, rice. Rice paper, rice cloth. Rice absorbs shit really, really good. So like a rice filter. So like a rice bubbler or a sand bubbler, like a little compartment that has sand and it has to shoot up through the sand. And then the cloth, or just the cloth. Maybe a solid sandstone filter. That makes more sense. Or like a moon rock filter, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, literally just a whole bunch of fucking cloth. Yeah. So yeah, if you had an anode left side of a tube, cathode right side, the whole right side, and the whole left side anode cathode, you kind of connect them a little bit, and you have the glass tube in the center of those, and then the liquid in there, and the sand in, or the salt in there. So the liquid and the salt inside the glass tube, and right on the outside of the glass tube, you have the anode and the cathode tubes surrounding the glass tube. And the salt would be the conductor between the two plates within the sand. The salt itself. And the salt itself puts off the charge you need and the right temperature you need to get the reaction. Just me. That's my Democ patent. Just have the frequency on the outside of the glass. And you know how the dude had the Hutchinson effect? Where he supposedly put a frequency, focused his frequency on objects? That's what you do. So the Hutchinson effect is what you need, basically. In a way. Or just the AM, FM frequency. Same thing.